mortal rise through 100 reincarnations. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction, so don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 626 My destiny is in my hands. The Lushu Dharmakaya was instantly struck with severe damage, its massive body shimmering violently. The areas pierced by the feathered swords quickly turned black and stank, hinting at collapse. The Guharo bird, the sickly-looking man, taking advantage of the situation, lifted all 9 wings simultaneously, sending tens of thousands of dark feathered swords soaring through the air like a cloud of feathers, completely enveloping the Lushu man. Seeing the situation looming, the Lushu man decisively abandoned this opportunity. With a flash of his body, he vanished from his position, leaving the cave. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng soared out of the sea of clouds, hovering above them, gazing up at the battles unfolding above. The 10 snake, the one-eyed old man, wielding a massive axe, slashed horizontally and vertically, its axe flashes razor sharp, forcing his opponents to dodge, fearing to face it head-on. His unstoppable power was unstoppable. Seeing the situation looming, 2 men, each wearing the black turtle and Basnik noble phantasms, pounced on the 10 snake, the one-eyed old man, from the left and right. The enormous Bashan Dharma image suddenly opened its black hole like maw and swallowed the 10 snake Dharma image in one gulp, its head suddenly swelling dramatically. By this time, Biffin and Lushu had been eliminated, leaving only Kinyu, Zhao Sheng, Tang Snake, the one-eyed old man, Bashan, Black Turtle, and Guharo Bird, the sickly-looking man. After flying nearly 100 feet, the Black Turtle's eyes flashed, and the massive Black Turtle behind him suddenly transformed into a mountain of black light and shot out, slamming directly into the 9-winged Guharo Bird. Boom! A massive explosion cloud suddenly appeared above the sea of clouds, followed by a resounding boom. The aftermath of the impact caused the clouds below to ripple and sink. Zhao Sheng felt a terrifying surge of air rushing towards him, and the void around him grew inexplicably heavier. Countless air currents transformed into invisible wind blades, seemingly slicing through the void. Zhao Sheng paused, seemingly unprepared for the ferocity of Master Black Turtle, a man who would fight to the death with his very first blow. The next second, his entire body shook, and with a sudden roar, a dazzling flash of lightning surged from his body. His right hand instantly formed a giant palm of lightning, over 10 feet wide, and slammed down in front of him, striking the pitch-black feather blade. A resounding boom erupted, and a gust of wind whistled through the air. Zhao Sheng's feet sank, and he fell several hundred feet before regaining his balance. The pitch-black feather blade exploded under the blow, instantly disintegrating into its original spiritual consciousness, vanishing into nothingness. Zhao Sheng's brows raised sharply, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. He had been reluctant to get involved, but someone was still refusing to let him go. At that moment, the Bashan Dharma image overhead seemed to expand to its limit, then suddenly expanded and contracted, its original spiritual consciousness force field like a blazing sun. Suddenly, a gray fog obscured the sun, dimming it momentarily. Immediately afterwards, the 10,000-foot-tall head of the Bashan shattered silently, its shattered willpower field corroded by the gray mist. In its place, a massive, scaleless, misty python, cloaked in gray mist, appeared, seemingly composed of mist. It was the true form of the 10-snake Dharmakaya. The Bashan Dharmakaya suffered another severe blow, and the aura of the man wearing the Bashan noble phantasm immediately withered, his willpower dimming significantly. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped axe appeared from nowhere above his head, slashing down fiercely. An unexpected scene unfolded. The Bashan, utterly horrified, suddenly emitted a yellow light from his waist, transforming into massive ochre-colored, jagged rocks that blocked the incoming axe. As the rocks shattered, a flash of black light enveloped him, and he vanished from the spot. This person, quick to see the opportunity, also chose to withdraw. Dozens of miles away, Zhao Sheng frowned slightly, feeling a sense of confusion. The 2 men just now seemed to have not exerted their full strength, instead easily giving up this great opportunity. Could it be that they, too, have sensed something amiss? Zhao Sheng's mind raced, a sudden possibility dawning on him. With a resounding bang, Guhuo Bird, the sickly-looking man, felt a surge of overwhelming force. Although his own willpower field absorbed most of the force, he was still unable to withstand it, and flew backwards, spitting blood. At this moment, Tang Snake, the one-eyed old man, glared fiercely at Zhao Sheng. The massive, one-eyed mist python above his head suddenly dissipated into mist and vanished. The next second, a vast grey mist suddenly formed in the void around Zhao Sheng, and the radiance of his will was instantly enveloped in a layer of grey haze, dimming it considerably. At that moment, a grey light suddenly erupted from behind Zhao Sheng, silently piercing his force field and piercing the back of his head. Simultaneously, the one-eyed old man smirked sinisterly, and suddenly launched his massive axe, piercing through the void and instantly landing on Zhao Sheng's head. In truth, Zhao Sheng had been keeping a wary eye on the one-eyed old man, Tang Snake, but he had underestimated him. Only after the grey light penetrated his force field did he realize he had already launched his attack, and it was too late to turn and defend himself. "Can you can die?" A sneer played on the one-eyed old man's face beneath the Tang Snake's noble phantasm. But before he could even conceive, thousands of purple lightning bolts suddenly flashed from the void behind Zhao Sheng, and a Kinyu image with the body of an ox and one leg emerged from it. Roar! The roar was like thunderbolt from the clear sky, reverberating through the clouds and stirring a deep, instinctive fear in his heart. Grey light, mist, and the python's shadow vanished in the roar of thunder. Zhao Sheng thrust his right fist with all his might, a force as powerful as a mountain-shattering force surging from the tip. With one blow, he sent the axe blade flying backward, but his fist also spurted blood. His body plummeted over 10 feet. Then, Zhao Sheng flashed, instantly arriving behind the one-eyed old man. With a thrust of his finger, the radiance of his own will erupted, condensing into a purple lightning sword that slashed through the man's back. The one-eyed old man's willpower field held out for a mere moment before the sword pierced through him, piercing him through the back. Blood gushed out in a gushing stream. This man was truly remarkable. Silently, he activated his willpower field, transforming the gushing blood into vast, crimson mist that enveloped the void for 100 feet, encompassing Zhao Sheng himself. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. Zhao Sheng had already vanished. Damn, it hurts. Zuten, if you don't use all your might, I won't be with you anymore. The one-eyed old man condensed his Tang Snake form again and shouted fiercely at the nine-winged Guhuo Bird, the sickly-looking man, not far away. I really can't hold back, Chongsun. Hold on for a while. I'll take care of this black turtle right away, the sickly-looking man responded immediately. He then began chanting an incantation, his entire body flushing crimson as dense, tangled tumors rapidly sprouted. These tumors wriggled like living creatures, emitting low humming sounds. Accompanied by a deeply painful groan, the sickly-looking man's aura surged, and the nine-winged Guhuo Bird, his will form, expanded several times its original size, emanating a majestic aura like the blazing sun. Each of its wings was hundreds of feet long, and a gentle flap of it instantly stirred up a torrent of wind. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sea of clouds hundreds of miles away. Zhao Sheng stepped onto the clouds, gazing at the hanging mountain on the horizon. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Above him, a ball of purple lightning suddenly appeared, churning and surging violently, as if condensing into a Kinyu image. However, Zhao Sheng suppressed his impulse, striving to prevent the Kinyu image from truly emerging. Since you're already here, why are you so secretive? Zhao Sheng suddenly turned his head to the left, his tone cold. As he finished speaking, the sea of clouds suddenly rippled, and a slender figure emerged from the void, hovering in midair. It was the masked woman from before. She was now shrouded in a halo of rosy light, appearing holy and solemn, with an ethereal aura, like a fairy descending from the sky. At her side, a young Confucian scholar in pale Taoist robes accompanied her. The young scholar wore a silver jade pendant at his waist and held a white folding fan. His figure was erect and his demeanor was ordinary, yet he was actually a return-to-void-level soul-refining puppet. Haha, a return-to-void puppet. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but lick his lips and chuckle. With that, he raised his right hand and unexpectedly removed the Kinyu artifact from his face, revealing a worn-out face. The masked woman parted her rosy lips and asked in a cold voice, "This opportunity is rare, so why don't you fight for it? Compared to other treacherous and evildoers, I prefer you to become my master's disciple." Zhao Sheng hovered in the air, his right hand tightly grasping the Kinyu artifact, preventing it from slipping out of his control. He said, I thank the fairy for your favor, but my strength is not as good as others. I have given up all hope and put my life first, the masked woman said. I don't believe it. You are obviously gifted, and you have already mastered the great power of time and space displacement, which can only be comprehended by those above the immortal realm. With such incredible talent and mastery of thunder magic, who else can be the final winner? Zhao Sheng's heart trembled upon hearing this. He thought to himself, could the realm of immortality this woman is referring to be the realm of true immortals? Feng Fengzi once said that the fourth of the 9 heavens of the void realm, also known as the eternal heaven, is a mysterious and unfathomable place accessible only to true immortals. This woman's words confirm this claim today, and it seems to be true. His thoughts raced, and Zhao Sheng said, everyone has their own aspirations. Fairy, why force them? The masked woman's eyes flickered. You don't know what a great opportunity you've thrown away. Remember, Master is a golden. Halfway through her words, the woman's entire body trembled violently, and she froze in place, speechless. A moment later, she returned to normal, but abruptly changed her tone, saying coldly, fend for yourself. Yu Lang, let's go. At this moment, the young scholar nearby suddenly smiled at Zhao Sheng, then followed the masked woman and vanished from his sight. Looking at the place where the two had disappeared, a hint of hesitation crossed Zhao Sheng's face. He glanced up at Hanging Mountain, recalling the strange moments before. A look of determination filled his eyes, his faith reaffirmed. Golden Immortal, Taluo, my fate is in my own hands, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself. Then, with a flick of his right hand, he flung the Kinyu artifact down into the sea of clouds. Then, with a thought, his figure instantly vanished above the sea of clouds. After a moment of dizziness, Zhao Sheng opened his eyes again. The barrier around him shimmered with a faint white light. The stone walls and ground were as smooth as jade. He had returned to his own dojo. As he stood still, a mystical aura, indescribable in words, suddenly erupted from every limb and even from the trillions of cells within his body, like a volcano. This aura contained extremely rare crystalline light fragments. These fragments, countless times smaller than cells, were the legendary spiritual power of the great Dao. The Dao spiritual inspiration is a profound and powerful force of a higher energy level than the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and even a level higher than the Zuaning origin key. It contains countless fragments of the Dao laws. Spiritual inspiration is the lowest level of the laws aggregate, 10,000 times more precious and rare than the Zuaning origin key. Zhao Sheng had no time to dwell on it. He immediately unleashed his full spiritual consciousness and willpower, completely immersing himself in the absorption of the Dao spiritual inspiration. Unfortunately, due to the harsh environment of the mortal world, the Dao spiritual inspiration barely lasted a breath before disintegrating and dissipating, instantly vanishing into nothingness. Even so, he benefited immensely from it. Suddenly, countless flashes of inspiration flashed through his mind, all of which were filled with inexplicable insights into the 3,000 Dao laws. He believed that once he absorbed this opportunity, his Dao cultivation would surely advance greatly. Even as Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged, lost in a state of utter oblivion, the vast ocean of mana within his Danshan Qi Sea rapidly expanded, his cultivation level soaring like a rocket. At the same time, above the purple mansion Soul Sea, the nascent soul's Dharma body shone brilliantly. Its 7-inch tall Dharma body actually grew in staggering height, rapidly approaching 8 inches. Soon, a vast and overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Taoist temple, breaking through the surrounding barrier and gradually spreading in all directions. Initially limited to the Qianlong Pavilion, it then enveloped the nearby Huxin Courtyard, Yuma-E Pavilion, and other buildings, eventually encompassing an area of 300 miles. This unusual phenomenon quickly alarmed the entire mansion. Chen Ying, Chen Shuang, and other wives and concubines rushed to Qianlong Pavilion to inquire about the situation. Head steward Chen Fu mobilized all the guards within the mansion and deployed the highest-level defensive formation outside the Taoist temple. When Zhao Sheng's unintentional burst of pressure broke through the barrier and spread to the outside world, Patriarch Fihong, who was guarding the sacred tree, quickly sensed the immense pressure erupting from Qianlong Pavilion and a look of disbelief crossed his face. This aura! Oh my god, how is this possible? Ancestor Fihong exclaimed in shock, then flashed and shot out of the cave. A streak of green light descended from below, instantly soaring above Qianlong Pavilion. Sensing the overwhelming pressure from below, Ancestor Fihong's expression changed drastically. His brows gleamed, and dozens of divine thoughts instantly shot out in all directions. Chen Daqian, head of the Chen family, and several other powerful clan elders all received the ancestors' orders. Though bewildered, they all sprang into action. Soon, the tree trunk where Qianlong Pavilion was located was designated a restricted zone, and no clan member within 1,000 miles was allowed to approach. A few days later, the white-browed child hurried back to the family tree and soon met ancestor Fi Hong. When he sensed the immense pressure emanating from the depths of Qianlong Pavilion, his expression suddenly changed. Another half-month passed, and as the pressure gradually enveloped an area of several hundred miles, the figure of Patriarch Zhengzhi quietly appeared above Qianlong Pavilion. A few months later, Fairy Linghu and Patriarch Zhengzhou also appeared there. Zhao Sheng's unintentional oversight had unexpectedly allowed all 5 of the Chen family's nascent souls to appear. This unexpected situation was something he had not anticipated. Chapter 627, Under the God Transformation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, spring turns to autumn, and the season of crisp, clear skies has arrived. For the past 2 weeks, the overwhelming pressure that enveloped hundreds of miles has gradually receded, its reach shrinking day by day, gradually retreating back to the Qianlong Pavilion. Patriarch Fi Hong, white-browed child, and others, observing this, immediately realized someone was about to emerge from seclusion, and they all cast their gazes toward the Qianlong Pavilion. That day, the invisible, yet overwhelming, aura within the training ground gradually subsided. As the divine light between Zhao Sheng's eyebrows gradually faded, the giant thunder image behind him slowly vanished from the void. Soon after, Zhao Sheng slowly opened his eyes, and 2 blinding flashes of lightning suddenly burst forth from his pupils, instantly illuminating the dimly lit ground as bright as day. The radiance lingered for a long time. After nearly a year of arduous retreat, he had fully absorbed his gains, and his cultivation had once again soared, reaching the 8th level of the nascent soul stage in one fell swoop, and even the 9th level was not far away. Zhao Sheng hadn't expected to reap such a significant reward from a single trip to the ruins of the Qian River. However, his greatest reward wasn't an increase in strength, but Zhao Sheng's face darkened as a thought shifted, and a silver-white mask with a bull's head and lightning pattern suddenly appeared on his face. He reached out and removed the Qinyu artifact, weighing it in his hand, his expression darkening. He clearly remembered discarding it in the Baikao Cave Heaven, but after returning to the Dachan realm, it had appeared above the Purple Mansion Soul Sea at some point, a truly bizarre sight. Gazing at the Qinyu artifact, Zhao Sheng felt a chill run down his spine, as if he saw the gaze of an unknown being, traversing endless time and space through the Qinyu artifact, looking down upon him from above. Its gaze was indifferent, as if it regarded all living beings as mere straw dogs. This thing must not be kept. Keeping it will bring disaster. It's best to throw it away. Zhao Sheng's eyes glared fiercely. He muttered to himself, and then his figure instantly vanished from the dojo. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the outer void, nearly 60 million miles from the Dachan realm, then vanished. Zhao Sheng, risking his own life, activated the Great Space-Time Shift 5 times in a row, teleporting to the edge of the galaxy's great sun in one breath. Without hesitation, he cast the Qinyu artifact into the depths of the boundless sea of fire. Then, in another breath, he teleported back to the Dachan realm. By the time he finally returned to the academy, his vast nascent soul consciousness was nearly exhausted. Zhao Sheng spent half a month meditating and regulating his breathing before his consciousness fully recovered. However, his goal was utterly thwarted. A day later, the Qinyu artifact mysteriously reappeared above the Purple Mansion Soul Sea. Upon witnessing its strange appearance, Zhao Sheng's face turned pale, yet he was powerless to do anything about it. The Immortal Venerable's weapon refining techniques were far too advanced for Zhao Sheng to decipher. Seeing he couldn't discard his treasure, Zhao Sheng could only accept reality and take things one step at a time. There was nothing to fear, anyway, at worst. One would die and the other would die. 3 days later, the stone gate of the Taoist temple slowly opened, and a tall figure in a white robe quickly emerged. Upon emerging from his retreat, Zhao Sheng's gaze caught sight of a young man with rosy lips, white teeth, and flowing eyebrows standing nearby. This man was none other than the white-eyebrowed child, one of the 5 ancestors of the Chen family. Zhao Sheng approached with a graceful gesture, bowed, and said, "Chen Zai, greetings to the white-eyebrowed child." The white-eyebrowed child sized him up and down, his expression a complex one. Hesitantly, he said, "You, very good. Well, from now on, don't call me Grandmaster. Let's just call each other fellow Taoist. In the Dachan world of immortal cultivation, any cultivator who reached the nascent soul stage was undoubtedly a supremely intelligent being. Before this retreat, Zhao Sheng's cultivation level was clearly no more than the late golden core stage. Yet, after only a dozen years of seclusion, his cultivation had unexpectedly soared to the realm of a late nascent soul cultivator. The meaning behind this unimaginable miracle is difficult to fully capture. Remember, Zhao Sheng was already 12 years old when he first arrived at the Chen family, already knowledgeable about worldly matters. If Zhao Sheng's greetings and gestures signaled his status and attitude, then the white-browed boy's words were essentially a test. The specific nature of the test was self-evident. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he spoke loudly, "Master, why do you say that? Although my original surname is Zhao, as the saying goes, the grace of raising a child is no less than the grace of giving birth. My surname is both Zhao and Chen. Master, please don't overthink it." The white-browed boy perked up at his words, his face suddenly beaming with joy. He hurriedly said, Okay, don't blame me for imagining things. Zir, quickly follow me to Fihong Cave and meet the Fihong ancestors." Even without the white-browed boy's mention, Zhao Sheng could sense 4 powerful auras emanating from Fihong Cave below. Who else could it be but the 4 nascent soul masters of the Chen family? Zhao Sheng naturally didn't deliberately point out the concerns and thoughts of the 5 Chen ancestors. He nodded slightly and followed the white-browed boy to the Fihong Cave abode nestled in the tree's waist. Later, Zhao Sheng indeed encountered the 4 family nascent souls, Fihong, Zhengju, Linghu, and Zhengzhou, in the tree's cavern. After the ceremony, Zhao Sheng took his seat, his position no higher or lower than the other 5 nascent souls, a gesture that clearly conveyed equality. Zhao Sheng glanced around, his gaze pausing on the sage-like ancestors Hengzhou before finally settling on ancestor Fihong. However, it wasn't Fihong who spoke first, but ancestors Hengzhou. Patriarch Zhengzhou exclaimed in amazement, Tisk, I thought your strength had been improving fast enough, but I never expected the Chen's speed of improvement is simply incredible. Looking back at the history of this world in the past tens of thousands of years, no one can match you. Your talent is really terrifying. Zhao Sheng smiled very humbly. The reason I can have such good fortune is not because of my heaven-defying talent, but thanks to the burial of Immortal's ruins. During this retreat, I encountered many great opportunities in succession in the burial of Immortal's ruins. That's why I made such rapid progress, even far beyond my own imagination. Upon hearing the burial of Immortal's ruins, Patriarch Fihong and others suddenly realized it, but how much they believed it in their hearts, only they themselves knew. After Zhao Sheng finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Elder Zhengzhou and said with a smile, Congratulations, Elder Zhu, on your successful transformation and ascension to the nascent soul stage. With your talent, you can expect to reach the divine transformation stage in the future. Elder Zhengzhou couldn't help but curl his lips, pretending to be reserved. It's nothing special. If it weren't for the great power jade bones you painstakingly obtained, how could I be where I am today? As for the idea of reaching the divine transformation stage, forget it. I feel utterly ashamed in front of you. Fihong, Beimei, and the other 4 frowned and glared at this, cursing the old man who had gotten such a great deal and was still acting so naive. Unexpectedly, Elder Zhengzhou remained calm and composed, appearing completely unconcerned. Truth be told, Elder Zhengzhou truly possessed extraordinary luck. Since replacing most of his bones with great power jade bones, his aptitude had skyrocketed, and his chances of reaching the divine transformation stage were quite high. As for who between him and Elder Fihong would ascend to the divine transformation stage first, it was now uncertain. Of course, the fastest breakthrough to the divine transformation stage was undoubtedly Zhao Sheng. Amidst the laughter and shouting of Zhengzhou, Beimei, and the others, the tense atmosphere in the tree cave gradually dissipated. With Zhao Sheng's deliberate agreement, the atmosphere became increasingly relaxed and harmonious. Seeing this, the 4 ancestors Fihong and Beimei secretly relaxed, their attitudes becoming more gentle and approachable. However, Zhao Sheng's next words slightly chilled the deliberately created atmosphere. Ancestor Zhu, you are from the Three Worlds sect, but I wonder what the relationship is between your sect and the Three Lives Palace. Although Zhao Sheng's question was light-hearted, Fihong, Beimei, and the other 5 felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Patriarch Zhengzhou's smile faded, his expression becoming solemn. He replied in a deep voice, Our Three Worlds sect is a lower world branch of the Three Lives Palace. The Three Lives Palace is a superpower spanning the heavens. Within the palace are countless transformed spirits, returned to void, and even powerful beings that the fusion realm have joined. The white-browed boy, believing himself to be Zhao Sheng's closest, immediately chimed in. "Zir, why are you asking this for no reason, master? You should know," Zhao Sheng said with a half-smile. Patriarch Fihong's expression darkened. After a moment's hesitation, he sighed softly and said sternly, "At this point, what's there to hide? Zir, are you thinking of leaving the clan and returning home?" "Yes, that's exactly what I'm thinking." Upon hearing this, Beima Yilinghu and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they subconsciously exchanged glances. Zhao Sheng didn't bother to look at their expressions and continued, "But I won't be gone forever. In about 100 or 200 years, before the great catastrophe of withering and flourishing, I will return to the Dachan realm." Beima Yilinghu and the others' expressions eased slightly upon hearing this. But they remained uneasy. However, the situation was beyond their control, and they could no longer influence Zhao Sheng's will. "Alice, your words put me at ease," Elder Fihong sighed, his words earnest. Elder Fihong saw clearly that Zhao Sheng was a man of deep loyalty, not a traitor who would abandon his wife and children. Therefore, he refrained from persuasion and instead went along with the situation, a true wisdom befitting a monstrous old man who had lived for thousands of years. Upon seeing this, Elders Hengju, the white-browed boy, and the other four immediately changed their minds, refusing to offer any words that might dampen their spirits. In response to Zhao Sheng's inquiries, Elders Hengju spoke with complete confidence, recounting everything he knew in exquisite detail. It turned out that it was he who had attended the auction, personally purchased Zhao Sheng, and brought him back to the family. Zhao Sheng was more concerned about when the Sansheng Palace's interboundary spaceship would return to the Dachan realm. The last time was 70 years ago. The time of the next arrival is uncertain, but it will be no later than 60 years. It comes about once every 100 years on average. After all, besides the auction, it also collects offerings from the lower branches. If you want to trade for a ticket, it's not difficult, but the price is very high. Of course, that's nothing for you. Elders Hengju spoke eloquently. In fact, there is an interboundary teleportation stargate on Lycan Island overseas. If you have a stargate pass, you can use this formation to quickly reach the Black Sand realm. Unfortunately, our family doesn't have such a rare item. Elder Fihong waved his hand upon hearing this and said in a deep voice, "Lycan Island has been sealed for many years. With a Lycan Island master here, no one in this realm can reach the island, let alone open the stargate." "Let's not talk about it," Zhao Sheng nodded, but did not mention his possession of a 7-star Ruai. In reality, he could have taken advantage of the Lycan Island master's departure to suddenly teleport to Lycan Island, then activate the inter-realm teleportation array and return to the Black Sand realm. However, if he did so, the 7-star Ruai would inevitably be left behind on Lycan Island. Furthermore, Zhao Sheng wasn't in a rush to return to the Black Sand realm. He could wait several decades. After all, he hadn't even reached the spiritual transformation realm yet, and his strength was extremely weak, making him unable to retaliate against the Three Lives Palace. Zhao Sheng never forgot the abduction at the Three Lives Palace, a vengeance he held close to his heart. In Fihong Cave, Zhao Sheng and the 5 ancestors of the Chen family quickly reached a tacit understanding. Afterward, they refrained from discussing the matter and instead began to exchange their experiences in cultivation. White-browed boy and the others, intrigued by his astonishing progress, burst into questions. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng shared his insights into the various principles of the Great Dao. Although he didn't reveal his true level of cultivation, the profound truths he expounded alone captivated the 5, leaving them feeling immensely benefited. This exchange of experiences lasted a full fortnight. Fihong, Beimei, and the other 5 returned home, all unanimously choosing to retreat into seclusion. To fully grasp this rare opportunity, Zhao Sheng returned to Qianlong Pavilion, where his wives, concubines, and children quickly arrived upon hearing the news. Zhao Sheng readily acknowledged their confusion, sharing his successful breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, but not his long-awaited ascension to the Great Master stage. Although his wives, concubines, and children had already had a vague premonition, they were still deeply shocked by the news. Upon accepting this astonishing truth, they were ecstatic. Their doubts about Zhao Sheng's future breakthrough to the divine transformation stage vanished. Soon after, Zhao Sheng learned from everyone's accounts of recent events, both large and small, that had occurred within the mansion. Other trivial matters were unimportant, Only 3 matters captured Zhao Sheng's attention. The first major event was the addition of several grandchildren. Besides his eldest son, Chen Guangren, who had a son and daughter, his second son, Chen Guanggai, also had a daughter, and even the youngest, Chen Meiqian, had a 3-year-old son. The second major event was that his daughter, Chen Zhi, had found a Taoist partner. This person was a true disciple of the Xingxiu Palace. Although of humble origins, he was considered exceptionally gifted. Only 3 years older than Chen Zhi, he had already reached the 8th level of foundation establishment and was poised for nascent soul stage. Zhao Sheng, of course, wouldn't force a breakup, but he still had to give them the necessary warnings and tests. After all, it wasn't easy for him, Zhao's daughter, to marry. The most significant event concerned his father-in-law, Chen Dacheng. 7 years prior, Chen Dacheng had achieved Golden Core great perfection, and 3 years prior, he had entered a deathly retreat, vowing to die within if he didn't break through to the nascent soul stage. Upon learning of this, Zhao Sheng sneaked in to take a look and saw that his father-in-law's aura was steadily improving, showing no signs of failure. Reassured, Zhao Sheng then painstakingly gathered several spiritual herbs for refining the infant condensation pills. He then personally refined several batches of these pills, ultimately successfully obtaining 2 top-grade and several mid-grade pills. The 2 top-grade pills were naturally intended for Chen Dacheng, a token of Zhao Sheng's thoughtfulness. Time flew by. One day, 8 years later, Zhao Sheng returned from the Endless Tower, having naturally broken through the 9th level of the nascent soul stage, reaching the 9th level of the nascent soul realm, the closest to the divine transformation realm. Chapter 628, Second Thunder Tribulation. True immortal demons use their minds to resist thunder. Night fell, dark clouds gathered, bursts of thunder echoed through the sky, and dense, thick lightning bolts streaked through the clouds, illuminating the gloomy night. Thunder and lightning flashed, and the rain poured down. Atop the canopy of the great Chun sacred tree, a bronze lightning-inducing tower blazed with dazzling lightning. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged beneath the tower, gazing up at the thundering sky. His eyes, a flash of lightning, reflected the true text of the great way of thunder. With a casual toss, 64 beams of crystal light flew out from his palm, falling around like celestial flowers, transforming into 64 pillars of smooth, pitch-black crystal, each as thick as a man's embrace. As these 10,000-year-old lightning pillars landed in the formation, they were immediately drawn into action by the thunder, suddenly releasing the thunder energy accumulated over countless years, bursting into billions of blazing white lightning bolts. Like a vast river of lightning flowing through the air, they flowed towards the center of the formation where Zhao Sheng stood. At the same time, Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and 2 gourds gleaming with lightning shot out from his danshan. They spun in mid-air and hovered just above his head. The suction power within the gourds surged, and the surrounding river of thunder light instantly poured into them, forming 2 blazing white vortexes tens of feet in diameter. These 10,000-year-old lightning pillars and their accompanying lightning-gathering formation all originated from Lifang Mountain, a major spiritual sect. Zhao Sheng had exchanged them for them 8 years ago from a return to Void Elder there. While this lightning-gathering formation was only a small part of a legendary formation, it was nonetheless a product of Lifang Mountain and possessed immense potential for channeling and gathering thunderous energy. Zhao Sheng naturally wouldn't leave it unused. With a lightning-gathering formation fully activated, the entire sky above the Thunder Tower platform transformed into a sea of thunder, constantly surging with unimaginable thunder power. Waves of the law of thunder grew ever stronger. A resounding boom, the sea of thunder, accumulating to its limit, suddenly transformed into 64 thick, solid pillars of lightning that hurled down from the sky, instantly descending upon Zhao Sheng's entire body and completely engulfing him. At that moment, the dark clouds covering a radius of thousands of miles suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly blinding light. Dense bolts of lightning pierced the clouds, transforming into countless spherical lightning bolts that cascaded down into the gathering lightning formation. The already immense power of thunder instantly doubled in intensity, becoming so dense it was practically liquefied. Zhao Sheng let out a low roar, his bones crackling with a creaking sound as his body suddenly expanded, transforming into a thunder giant over 3 meters tall. Lightning streamed down his body like a waterfall, and small vortices appeared in his 7 orifices, his chest, abdomen, and danshan, among other vital points, frantically absorbing the surging blazing white thunder water. Streams of pure and refined thunder filled his limbs, bones, and even his billions of cells. Under the dual control of will and divine consciousness, they were continuously refined into drops of purple thunder energy, ultimately converging into a vast ocean of mana. Even with his immensely powerful body, Zhao Sheng felt his entire body bursting with energy, as if being forcefully poured into a large volume of boiling magma. The sensation was unpleasant. A trace of pain crossed his face, and he gritted his teeth, allowing the thunder to pour into his spiritual orifices. Unlike before, when he had been constantly chasing the thunder clouds, this time, under the influence of the lightning formation, 64 lightning pillars poured down simultaneously like a waterfall. The thunder power contained within them was countless times greater than before, so much that he had no time to refine it. Strands of dazzling lightning burst from Zhao Sheng's countless pores. His skin, illuminated by the lightning, was almost translucent, and his tendons, bones, and even muscles and blood vessels were clearly visible. Even so, Zhao Sheng remained unsatisfied. Dozens of divine lights suddenly erupted from his brows, landing on various points in the formation, further increasing its power. Instantly, the thunder and lightning in the sky condensed and liquefied, forming rivers of liquid thunder that surrounded Zhao Sheng's body and completely swamped him. Time passed, years flowed. Zhao Sheng relentlessly chased thunder and clouds, using the thunder-gathering formation as his foundation, gathering the power of heaven and earth's thunder, and cultivating day and night the 12 Heavens Disaster-Repelling Sutra and the 6-9 Yuan Thunder. Over the years, the 12 Heavens Disaster-Repelling Sutra had been cultivated to perfection, and the 6-9 Yuan Thunder had also reached a minor success stage. The 6-9 Yuan Thunder is the first half of the authentic martial arts of Lifang Mountain, capable of being cultivated to the ultimate level of the spiritual transformation stage. This technique surpasses the 12 Heavens Disaster-Repelling Sutra in its purpose and potential, but it is known for its obscurity and difficulty. In the years of cultivation that followed, Zhao Sheng's progress, while not unstoppable, was at least dozens of times faster than those of his peers. As he pushed forward with all his might towards the great perfection of the nascent soul, time slipped by unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed. One day, thunder roared, and rain poured down. Countless lightning flashed through the gloom, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the vast treetops below like daylight. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in the center of the ancient bronze thunder hall, his massive form like a mountain, immeasurably heavy. A purple haze enveloped him, his skin smooth as jade, resembling the finest white jade, translucent and flawless. His hair, once jet black, cascading to his waist, now shimmered in a sheen of violet, each strand seeming to hold an aura of infinite destruction. By this day, the 6-9 Yuan Thunder had finally reached full perfection, and the big and small Rui Immortal techniques had barely reached the threshold of minor success. Under normal circumstances, he could maintain a 3-meter-tall golden body at all times. Most importantly, he had also successfully reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Zhao Sheng flicked his fingers, and with a simple boom, the air was effortlessly shattered, and a column of white energy over 2 meters long materialized in the void, lingering for a long time. Seeing this, his brows raised slightly, and he suddenly raised his fist, gently swinging it forward. With a resounding boom, an extremely powerful fist force roared out, and a streak of blinding lightning erupted from the void, condensing into a materialized white fist light that struck the inner wall of the Thunder Hall. A hole, the size of a bucket, suddenly appeared in the wall. The edge of the hole was terrifyingly bright, and streams of blazing white copper liquid flowed out. Zhao Sheng looked at the copper liquid gradually solidifying and darkening on the ground, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. His massive body slowly shrank, quickly returning to its normal size. He had delivered the previous blow with pure physical strength, exerting only a third of his strength, yet its power rivaled the full force of the nascent soul great perfection true person. He estimated that if he unleashed the full force of his 3-meter golden body, he could easily crush any great perfection cultivator of the same level. His cultivation had now reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm, and he was only a thin layer away from breaking through to the spiritualization stage. He could break through at any time if he so desired. However, he didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a breakthrough, so he mentally planned to increase the difficulty. The first step was to quickly locate a great Chun sacred tree that was about to face the catastrophe of withering and flourishing. With this thought, Zhao Sheng stood up, his eyes flashing with a flash of lightning, and his figure suddenly vanished from the hall. Several months later, in Dongli Continent, Kingayan Plain. In the center of the endless, fertile plain, a towering tree towered into the clouds. Its canopy resembled a floating island, stretching 100 miles across. At this moment, a vast mass of inky black calamity clouds suddenly emerged from the sky above the plains, filling the entire sky in an instant. Amidst a resounding roar, countless lightning snakes and thunder dragons flickered and glittered within the depths of the clouds, occasionally illuminating the dark and oppressive land. As the calamity clouds grew thicker and lower, the vast mist of calamity energy actually enveloped the enormous treetops. Thousands of miles away, above a massive city, a dozen giant and true immortals stood suspended in midair, all gazing solemnly at the distant calamity clouds. The atmosphere was extremely tense and solemn. A white-haired old man in a yellow robe stood at the forefront of the group, his robes rustling in the cold wind. Like a statue, he gazed obliviously at the most vital foundation of his family, the great Chun sacred tree. I finally waited for this day. At this moment, the man suddenly spoke, slowly speaking. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a resounding roar erupted from the depths of the calamity clouds at the horizon. The clouds tumbled and rolled, and layers of calamity clouds expanded in all directions, surging and rolling like 1,000 horses. The lightning snakes and thunder dragons within the clouds instantly became denser, their number exceeding tenfold. At this moment, the destructive aura emanating from the calamity clouds suddenly surged countless times above the heavens. The calamity clouds, originally only 2,000 miles across, now expanded dramatically, extending over 7,000 miles. Its current magnitude was undoubtedly comparable to the second level of the great calamity of withering and flourishing, perhaps even surpassing it. What is going on? Has our Fang family angered the heavens in some way? Is heaven determined to destroy us today? The white-haired old man roared in terror. The faces of the family's golden cores behind him were all utterly pale, their faces filled with despair. Unbeknownst to the Fang family, the culprit responsible for the sudden change in the thunder tribulation had already appeared in the deepest depths of the calamity clouds, eagerly anticipating the test of this mutated tribulation. Suddenly, a series of resounding rumbles echoed from the inky black calamity clouds. The long simmering electric pythons and thunder dragons finally erupted, merging into four-clawed thunder dragons hundreds of feet long. They shattered the clouds and slammed down towards Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng had transformed into a 16-foot-tall thunder giant, enveloped in a hazy purple thunder armor and swirling with invisible vortices. As the four-clawed thunder dragons pierced through and struck the thunder giant, a dazzling light erupted. Such a devastating blow would have even a true god transformation master retreated. However, Zhao Sheng remained unmoved, withstanding the wave of thunder with his bare flesh. The surrounding void suddenly shook violently, countless flashes of lightning shattering and annihilating. As the vast thundercloud exploded, Zhao Sheng absorbed most of it, refining it into his own mana. As if angered by his seemingly provocative act, the heavenly Dao ripped open a vast hole in the heavens, and blood-red thunder, like a waterfall, thundered down upon Zhao Sheng's head. Simultaneously, a series of even louder rumbles echoed across tens of thousands of miles. One after another, four-clawed thunder dragons, nearly twice as thick as the dragons, competed to tear through the clouds and bite at Zhao Sheng. At this moment, the great Chun sacred tree, also undergoing the test, suffered a catastrophic blow. The aftermath of the thunder alone was far more devastating than the devastating effects of normal withering lightning. Its immense crown was instantly shattered, its branches and leaves scattered in a flurry. Countless thick branches burst into blazing flames, quickly incinerating into ash. In a flash, a massive torch towering from heaven to earth appeared in the center of the Kingayan plain. This scene brought countless members of the Fang family to tears, their faces filled with despair. Throughout its history, the Dachan realm had produced countless exceptionally talented cultivators, but none as daring as Zhao Sheng. Other divine transformation true lords had all endured hardships, overcame numerous obstacles, and, through a variety of opportunities and good fortune, cautiously navigated the trials of thunder tribulations before finally breaking through the bottleneck and reaching the divine transformation realm. Past generations of divine transformation true lords could not even imagine that someone would dare to deliberately defy the laws of nature and actively absorb the power of the thunder tribulation solely for their own cultivation. Rumble. Thunder roared incessantly in the sky, and the vast tribulation clouds gradually shrank. This did not mean they were dispersing, but rather that their power intensified. When the clouds shrank to a radius of 1,000 miles, a golden pool of thunder, hundreds of feet wide, appeared at their center. It was filled with the condensed liquid power of the tribulation, shimmering with shimmering light. Zhao Sheng's mind remained focused, a nearly solidified divine thought and thunder seal forming between his brows. He knew the final test before divine transformation was imminent. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Sheng suddenly formed a thunder seal with his left hand. A small figure, shrouded in lightning, soared through the air, its surroundings swirling like a suit of armor. Its features and demeanor were identical to Zhao Sheng's. It was his nascent soul body. The nascent soul body clutched a jade-yellow gourd and suddenly plunged into the golden pool of thunder. Upon entering the pool, the thunder waters surged and swelled, forming a massive vortex centered around the nascent soul body. The golden, masculine, and yang waters struck the nascent soul body like a raging wave. However, the nascent soul body slapped the gourd with one hand, then sat suspended in mid-air above the pool, allowing the countless tribulation thunders to bombard it relentlessly. Simultaneously, a dazzling burst of light erupted from the gourd's mouth. This object, like some kind of forbidden existence, immediately captured the attention of the entire heavenly Dao upon its appearance. Instantly, over 80% of the golden tribulation lightning bypassed the nascent soul's dharma body and struck directly upon the true immortal's demonic mind. The golden thunder water exploded continuously, causing the true immortal's demonic mind to shrink rapidly, emitting wisps of strange black smoke. Under the onslaught of the tribulation lightning, the smoke vanished within 2 breaths. Soon after, when the golden thunder pool shrank to a few feet in size, the true immortal's demonic mind remained only a crystal white fist-sized ball, its dazzling glow barely lingering. At this moment, a shrill, agonizing howl suddenly echoed from the void, and a strange demonic figure, resembling a frog, emerged from the depths of the light ball, only to vanish in an instant. The next instant, the true immortal's demonic mind, like a living being, pierced the void, disappearing into the thunder gourd in a flash. Chapter 629, Invitation to Battle. That day, thunderclaps resounded from the heavens. A golden thundercloud, as vast as a galaxy, pierced the heavens, illuminating the entire land beneath it as bright as day. Afterward, all the lightning and thunder quickly subsided, the clouds gradually dissipated, and the sky cleared once again. At that moment, in the center of the Qingayan plain, the great Chun sacred tree still shook violently in the raging flames, though the flames were rapidly fading. While much of the trunk had been charred, its roots, rooted in the earth, were fortunately unaffected. It seemed they had somehow survived this catastrophe. Thousands of miles away, the Fang family's golden core true immortals wept with joy, their faces etched with the fear of having survived a catastrophe. The white-haired old man roared to the heavens with excitement. Soon, thunderous cheers echoed from the city below. The Fang family had never known the truth of this catastrophe, and perhaps they never would. 100 miles above, a fierce wind howled as a foot-tall little man materialized from thin air, slowly descending toward the thunder giant below. Landing atop the giant, the little man glanced around for a moment before finally disappearing. Zhao Sheng, who had maintained his 18-foot-tall giant spirit form, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of golden light burst forth from them, seemingly tangible, piercing through the void for dozens of miles, lingering for a long time. However, this strange phenomenon did not last long. Zhao Sheng lowered his eyelids, gradually subsiding the golden light in his eyes. As the 2 golden lights gradually dimmed, the giant spirit form rapidly shrank. A moment later, he returned to his normal form, and the overwhelming pressure enveloping the sky dissipated. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly shone from the depths of the sky. Zhao Sheng narrowed his eyes and extended his hand towards it. A jade-yellow thunder gourd flew from a distance like lightning and landed in his hand. With a roar of thunder, the surface of the thunder gourd shimmered with lightning, and a vast flash of lightning emanated from its mouth. The gourd began to shake violently, as if something within was struggling to escape. Zhao Sheng's face turned cold upon seeing this. He muttered something, and suddenly, a formless demonic fire ignited in his palm. Countless ancient runes emerged from the flames, and then, fueled by the flames of his will, surged into the thunder gourd, forming a rapidly shrinking vortex of flames above the space. At the center of the vortex, a pale ball of light shimmered with a faint glow as it fled in all directions. Under the relentless burning of the demonic fire, the true immortal's demonic thoughts gradually slowed down, finally stopping where they lay, letting the fire consume them. Zhao Sheng knew that the closer he got to the end, the deeper the demonic thoughts would become hidden, and the more difficult it would be to refine. What he needed now was patience and a long period of time. After all, this true immortal's demonic thoughts were already a prey, destined for his control sooner or later. Moreover, he had just broken through to the spiritual transformation stage, so he had plenty of time and no need to rush. Soon after, the sky vanished completely, and a fierce gale roared past, blowing away Zhao Sheng's last remaining breath. The sun rose and set, the stars shifted, and 2 years passed in a flash. On this day, Hanging City was bustling with people, decorated with lanterns and colorful fireworks everywhere. This wasn't the ancestor's birthday, but rather the celebration of the birth of a new nascent soul ancestor in the Chen family. Just 3 months ago, Chen Dacheng, who had been in seclusion for nearly 60 years, suddenly emerged. 10 days later, he successfully survived the nascent soul thunder tribulation, successfully breaking through to the dance stage and becoming an infant. He then retreated to recover from his injuries, only recently breaking through and emerging. Compared to Zhao Sheng's relatively low-key approach, the newly ascended nascent soul ancestor was infinitely more high-profile, and the Chen family also intended to celebrate with great fanfare. Consequently, the entire Chen family was bustling with activity for the celebration, and millions of spirit stones were dispersed like water. As a result, this nascent soul ceremony quickly resonated throughout Shenzhou. Upon receiving the Chen family's invitation, every prominent clan in the state dispatched envoys bearing lavish gifts to congratulate them. Zhao Sheng was naturally overjoyed. After all, Chen Dacheng was his father-in-law, someone who had treated him with unwavering care since childhood. To this end, he specially selected a precious earth spirit pearl as a gift for his father-in-law, Chen Dacheng. No, from now on, Chen Zhengchen was deeply grateful to his good son-in-law. If it weren't for those 2 top-grade Yuan Ning Ying pills, he would have failed in his breakthrough and wouldn't have achieved his current glory. The climax of the nascent soul celebration was undoubtedly the simultaneous appearance of the Chen family's 6 and 7 nascent soul ancestors. For a moment, the envoys from the major clans present were utterly stunned with astonishment. Not only because the Chen family had gained a masked, unfamiliar nascent soul ancestor, but also because the Chen family had produced its second late-stage great cultivator. Before countless people, the black evil immortal Chen Zhengzhou unleashed his immense, ocean-like divine power, instantly captivating everyone present. After the grand ceremony concluded, news of the Chen family's arrival of a new master spread rapidly to the prominent clans, and within just 6 months, it spread throughout Shenzhou. Because of the overwhelming presence of the ancestor, Zhengzhou, most factions overlooked the other nascent soul newcomer who had also appeared that day. Little did they know that this person, overlooked, was the greatest miracle in this world's history. Several months later, in Western Province, nestled deep within the Difu Mountains, within the heart of Tongxin City's inner city, a luxurious cave residence quietly welcomed its occupant. That day, a streak of azure light soared down from the depths of the sacred tree's canopy, quickly landing somewhere within the inner city. Later, in a quiet room within the cave, the aroma of tea and swirling mist filled the air. Zhao Sheng, clad in a white robe, sat cross-legged on a cushion, sipping his cup of spiritual tea with a calm expression. Across from him, Zhao Chengping's expression was unusually serious, and he seemed a bit restless. Master, 2 months ago, the enemy's vanguard forces penetrated the Difu Mountains, and now the entire outer reaches of the mountains have fallen into enemy hands. My Zhao family is doomed. The situation has deteriorated to the point of despair. If you remain silent, Ximen State will be devastated, with 9 out of 10 houses emptied out. Zhao Sheng had already read the battle reports of the past decade or so and was well aware that the Alliance's forces had been relentlessly defeated by the enemy. Most of the land had fallen to the overseas cultivators, leaving only a quarter of the southwest and west regions. Frankly, Ximen State's cultivators were too ineffective. Over the years of fighting, the weakness of the major forces had been clearly revealed. Even more disappointing, the more they suffered defeats on the battlefield, the more intense the internal fighting within the alliance became. Not only was there constant sordidness, but internal strife was also a constant, practically self-immolating act. Having witnessed so many ridiculous and absurd things happening within the alliance, Zhao Sheng naturally had no intention of turning the tide. Again, aside from the Zhao family's tens of millions, the fate of everyone else was none of his business. Chengping, you needn't worry. As long as I'm here, the Zhao family will be safe. I doubt those barbarians would be foolish enough to offend a true lord of transformation." As Zhao Sheng finished speaking, Zhao Chengping's expression tensed, and he quickly said, "But," seeing this, Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the alliance's leaders have offered an irresistible inducement? Zhao Chengping breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and immediately nodded. True Lord Gimri promised personally that if you can help, after repelling the overseas armies, he will hand over the Mo family's 3 tribulations sacred tree to the Zhao family, and also promised a 3,000-year period of non-attack. The 3 tribulations Mo family, a powerful 3 tribulations clan, is located in the eastern border of this state. They were the first superpower to be conquered, and their 3 tribulations Great Chun sacred tree naturally fell into enemy hands. Faragimity and other alliance leaders were truly scheming, hoping to commandeer a divine transformation master for nothing based on a false promise, but then again, the price the alliance offered was substantial. After all, there were only 7 3 tribulations divine trees in western province. If the Zhao family could claim one, it would be a leap to heaven. Therefore, Zhao Chengping had every reason to be tempted. Becoming a 3 tribulations tree master himself was secondary. The ultimate goal was for the family to ascend to heaven. Furthermore, the Zhao family would pay virtually nothing. All they had to do was persuade the true Lord Thunder God to intervene. Would Zhao Sheng take action? If he hadn't yet reached the divine transformation realm, he would have considered it. But now that he had achieved divine transformation, who in this world could withstand more than 3 moves from him? No, except for the mysterious master of Lichen Island. Instantly, countless thoughts raced through Zhao Sheng's mind, and a possibility suddenly occurred to him. No, those ancient clans still have a backup plan. I almost forgot, if they are really forced into a desperate situation, no matter how great the price, those old true lords who have ascended to the spiritual world will definitely return to the Dachan world through the Ascension channel. If that happens, the overseas immortal cultivation world will definitely be defeated. I understand, no wonder that person never takes action. It turns out that he is afraid of provoking an old monster that cannot be provoked. According to this logic, no matter what the outcome of this battle is, the overseas army will eventually withdraw from Simon's state. That person's purpose is not to occupy the continent, but to. Zhao Sheng's mind raced, trying hard to recall the countless intelligence of the past few decades. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind, and he immediately thought of that person's true purpose. Population, it must be to plunder population. Could it be, that person wants to sacrifice the blood of hundreds of millions of human beings in order to recover from his own injuries? Zhao Sheng's guess was almost the same as the truth. Xuanzan, a golden armored warrior, once possessed the strength of peak return to void. However, just as he was about to break through to the fusion realm, his old rival seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, severely wounding him and damaging Xuanzan's fundamental Dao. Once this foundation is severely damaged, recovery is nearly impossible. Determined to avenge his old enemy, Xuanzan turned from Taoist to demonic, attempting to repair the damage to his primordial spirit by absorbing the soul essence of millions of human beings. Over the years, countless wars have claimed the lives of countless human beings, a small number of whom have been secretly collected by special Horcruxes. However, this amount is far from enough, which is why the overseas immortal cultivation community continues to plunder the mainland population. At this thought, Zhao Sheng suddenly recalled the strange anomalies of the Western Simon State Alliance, and a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps the Alliance's top brass already knew all about this, yet they were deliberately colluding with it. Their intentions were so profound, their motives so sinister. It was simply, if his suspicions were true, then the Alliance, led by the K family, wasn't just stalling for time. They were also hoping to leverage the enemy's power to eliminate most of the state's immortal cultivators. As for the ancient and prominent clans like the Mo family, whose territories had been lost, or even their entire clans wiped out, they were essentially victims deceived to death. After the war, Western Simon State would have countless unowned spiritual lands vacant, enough for any victor to grab their own territory, so, the Zhao family might be one of the immortal cultivators to enjoy a seat at the table in the future. But he had to intervene. Zhao Chengping waited nervously for his response when he suddenly saw the man across from him smile. Seeing this, he felt relieved, his anticipation growing. Since someone is so eager to recruit me, I'll offer them a generous gift they can't refuse. Go back and tell them I accept. Zhao Chengping was thrilled by this and nodded repeatedly, saying, Okay, I'll tell True Lord Gimri right away. He was about to leave when Zhao Sheng suddenly called out. "Wait, true lord, what else do you want? Send me an invitation to fight. I hope to challenge a fellow transformation master from overseas in front of the B family sacred tree in a month. Whoever accepts, whether it's one or a group, I'll accept it." Zhao Changping's face darkened. He was about to persuade him to change his mind. But a cold gaze stopped him. Zhao Sheng took out a jade tablet and, with the force of his fingers, wrote across it with a single, flowing stroke, 100 words. Each word was powerful and vigorous, brimming with the essence of the Dao. After writing the invitation, he tossed the jade tablet into Zhao Changping's arms, signaling him with his eyes that he could leave. Zhao Changping nodded palely, then trudged out of the quiet room. Shortly after, the invitation was delivered to Fairy Gimini. Upon seeing it, Fairy Gimi's heroic face suddenly darkened, her brows furrowed, and a strange glint flickered in her eyes. As the strongest warrior in Western Province, Fairy Gimi couldn't contain her curiosity. For the first time, she felt a sense of mystery about this stranger and fellow cultivator she had never met. The appearance of the invitation quickly caused a sensation among the Alliance's top brass. Not only did the nascent soul ancestors learn of it, but even some well-informed Foundation establishment cultivators heard the shocking news from their elders. The Alliance, eager to boost morale, made no attempt to conceal the invitation, instead publicly announcing it. A few days later, Zhao Changping personally delivered the invitation to battle to the overseas Immortal Cultivation Community's headquarters and quickly passed it to Master Jingwu. "Haha, what a boastful idiot. Since you want to fight, then fight. I accept this challenge." Over the years, Master Jingwu had benefited greatly from the Island Master and received personal instruction from him on numerous occasions, leading to a significant advancement in strength, having already reached the mid-stage spiritualization realm. Throughout history, few mid-stage spiritualization realms have chosen to remain in the Dachan realm and not ascend to the spirit realm. Therefore, aside from the Island Master, Master Jingwu's power is unrivaled. Zhao Changping had never expected the invitation to battle to be delivered so easily. Seeing Master Jingwu's confident expression, his heart sank, and he soon returned with a grim expression to report. A month had passed in the blink of an eye. That day, outside the Sanjibi family's sacred tree domain, a vast army gathered, countless flying discs and ships filled the sky, clearly divided into two camps. As noon approached, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew increasingly solemn and oppressive. Endless blood-red murderous aura surged into the sky, tearing through the sea of clouds. As the sun reached its zenith, the much-anticipated battle of the gods was about to begin. However, Chapter 630 The victory has been decided. The sun was at its zenith, blazing with heat. Suddenly, dark clouds billowed across the sky, and a strong wind, carrying a thick layer of moisture, howled from the horizon. In a flash, the sky was completely covered in dark clouds, and a torrential rain seemed imminent. Boom! A sudden thunderclap erupted from the depths of the dark clouds, a deafening roar echoing through the heavens and earth. This celestial change was so bizarre that the expressions of those on both sides suddenly dropped to a state of shock. Even a fool could see that the celestial shift was the work of one of the transformation gods. Before this epic battle, there was no threatening rhetoric, as one might imagine. Not even a single figure was visible as the two transformation gods engaged in a tactical exchange. Haha, this technique of the thunder god, summoning clouds and rain, is truly masterful at its peak. Right now, the timing and location are both favorable to our side. Now, let's see how that old thief Jingwu will handle it. Seeing this, K. Jidao, the head elder of the K family, burst into laughter and exclaimed in admiration. Zhao Changping, standing nearby, showed no sign of joy. Instead, he frowned and said, "Old Jingwu is particularly skilled in water-based techniques. This shift in the celestial phenomena might be his doing." Senior Thunder God is aloof and proud, confident of victory in this battle. He would disdain such petty tactics. Although he hesitated, K. Jidao echoed his sentiments, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhao is right. Since true Lord Thunder God is determined to win, he must crush his opponent with honor." Meanwhile, the nascent soul-level ancestors of the overseas Immortal Cultivation Community were also discussing this, though most of them appeared confident of victory. A thick, dark cloud, like splashed ink, enveloped the sky for thousands of miles. At this moment, two figures hovered deep within the clouds, facing each other from a distance of 100 miles. The surrounding void was filled with thick, dark mist. Countless electric snakes flickered and shimmered through the surrounding clouds, clearly avoiding the void where the two men were. The sky cleared for 100 miles, and the sunlight streamed down like a golden beam, refracting through the mist and water vapor, creating rainbows around the two men. Compared to Zhao Sheng's youthful appearance and white hair, True Lord Jingwu appeared to be a fair-skinned young man with delicate features and a gentle demeanor. Zhao Sheng studied him for a moment, feeling a little surprised, feeling his strength was a bit beyond his expectations, but it wasn't a big deal. Attack. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Upon hearing this, True Lord Jingwu's face faded, and he smiled gently. Very well. Then, fellow Taoist, please experience my water mirror true realm. Before he had finished speaking, the mist and water vapor within 1,000 miles of the sky surged and swirled, instantly transforming into thick fog that completely blocked out the sky and the void. The fog was so thick that one couldn't see one's hand in front of one's face. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, suddenly startled to realize that the divine consciousness he had sent out was like a drop in the ocean, instantly swallowed by the surging fog. His divine consciousness's range shrank dramatically, retreating to a radius of several miles. Deep within the billowing white mist, enormous shadows darted beyond his divine consciousness's reach, appearing and disappearing. These massive shadows emanated an incredibly powerful aura, sweeping forth waves of low waves as they moved. Playing tricks. Zhao Sheng glanced at these monstrous beings, snorting coldly and shouting with disdain. Thunder. As his words fell, a resounding roar of thunder echoed between heaven and earth. From the depths of the dark clouds within 1,000 miles, a dense swarm of electric snakes and thunder pythons suddenly emerged, slicing through the void in an instant, tearing through the lingering fog. On one side, a swirling gray fog surged, while on the other, countless thunderbolts clashed fiercely, colliding fiercely and mingling. The entire thunder cloud rumbled and trembled, and the very air twisted and trembled, as if ready to shatter at any moment. Wherever the thunder struck, the surrounding fog instantly melted like ice and snow, either vanishing into thin air or transforming into rain, showering the earth. Suddenly, from the deepest depths of the fog, a long, high-pitched dragon roar erupted. With a whoosh, a snow-white dragon tail, the size of a small mountain, suddenly burst through the mist, sweeping towards Zhao Sheng with overwhelming force. Countless crystalline ice blades swirled around the dragon's tail, emitting waves of terrifying cold and an unparalleled icy light. In the nick of time, Zhao Sheng calmly raised his hand and slammed it down on the end of the dragon's tail. Boom! The surrounding air instantly liquefied, exploding into a vast white cloud. The surrounding void shook violently, sending ripples of energy emanating from the cloud and mist in all directions, lingering for a long time. The snow-white dragon's tail was immediately blocked, unable to move forward. Even its diamond-hard scales were shattered into countless pieces. A large dent was immediately formed where it was struck, and all its flesh and bones were reduced to pulp. Zhao Sheng's right hand sank into the air, and in an instant, his entire arm expanded tenfold. His millstone-sized palm grasped the main keel deep within the dragon's tail. Immediately, boundless power erupted from his body. Zhao Sheng calmly waved his right arm, yanking the dragon's tail backwards, effortlessly pulling a massive, mountain-like, snow-white frost dragon, over 300 feet long, out of the mist. Even more terrifying, he spun several times in place, sending the enormous frost dragon careening back and forth, sending gusts of wind whipping through the surrounding void. From afar, a tiny figure could be seen swinging a behemoth 1,000 times larger with a single hand, effortlessly, like tossing a scallion. This stark contrast caused the sole spectator, Jingwu's Henjin, to frown, his expression changing slightly. He was about to intervene. But the next moment, the 10th-rank frost demon was violently flung away. As it flew, countless blinding flashes of lightning erupted from its body, revealing its fate and grave injuries. At this moment, a piercing wail erupted from the dragon's mouth, quickly resounding through the sky, momentarily drowning out the thunder and causing the bewildered spectators below to turn pale. Jingwu's Henjin felt a sense of relief and immediately glanced at Zhao Sheng, a hint of surprise on his face. He wondered, this man actually showed mercy. Could it be? Before he could even finish his thought, Zhao Sheng, with a solemn expression, suddenly pointed his finger. Several purple lightning balls blurred and instantly pierced the void, disappearing into obscurity. Seeing this, True Lord Jingwu's expression changed, and without a second thought, he flew backwards. The next moment, the void around him suddenly trembled, and several purple lightning balls appeared out of thin air, blocking his retreat. Countless radiant purple lightning burst forth from the lightning balls, instantly covering an area of hundreds of feet, trapping True Lord Jingwu within. True Lord Jingwu's backward flight suddenly froze, a look of shock on his face. His body suddenly became blurry, as if attempting to merge into the surrounding mist. However, before he could vanish, he was completely swallowed by the purple lightning. In an instant, the divine lightning's brilliance dissipated, and the void within a radius of dozens of feet became unprecedentedly clear. True Lord Jingwu seemed to have vanished from the world. However, Zhao Sheng's expression remained unmoved, and he suddenly turned his head to gaze at the clouds above. At that moment, a muffled groan echoed from behind the clouds, and then the clouds tore apart, revealing an arm bone that fell. Countless bolts of lightning entangled the bone, instantly obliterating it. It seemed that Master Jingwu had escaped a fatal catastrophe at the cost of his arm. Zhao Sheng, upon seeing this, raised his eyebrows slightly, and his body suddenly erupted with countless bolts of lightning. He expanded rapidly, transforming into a 3-meter-tall thunder giant. His aura surged several times, shaking the very atmosphere and faintly distorting the very void. Boy, I didn't expect you could injure me. You've been lying about your strength, even deceiving me. But don't think you can act so arrogantly in my presence. You've severed my arm, so pay with your life. A furious shout echoed from the thick fog, and the mist surged even more violently, instantly filling the sky once again. By this time, Zhao Sheng had already activated his 3-meter-tall giant combat body. Not only had his strength skyrocketed to rival that of a mid-stage spiritual transformation cultivator, his physical strength was unmatched. Naturally, he held no fear for Master Jingwu. He clasped his hands across his chest, watching him cast his spell, curious to see if he could force him to unleash his full power. Zhao Sheng was eager to see what would happen. After all, finding an evenly matched opponent was incredibly difficult, and he truly wanted to know just how powerful he truly was. The surrounding mist swirled, and suddenly, 3 immense vortexes coalesced. From these, 3 vast, clear, and translucent water mirrors emerged. The first mirror shone brilliantly, emitting a dazzling white light. Within it, a snow-white, hornless, cold dragon, immeasurably more powerful than the previous one, appeared. Deep within the second water mirror, a dark, monstrous creature with 8 enormous fleshy tentacles emerged. This beast resembled a magnified tadpole, its body covered in black markings. Its massive mouth, which took up most of its head, was filled with interlocking, pitch-black teeth, giving it a ferocious appearance. Deep within the third water mirror, a golden glow obscured the terrifying creature within. The moment the 3 water mirrors appeared, a water-based spiritual realm suddenly enveloped the surrounding void, spreading in all directions. It instantly encompassed dozens of miles of space, instantly sealing Zhao Sheng within. As soon as the spiritual realm enveloped him, Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up with a hint of amusement. He felt his magic power and spiritual consciousness inexplicably suppressed, and the water in his body mysteriously and rapidly decreased, as if being drained out. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, and lightning flashed from his body, forming a purple lightning helmet, which dramatically slowed the loss of water from his body. True Lord Jingwu is now unleashing the realm of the primordial spirit, a realm only achieved by those in the mid to late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. The fluctuations of the water principle could not be dispelled, and he could only counter them with fluctuations of the principle of the same level. However, how could True Lord Jingwu allow Zhao Sheng to calmly counter his killing move? With a shift of thought and a single finger movement, 3 water mirrors shattered simultaneously, revealing 2 divine transformation level demon beast kings, the 11th tier chilling emperor and the demonic mark emperor. Although merely the water bodies of demon kings condensed from water-based energy, they briefly possessed the might of their true masters at their peak. Buzz! As the third mirror shattered, a dazzling golden fist-like light emanated, transforming into a 5-claw golden dragon, emanating a terrifying pressure. Zhao Sheng showed no fear of the 2 demon kings, but he regarded the 5-claw golden dragon with a special eye, sensing a familiar aura of the principle. The next instant, Zhao Sheng's body suddenly erupted with lightning flashes once more, and his size exploded again, instantly transforming into a 10-zang-tall thunder giant. Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't dodge. He suddenly extended his arms to the left and right, instantly charging into the void ahead, blasting countless dazzling purple fists of light. Boom boom boom. The fists of light were dense and powerful, rippling the void in their path. The very void trembled amidst the pervasive lightning. A destructive aura erupted. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly boiled, then was expelled. Countless purple fists of light poured down upon the chilling emperor, the demon Zhang Emperor, and the five-clawed golden dragon, instantly plunging the void for over 10 miles into swirling chaos. With the unleashing of his 10-zang-long giant combat body, Zhao Sheng's cultivation instantly soared to the late stage of the spiritual transformation realm. Combined with his immeasurable physical strength, the power of his unleashed attacks far exceeded even Master Jingwu's imagination. In an instant, a blazing purple lightning filled the surrounding void. The blinding cloud of light ripped through the clouds below, exposing the entire force of the enemy to countless eyes. Within the vast army below, countless cultivators gazed in shock at the devastating scene above. The expressions of the divine transformation supremas on both sides, hidden behind the scenes, changed drastically, their faces filled with fear. At this moment, the cosmic fluctuations emanating from the purple thunder clouds above were so powerful they surpassed anyone's imagination. Divine transformation. Late stage? Oh no. Where did this monstrosity come from? His cultivation must be at least late stage. The divine transformations on both sides gazed at the giant thunderbolt at the edge of the rolling thundercloud, each offering their own assessment. However, in stark contrast, Fairy Gimei was filled with both shock and joy. Meanwhile, the Supreme Lord Jinghe, tasked with scouting the enemy lines, had a grim expression, filled with fear. At that moment, high in the sky, a shrunken, five-clawed golden dragon suddenly burst forth from the thunderclouds, carrying a breathtaking, void-distorting golden light, as it slammed fiercely into the 10-foot-tall thunder giant. The next second, the thunder giant, without even dodging or evading, suddenly extended its arms and fiercely embraced the charging five-clawed dragon. Hide, Gimei Fairy cried out in terror upon witnessing this, but it was too late. The five-clawed dragon, upon impacting her chest, erupted with a radiance 1,000 times brighter than the sun. The golden light rapidly spread, instantly covering the surrounding void for 50 or 60 miles, forming a vast golden cage. With a whoosh, a figure shot out from the depths of the clouds. It was none other than the hidden true Lord Jingwu. Upon appearing, the figure suddenly raised his hand, snapping his 5 fingers on his right hand. A dense stream of crystalline light burst forth, dazzling like fireworks, before instantly disappearing into the edge of the golden cage. Zhao Chengping was in his own camp. When he saw this horrifying scene, his face was filled with fear and his pupils shrank to the extreme. Chapter 631 Shuangling is coming. Rumble. High in the sky, Master Jingwu suddenly stopped, a massive wave of water rising from his body as he suddenly shot out backwards, showing no sign of gaining the upper hand. At the same time, an ancient bronze mirror suddenly flew out from his sleeve, its surface erupting with a myriad of crystalline white light, scattering across the void in all directions. Wherever the white light passed, the mist and water vapor transformed into thousands of crystalline ice spears, which rained down towards a certain part of the golden ball light with such force that the sky and the earth seemed to change color. This, Zhao Chengping's face changed drastically, and he roared wildly. A green light shone from his body, and he was about to shout something. At this moment, a black spot suddenly appeared on the surface of the golden ball of light, and then the black area rapidly expanded, forming a deep, dark black hole several feet in diameter. Countless ice spears shot into the black hole at this moment, but disappeared without a sound, as if they had been swallowed up. The next second, the golden ball of light suddenly twisted and distorted, and a lifelike crimson fire dragon suddenly emerged from its interior. Dragon roars instantly resounded throughout the heavens and earth, scattering the incoming ice spears. As the crimson fire dragon charged into the forest of ice spears, a sea of fire erupted in its path. In an instant, tens of thousands of ice spears melted into water, which eventually rose into clouds, filling the sky. Boom! The golden ball of light rapidly expanded and exploded, shaking the void and sweeping up vast clouds. Then, a thundering giant, its chest bleeding, strode out from the depths of the mist. Its awe-inspiring aura permeated the air, instantly suppressing all fluctuations in the nearby void. Zhao Sheng, with a hint of disappointment, raised his right hand slightly, and a black hole 100 feet in diameter emerged before him. It was the sword domain created by the Black Abyss sword. The sword domain was deep and dark, emitting a powerful aura of destruction. At this moment, his cultivation had greatly increased, allowing the Black Abyss sword, a spiritual treasure, to finally unleash its full power, along with a red dragon spear. Zhao Sheng casually struck out, and the Black Abyss Sword's domain blurred, arriving above True Lord Jingwu's head, consuming him headfirst. Simultaneously, the red dragon spear transformed into a stream of light, piercing the void and piercing through his back in a flash of lightning, its speed incredible. Zhao Sheng's probing purpose had been achieved, and he lost interest in engaging the opponent. "It's time to end," Zhao Sheng muttered, snapping his fingers. Countless dazzling flashes of lightning suddenly erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a series of lightning swords that swept in all directions. In an instant, a net of lightning swords filled the void, sealing True Lord Jingwu's entire escape route. Boom! True Lord Jingwu barely had time to raise the Zuanziao mirror to his head before he could retaliate. His entire being, along with his magical weapon, was trapped within the black hole sword domain. Despite unleashing a powerful aura several times greater than before, he was unable to escape. The red dragon spear's lightning strike caught him completely off guard, piercing his body and inflicting severe damage. Had that been all, True Lord Jingwu, possessing the cultivation of a mid-stage spiritualization realm, might have had a chance of escape. However, he encountered a foe he most despised. Countless ripples of lightning emanated from Zhao Sheng's body, instantly transforming the surrounding area for dozens of miles into a thunderous domain. Countless lightning swords blazed forth, drawing upon the natural lightning energy lingering within the clouds. In an instant, the vast expanse of sky, stretching hundreds of miles, became a blinding, dazzling field of lightning. Everything enveloped within the thunderous field seemed to stand still, as if time had stood still. True Lord Jingwu was no exception, his face aghast, eyes wide, his body unable to move. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, a divine light gleaming between his brows. The Black Abyss Sword domain expanded seemingly out of thin air, a dense mass of pitch-black sword light crisscrossing and tangling around True Lord Jingwu's body. His flesh was instantly chopped into pieces, yet it did not immediately shatter, not even a trace of blood seeping out. Meanwhile, somewhere in the void hundreds of feet away, a figure barely emerged, only to be abruptly shattered into a pool of fleshy pulp. A flash of white light suddenly erupted from the pulp, a streak of light escaping 100 miles away in an instant. Within the depths of the streak was a terrified little figure, True Lord Jingwu's spiritual form. However, before its spirit could escape to the horizon, a burst of purple lightning leaped from the void, enveloping the little figure with uncanny precision, imprisoning it. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng extended his hand, and a sea of lightning surged in the void, engulfing the miniature spirit figure and transforming into a vast horn of thunder. It then swirled back and sank into his body. The two magical treasures, the Black Abyss Sword and the Red Dragon Spear, also flew back to their owners, transforming into two streams of light, one black and one red, that swirled around him. Zhao Sheng exhaled, calming his nerves. His giant spirit body rapidly shrank, quickly returning to its normal size. Despite numerous unexpected events during this battle, he had defeated Master Jingwu with almost no effort. The giant spirit body was indeed profoundly powerful, but maintaining it came at a significant cost. Every moment consumed a significant amount of his original spiritual consciousness and divine power. According to his own estimation, after unlocking a Tenzang giant spirit body, he could maintain it for a maximum of 100 breaths. At the 18 Zhang giant spirit body, that time plummeted to around 20 breaths. Any longer and his lifespan would be significantly shortened. Even though he had now advanced to the divine transformation stage, he still felt a strain. He barely managed a dozen breaths, yet it felt like a struggle. He fumbled with his fingers, pulled out a 9-return cloud god pill, swallowed it, and instantly refined it. However, the dwarf spirit, bound by the lightning grid, suddenly struggled mightily, sending a telepathic message, "Fellow Taoist, your strength is immense. I am no match for you. The outcome is now decided. I beg you to show mercy. I am willing to forfeit everything I own, only to beg you to spare my life. You want to live?" Not so easy. Zhao Sheng's expression turned cold, and he pointed a finger. The lightning grid suddenly lit up, erupting with a flash of lightning even more dazzling than before, once again trapping Master Jingwu's spirit and body. Suddenly, a streak of yellow light soared from below, soaring high into the sky and arriving 100 miles away in front of Zhao Sheng. The fading light faded, revealing an unremarkable old man in a blue robe. It was none other than Master Jinghe, one of the 3 great masters of overseas. Simultaneously, several miles to Zhao Sheng's left, a slender figure emerged. Her expression was delighted, and she was dignified and imposing. It was none other than Fairy Gimini. Upon seeing his old friend approach, Master Jingwu let out a sharp roar, and his soul and body suddenly expanded, growing 4 or 5 times larger. Zhao Sheng frowned slightly. The lightning grid bound his soul tightly, and his struggles proved futile and inflicted immense pain. Countless lightning bolts pierced his body, causing his soul to instantly wither. Master Jinghei's face was as sullen as water, and he gazed at him warily. He spoke in a deep voice, "This battle is yours. We will abide by our agreement, immediately retreat 9,000 miles, and voluntarily return a number of prisoners. Now, please release Brother Jingwu." "No," Faragimei intervened before Zhao Sheng could speak. "Fellow Taoist Gimei, I personally captured old Jingwu. It's my decision whether to release him or not. Do you have any objections?" Zhao Sheng asked playfully. Faragimei tucked her long, flowing hair and said meaningfully, "Senior Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I simply want to urge you to think things over carefully. Don't make a decision on the spot. After all, old Jingwu's value far exceeds this." Upon hearing this, True Lord Jinghei's expression darkened even more. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable and dire. He alone was no match for the 2 men on the other side, so he needed to remain calm. In fact, if she weren't wary of the mysterious Lichen Island Master, Faragimei would have already instigated Senior Thunder God to join forces and kill True Lord Jinghei, seizing the opportunity to inflict a heavy blow on the overseas forces. Unfortunately, Thunder God maintained an ambiguous attitude, remaining neutral and refusing to join the Honshu faction. Just then, an ancient bronze mirror fell from midair. Zhao Sheng waved his hand, and a giant palm of lightning shot out from the air, easily seizing the Zhuangziao realm. It then reeled back into his grasp. Zhao Sheng glanced at the Zhuangziao mirror, a hint of satisfaction on his face, and casually put the ancient artifact away. Jinghei Zhenjin, seeing the other party's arrogance, was furious, but the situation was overwhelming, so he suppressed his anger and began to bargain. However, Zhao Sheng feigned impatience after a few words, and after a few perfunctory remarks, he entrusted the negotiation to the Fairy Gimini. Then, carrying his prize, he proudly flew into the Honshu camp. Upon meeting Zhao Changping again, he gave him a few words of advice, then vanished to thunderous cheers. Zhao Sheng's departure was a minor event. Zhao Changping, who remained behind, became the target of all the adulation and flattery from the nascent soul ancestors. This filled Zhao Changping with both joy and anguish. Fortunately, he was a skilled communicator, quickly finding himself engaging in lively conversation and laughter with his fellow cultivators. Undoubtedly, after this earth-shattering battle, the previously obscure Zhao family of Twinkson City quickly gained widespread fame, quickly becoming a sensation in the cultivation world both within the province and abroad. Of course, the Zhao family's fame was merely a minor embellishment. The true leader of the battle, True Lord Thunder, was the true leader. His fame quickly spread throughout the Dachan realm, and he subsequently became a strong candidate for the title of the strongest True Lord within the realm. The defeat and capture of True Lord Jingwu immediately shattered the morale of the overseas forces, leaving them in a state of utter panic. In just a few days, the overseas forces suffered repeated defeats, retreating over 9,000 miles, suffering millions of casualties before they could finally regain their footing. Meanwhile, this devastating news quickly reached Lichen Island. The Lord of Lichen, Xuanzan, enraged. Rumors circulated that he had secretly left Ling Island and set sail for Ximen province. However, Zhao Sheng waited in the military camp for over half a month, but the mysterious figure never showed up. This left him deeply disappointed. He had originally intended to lure the tiger away from the mountain, but he hadn't expected the other party to be so patient. Perhaps he didn't care about old man Jingwu's life or death at all. Wait, could it be that his injuries had already healed to a critical point, so he was hiding on Lichen Island and never reappeared? Zhao Sheng repeatedly tried to secretly move to the waters surrounding Lichen Island and infiltrate the island to investigate. However, every time he approached within 100 miles of the island, he would somehow alert the figure. Although Xuanzan possessed the ability to teleport, Zhao Sheng would always teleport away before he could strike. The only time they clashed, the exchange of a single blow was enough. Zhao Sheng had no time to activate his giant spirit combat body, and was nearly seriously injured. Fortunately, his immensely strong physical body allowed him to escape with only minor injuries. After this incident, Zhao Sheng was forced to abandon his previous ambitions and instead hoped for the swift arrival of the Sancheng Palace's interboundary spacecraft. 6 months later, the old man Jingwu finally met his doom. Gimei Fairy and other alliance leaders were unlikely to let the tiger go. So, after months of negotiations, immense resources, and countless promises, Zhao Sheng finally relented and surrendered Jingwu's primordial spirit and body. Gimei Fairy and the others, overjoyed, quickly unleashed forbidden magic techniques in an attempt to enslave a true lord of transformation. Seeing this, true Lord Jingwu, driven to despair, brazenly self-destructed his primordial spirit before anyone could act, thwarting the plans of Gimei Fairy and the others. Another 6 months later, good news finally arrived. Zhao Sheng, upon receiving the summons, beamed with joy. He immediately summoned Zhao Changping, patiently instructed him, and left him 8 Kyankan bags. Then, he departed. Aside from Zhao Changping, no one knew where true Lord Lishan had gone since then. Afterward, the Zhao family constantly claimed that true Lord Thunder God had experienced a sudden enlightenment, and therefore had been in seclusion in the clan's secret residence, contemplating the great Dao. For a long time, true Lord Thunder God's reputation grew, but no one ever saw him again. A few days later, on the surface of Yuhu Star, above a ring-shaped mountain range, Zhao Sheng hovered in the air, his arms folded across his chest. He gazed calmly into the sky, as if awaiting something. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, at least 24 nascent soul ancestors appeared. Everyone awaited the arrival of the Shuangling. Shortly after, beyond Yuhu Star, thousands of miles above, the void suddenly rippled. The next second, a cigar-shaped, 10,000-foot-long, science spaceship silently traversed the barrier of time and space and descended upon the void. Here we are, haha, we've finally arrived, a few days late, but just in time. Upon seeing the spaceship appear, a host of nascent soul ancestors soared high into the sky, their gazes fixed on the heavens with fiery intentness. Zhao Sheng blended into the crowd, remaining unobtrusive, none of the awe-inspiring authority he had previously possessed as true Lord Thunder. Like a ghost, the Shuangling spaceship intruded upon Yuhu Star's gravitational field, hovering 1,000 feet above the surface. A white beam of light, 100 feet in diameter, quietly emanated from somewhere within the ship's bowels. It ascended to the ground, transforming into a vast skyway. The nascent soul ancestors present, all familiar faces, flew into the beam. A suction force arose overhead, and a dozen or so nascent soul ancestors slowly ascended, finally flying through a portal opened in the bowels of the ship. Chapter 632, finally arriving at the Black Sand Realm. The 9 Netherworlds, a gloomy sky. The void here is perpetually shrouded in a chaotic haze. Endless winds of time and space permeate every inch of the murky space, seemingly raging endlessly. At this moment, a massive, cigar-shaped, azure ship quietly shattered countless tiny turbulent flows of time and space, treading the vast torrent of time and space, hurtling towards the chaotic, desolate, unknown realms of time and space. Hundreds of cabins dotted the ship's interior, each measuring only a few hundred square meters, making it appear extremely cramped. In cabin C3, the floor and walls were woven with wood grain. The seemingly glistening, smooth surface was intricately inscribed with intricate array patterns, emanating a faint green light. Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged on a jade bed in the corner of the cabin, lost in thought. It had been over several years since he boarded the ship. The Shuangling spent 2 months in the Dachan realm before resuming his long voyage through the virtual realms. To date, this ship has repeatedly docked at the outer layers of the 3 Hengsha worlds, for periods ranging from 10 days to several months. Each Hengsha world varies in its wealth and poverty, and the richer the world, the longer the Shuangling has docked. 4 years, Zhao Sheng has journeyed through the virtual world aboard this ship, a total voyage exceeding 1,000 Hengsha years. Each of the 3 Hengsha worlds he has passed through possesses its own distinct character, with distinct customs and cultures. This has broadened Zhao Sheng's horizons and made his journeys truly worthwhile. Passengers like him, navigating these exotic lands, are not uncommon on the Shuangling. The sheer number of passengers aboard typically hovers in the 3 digits. Zhao Sheng was once secretly alarmed, for anyone who could afford a ticket was at least at the nascent soul stage, with even true god transformation realms not uncommon. Based on his previous observations, the number of those aboard the Shuangling at the true god transformation level exceeds 10 fingers. And in the most important bow control cabin, there lurks a terrifying being whose aura is as unfathomable as the abyss. This person must be a high-ranking figure sent by the Sansheng Palace to command this ship, and his cultivation is definitely above the return to Void Realm. After meditating for a long time, Zhao Sheng suddenly stood up, walked a few steps to the cabin door, and shot a ray of divine thought from his brow, hitting the barrier, and the green barrier instantly disappeared without a trace. Then, he pushed open the cabin door and walked out. After walking for more than 2 or 3 miles along the cabin corridor, a faint white light curtain suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. It looked like a light gate, but it was impossible to see where it led. Zhao Sheng saw the light gate, and a deliberate smile appeared on his calm face. Then he stepped into the light gate and disappeared. After passing through the light gate, the view suddenly opened up. Here was a vast expanse of misty waters, the air was fresh, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Zhao Sheng took a deep breath, his spirits rising. He glanced around, quickly discovering the lake stretching over 100 miles. Its shores were lushly green, dotted with exotic flowers and plants. Beyond the shore, towering mountains rose, shrouded in mist and clouds, creating a scene of lakeside beauty, birdsong, and the fragrance of flowers. Straight ahead, in the center of the lake, a verdant island nestled amidst lush forests and shrouded in mist. Waterside pavilions stood on the lake's edge, imbued with an ancient charm and a celestial atmosphere. Looking down, the lake rippled constantly, and dragon-bearded carp swam among them. A variety of rare fish and insects shone beneath the dense water plants. This spiritual realm was breathtakingly beautiful, yet Zhao Sheng knew full well that this lake and mountain scenery was merely an illusion. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Sheng had glided across the lake, skimming across the surface until he arrived at the pavilion, half submerged in the water. As soon as I entered the Shuxi Tower with its winding corridors and high eaves, an energetic old man wearing a crane cloak and with an immortal look came to greet me. Seeing that the visitor was Zhao Sheng, the vigorous old man was immediately overjoyed. He quickly bowed his head and saluted, saying, "So it is Senior Xianqiang who has come to visit. I am sorry for not welcoming you. There is no need for courtesy, fellow Taoist Jing. I just came out to relax and sell some unused elixirs and treasures." "Really? That's great. The elixirs and treasures sold by Senior are all rare and exquisite products. Not only are fellow Taoists flocking to them, but even the Yuanying supervisors in this palace are very tempted. I just don't know what kind of high-level elixir the Senior is going to sell this time. If it is the Enlightenment Pill, that would be great. I really want to exchange one from the Senior. I don't have the Enlightenment Pill, but I do have 2 of the 99 Resurrection Pills. I still have the same conditions. Those with time and space treasures will be given priority." After boarding the ship, Zhao Sheng adopted the public identity of Sky Wanderer and deliberately flaunted his exceptional alchemy skills. He also repeatedly produced high-level elixirs of the 4th rank and above. Consequently, he was quickly regarded by the passengers as a peerless alchemy master, commanding nearly universal respect. After all, the status of a master of alchemy is almost equal to that of a true lord of transformation, and wherever he went, he was surrounded and adored. As they chatted, they journeyed deeper into the waterside pavilion, arriving at a yin-yang bagua pavilion. This pavilion, open on all sides, featured a yin-yang fish pattern inlaid on the floor. The negative pole offered panoramic views of the lake and mountains, while the positive pole housed a small spiritual field, enveloped by a multicolored veil of light, within which grew numerous ancient medicinal herbs. Each of the pavilion's 8 trigrams had a jade table and cushion, but none occupied. Master Jinglian extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, saying with a flattering smile, "Senior Xianqiang, please come in." Zhao Sheng nodded slightly, stepped into the pavilion, and sat down at a random jade table near the lake. Seeing this, Master Jinglian quickly chose the nearest seat, a perfectly appropriate smile on his face. "Fellow Taoist Jing, you are also an alchemist. You should recognize the elixirs here, right?" Zhao Sheng pulled several white jade elixirs from his sleeve and placed them on the jade table before him. Master Jinglian's gaze swept over the elixirs, a faint divine consciousness enveloping them all, instantly allowing him to clearly see the elixirs within. Top-grade Jiujiu Soul Returning Pill, top-grade Lingzhao Pill. And up, this seems to be, top-grade Gixu Pill. They are all 4th-grade elixirs. Senior's moves are indeed extraordinary. Zhao Sheng heard this and said generously, "You and I are quite predestined. This time, I will let you choose first. But the exchange item must be able to catch my eye. In addition, I have a few questions that I need fellow Taoists to help me solve. Master Jinglian was overjoyed and nodded without hesitation. Senior, if you have any questions, just ask. As long as this junior can say it, I promise to tell you everything I know. Don't worry, I know the rules on the ship and I will naturally not make things difficult for you. Seeing this, Master Jinglian's expression moved, and he smiled and said, before asking, Senior, can you let me trade first? How could this person's plan be hidden from Zhao Sheng? His purpose was nothing more than to trade with him before others arrived. Haha. Fellow Taoist Jing's reputation of never suffering a loss is truly well deserved. Well, I promise you this, as if oblivious to the hidden meaning, Master Jinglian immediately pulled from his waist pouch a skull-sized object. The surface was covered with countless fish scale patterns, and its texture was warm and lustrous, resembling a rare fossil bone. Senior, please look. This 1000-loach dragon jade bone comes from a demon saint level 1000-loach dragon. Although it has been adrift in the dark sky for who knows how long, it still retains over 60% of its temporal and spatial properties. 1000-loach dragons have been extinct in the Eastern Star region for hundreds of thousands of years. Therefore, this dragon bone fossil is truly rare, Master Jinglian said, pointing at the bone. Zhao Sheng reached out and grasped the object, examining it for a long moment. His powerful divine consciousness penetrated the bone's interior, clearly sensing waves of temporal and spatial fluctuations, though these fluctuations were extremely chaotic and unpredictable, lacking any discernible pattern. Could it be that fellow Taoist Jinglian had long intended to trade this bone fossil of unknown origin for the elixir in my hand? As expected of a disciple of the Three Lives Palace, your calculations are meticulous to the core, truly earning my admiration. Zhao Sheng casually tossed the fossilized bone onto the jade table and praised. Senior Xiangqiong, you are mistaken. As the saying goes, a good buy is a good for its destined lover. I am willing to pay a huge sum to purchase this 1000-loach dragon jade bone, precisely because I respect you as a person. This object indeed possesses extremely powerful temporal and spatial forces. As to what kind of legendary creature it is, or whether it originated from the 1000-loach dragon, it is not important. What matters is that this treasure is exactly what you like. I am confident that I am not mistaken about this. Master Jinglian waved his hand, confidently stating. Haha, since you've seen through my flaws, I admit defeat. Let's stick to the rules of the trade. You may choose any elixir here. As for this 1000-loach dragon jade bone, I own it, Zhao Sheng said with a smile. With that, he casually picked up the jade bone fossil and tucked it into his sleeve. Elsewhere, Master Jinglian's face lit up with delight as he quickly grabbed the bottle of 4th-grade Gixu pill, carefully placing it into his storage bag. Gixu pill is extremely difficult to refine, having been deliberately leaked by the Sansheng Palace as one of its high-level recipes. This pill can resolve conflicts between different spirits, and in particular, cure the after-effects of a spirit taking over another's body. Shortly after Zhao Sheng revealed his status as a Grand Master of Alchemy, he was summoned by the ship's owner, who attempted to recruit him to the Sansheng Palace. When his attempt failed, the owner, rather than being angry, gifted him several 4th-grade recipes, including the Gixu pill, and even several copies of the necessary elixirs. This was a truly generous gesture. In the years that followed, Zhao Sheng, intent on returning the favor, now offered Gixu pill for the second time. After the transaction was completed, Zhao Sheng suddenly asked, hundreds of years ago, I was friends with fellow Taoist Long Kui from your palace. But when I boarded the ship this time, I couldn't find fellow Taoist Long Kui. Does fellow Taoist Jing know where he is now? Upon hearing this, Master Jinglian's eyes flashed, and he said bluntly, Senior Long Kui accumulated enough merits 100 years ago and successfully returned to the gate of Sansheng Palace. I'm afraid he is now in seclusion and practicing hard, trying to break through to the realm of a great cultivator. Oh, I see. Zhao Sheng nodded calmly, and suddenly asked, by the way, I'd also like to know how long it will take for this ship to reach the Black Sand Realm. How many Hangxi realms are in between? Senior, you don't know, the Shuangling's route is different every time. No one except the ship owner knows the entire route of this ship. But the next stop has been decided, and it should be the Fihong realm. At this point, Master Jinglian felt aggrieved and quickly added, don't worry, Senior. I don't know when we'll reach the Black Sand Realm, but according to convention, we typically pass through no more than 100 Hangxi realms along the way. Our ship has already stopped at over 72 Hangxi realms, So we shouldn't be far from the Black Sand realm? Zhao Sheng smiled at this. Fellow Taoist Jing, I'd like to know something. As the two exchanged questions, impressive passengers arrived one after another at the Yin-Yang Bagua Pavilion, quickly filling up the 8 seats. As the number of people increased, the atmosphere in the pavilion quickly became lively, and Zhao Sheng became the object of everyone's admiration. Most of the day passed in a flash, dusk fell, and the lake shimmered. The guests gradually departed, leaving Master Jinglian alone. He sat on his cushion, lost in thought for a long time, then took out his jade slip and recorded everything he had seen and heard during the day. Finally, his figure suddenly vanished into a wisp of green smoke. As time slowly passed, Zhao Sheng, following the Shu Ongling, soared across the 1,000-year-old outer sea, witnessing with his own eyes the endless sand worlds, each with its own distinct landscapes and cultures. 3 years passed in a flash. One day, the Shu Ongling slowly entered a storm-calm zone. Then, a brilliant, rainbow-colored light erupted from the ship's hull, instantly breaking through the barriers of time and space, and traversing from the gloomy sky into the vast, dark outer void. Millions of miles ahead of the ship, a massive planet suddenly appeared, occupying half the void. Its atmosphere was gray. And through gaps in the clouds, the continents could be seen, tinted yellow and black. The overall color appeared gloomy, yet it seemed to exude an indescribable heaviness and desolation. This planet was the Black Sand realm. Soon after, a 1,000-foot-long beam of light shot out from the Shu Ongling's midsection. From its end, a thin, elderly figure quickly descended. It was Zhao Sheng. He quickly transformed into a streak of light, soaring millions of miles toward the Black Sand realm. At the same time, streaks of light darted out from the pervasive darkness, soon merging into the pillar of light, forming a stark contrast to Zhao Sheng's departure. Being in a foreign land, Zhao Sheng avoided using a space-time teleportation, instead maintaining his flight. It took him half an hour to reach the edge of the planet's atmosphere. As soon as he crossed the boundary, Zhao Sheng felt a deep sense of familiarity. A profound sense of ease and relief permeated his entire being, like a wanderer returning home. Even his spirit and body instantly became more lively and agile, his divine consciousness suddenly heightened, a source of considerable surprise. Zhao Sheng exhaled a long column of air, which was immediately dispersed by the sharp, powerful wind surrounding him. He gazed down at the vast expanse of desert land below, a desert of sand and rock, the sky a dim yellow, a desolate scene. Chapter 633, Sand Life and Rescue. A vast expanse of yellow desert stretched across the boundless landscape. Vast tracts of sand seared the vast expanse, forming, over countless years, terrifying death zones. At the edge of a sea of death, a tall figure materialized, landing on a sea of scorching gravel. Zhao Sheng shook the dust from his robe and looked around. A vast expanse of sand, its yellow gravel covering the entire sky and earth, constantly reflecting the blazing sunlight and causing the air to distort. Waves of heat washed over him, and the intense heat and dehydration constantly tormented every living being within the sea of sand. It was like a boundless hell. Dozens of miles beyond the edge of the sea of sand, the surface gradually turned into desolate desert. Scattered across the bare sand and rock were clusters of grayish-white mushrooms. Each mushroom was as thick as a thigh and over 10 feet tall. Their white caps were dotted with grayish-white spots, their edges tinged with a faint purple, creating a strange and eerie appearance. This mushroom colony covers a vast area. Though scattered, it stretches endlessly as far as the eye can see, bringing a touch of vibrant life to the desolate desert. Phantom cloud mushroom? So this is the endless desert of the Xiangxin continent, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, a look of realization gazing at the grayish-white mushrooms swarming in the distant Gobi. When he was very young, he heard from his family elders that a poisonous mushroom called the phantom cloud mushroom grew deep in the endless desert. Although highly toxic, it was edible in small quantities. Furthermore, the toxin extracted from this mushroom can induce hallucinations and stimulate a certain degree of physical potential, but its toxicity is limited, making it effective only for warriors below the innate realm. Only the Phantom Cloud Mushroom King, which has survived for over 1,000 years, can have a certain effect on a transcendental warrior. Upon seeing the Phantom Cloud Mushroom, Zhao Sheng immediately gained a general understanding of his surroundings. The endless desert lies in the central region of the Xiangxin continent, occupying over 80% of the continent's surface. 40% of this is the Sea of Death, half is desolate, and the remaining tenth is home to tens of thousands of oases of life. The largest of these oases, called the Seven Rings Oasis, spans over 1,000,000 square kilometers. It is the primary settlement of the Zhao clan of the Black Sand realm. Their ancestral home lies in the inner Second Ring Oasis, where nearly 3 million members thrive. Gazing at the desolate landscape, Zhao Sheng instinctively released his divine consciousness, instantly encompassing an area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers, taking in the surrounding scene. This is practically a forbidden zone for life. No powerful demonic beasts exist within 1,000 square kilometers. Even the most powerful, the Purple Satin Scorpion King, is only around the 4th level, a force that could be destroyed with a single thought. Zhao Sheng certainly wouldn't resort to such frivolous activities. Just as he was about to escape, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, and he suddenly turned to gaze deeper into the Gobi Desert. Huh? That kid is strange, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself before vanishing into thin air. The next second, he appeared beneath a barren Gobi hill over 500 miles away. Surrounding the hill grew a vast patch of phantom cloud mushrooms, resembling a dense mushroom jungle. Even more astonishing, this mushroom forest bore signs of artificial cultivation. Deep within the forest, sand lizards, purple scorpions, stone snakes, and other desert creatures could be spotted. A small habitat had formed here, clearly man-made. Come out. I mean no harm. Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with admiration. He turned to gaze at the top of the hill, where a massive, weathered boulder stood. Most of the area in front of the boulder had been buried in sand, forming a small dune. Behind it, several feet of flat land had been cleared, and rocks of all sizes had been dumped beneath the hill. As Zhao Sheng finished speaking, the area around the boulder remained motionless, save for a dry, scorching wind that blew through the area, sending dust flying and blurring vision. After a long moment, there was a sudden rustling noise from behind the boulder. A pitch-black head poked out from behind the stone, peering stealthily. Catching Zhao Sheng's half-smile, the head quickly retreated back into the stone. Now that he'd been exposed, Zhao Sheng wouldn't allow him to escape. This seemingly ordinary, barren hillside had long since been excavated into a complex labyrinth, with over 70 tunnels crisscrossing its surface, the furthest exiting a staggering 30 miles. Zhao Sheng's mind shifted, and a slender, bald, pitch-black youth, hands reaching below his knees, emerged from behind the boulder. His limbs and body were covered in palm-width strips of stone snakeskin. His face, neck, and other exposed skin were dotted with blisters, some bulging, others bursting and oozing a milky white fluid. However, Zhao Sheng had come specifically to see more than just an ordinary mortal. This bald youth might appear small, but his body seemed to have been tempered through countless trials and tribulations. He possessed not only divine strength but also a vitality 100 times greater than that of ordinary humans, surpassing even those of innate martial artists who specialized in physical cultivation. Crucially, despite his lack of training, this individual's limbs and bones, as well as his Danshan, Qi, continuously surged with chaotic streams of spiritual energy. This energy possessed both fire and poison properties. While these two properties often conflicted, they were ultimately fused in some mysterious way. Compared to the pure fire spiritual energy, the poisonous spiritual energy within this individual was exceptionally chaotic, as if mingled with countless different toxins. An ordinary cultivator would have perished from the poison long ago. However, the bald youth's physique was unique, capable of absorbing all manner of poisons and transforming them for his own benefit. Fire and earth spiritual roots. Furthermore, he seems to possess some kind of innate spiritual body, Zhao Sheng thought, his brow furrowed slightly. His eyes could easily discern that the young man possessed both fire and earth spiritual roots, yet he hadn't practiced any cultivation techniques. However, the strange thing was that he possessed spiritual power equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi refining, even having established a rudimentary spiritual energy circulation system within his body. The bold boy struggled desperately in midair, but the invisible force restraining him was far greater than he could have imagined. Even with the immense strength of a dryland dragon elephant, he couldn't even move a finger. After a long moment, the boy finally gave up his futile struggle, but his lavender eyes still betrayed a stubborn and hostile spirit. Zhao Sheng caught his gaze and smiled faintly. Suddenly, with a flick of his long sleeve, a roasted, golden-brown jade fat spiritual sheep flew out from under his sleeve, landing far below the boy's feet. At the same moment, the bald boy felt the force holding him suddenly dissipate, and he plummeted to the ground. Before him lay a roasted, golden-yellow spirit sheep, dripping with succulent fat. The bald boy's mouth watered, his empty stomach rumbling like a drum. He glanced warily at the master nearby, then, finally unable to resist the temptation, he sat down on the ground, lifted the entire roasted spirit sheep in his arms, and devoured it with reckless abandon. Soon, nearly 200 pounds of spirit sheep meat had gone into the boy's stomach, even the entire skeleton being ripped apart by his steely teeth and devoured whole. After a hearty meal, the bald boy's hostility vanished, and he lay on the ground in immense satisfaction, seemingly savoring the delicious meal for a long time. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly used his spiritual power to penetrate the boy's mind and telepathically transmitted, "What's your name?" The bald boy, startled by the sound, suddenly sat up, his purple eyes fixed on Zhao Sheng, their gaze filled with curiosity and a hint of wariness. After a moment's hesitation, the bald boy opened his mouth and uttered 2 words in a dry voice, "Shashan, Shashan." Zhao Sheng was startled at the words, but quickly realized it was Shan, not Shak, implying birth in the desert. "That's a straightforward name," Zhao Sheng smiled, then switched back to the Black Sand Realm's native language and said, "My Taoist name is Xianqian. Shashan, are you willing to follow me out of this endless desert?" Hearing the vaguely familiar language, Shashan's expression was clearly excited. After barely grasping the meaning of Zhao Sheng's words, the bald boy's eyes were sly as he whispered, "If I follow you, will that kind of food be available in the future?" Zhao Sheng laughed heartily and said, "Yes, of course there will be, enough to keep you full every day. Just follow me, and you'll have access to any immortal delicacy you desire." "Okay, I'll follow you." Upon hearing this, Shashan nodded repeatedly, his attitude remarkably decisive. "Haha. You're quite a clever kid. Well, it's because you caught my eye." Zhao Sheng didn't point out the boy's subtle thoughts. Instead, he admired his sharp mind and natural intelligence even more. If properly nurtured, he'd surely become something great. With his mind made up, Zhao Sheng casually threw out a green wooden boat, about an inch long. The boat swelled in the wind, instantly transforming into a delicate flying boat over 10 feet long. "Shashan, come aboard." With these words, Zhao Sheng summoned the bald boy with a single thought and flew him aboard. A moment later, the green flying boat soared into the sky, transforming into a stream of green light deep within the hazy, yellow gale, speeding towards the northern territory. Meanwhile, in the northern region of the Xiangxin continent, within the second ring of the seventh ring oasis, a mountain range of towering ancient trees stood. The terrain was gentle, with few ups and downs. Shaded by the dense forests, clusters of buildings lay scattered among the peaks and valleys. This mountain range, also known as Xinglong Mountain, boasts a low-grade, third-tier spiritual vein beneath its surface, with 7 or 8 branching veins scattered across a radius of 200 miles. This makes it a rare, high-level spiritual site in the Seven-Ring continent. Xinglong Mountain is the core territory of the Zhao family in the Black Sand Realm. Nestled amidst the mountains and forests, the buildings are mostly built in the style of ancient castles, with thick, sturdy walls, high, raised roofs, and eaves. Countless relief carvings of birds and beasts adorn the walls, creating a distinctly exotic atmosphere. Today, the Zhao family's ancient castle complex has activated a defensive barrier, creating a solemn and oppressive atmosphere within. Teams of Zhao soldiers, clad in fine armor, patrol the fortress walls. Above the mountain, dark iron boats ranging from 10 to 100 feet in length zipped by, each manned by a member of the family at the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, within the largest of the ancient castle complexes, a dimly lit chamber 100 feet deep underground awaits. At the deepest part of the chamber stood a black and white stone platform, several meters in diameter, resembling a tai chi. Atop it lay a handsome young man. His eyes were closed, his skin pale, and he seemed motionless, seemingly dead. However, every 10 or so breaths, his chest could be faintly seen rising and falling. He was probably not completely dead yet. The entire stone platform was enveloped by a layer of sunlight, and within it was a thick, green smoke. This smoke seemed to possess some kind of spirituality, like a living being, constantly and slowly entering the man's 7 orifices. At this moment, a gourd-shaped oil lamp hung in midair, just above the young man's head. The light within the lamp was already very dim, flickering intermittently, as if it might go out at any moment. Soon after, the door to the chamber was suddenly pushed open, and 2 people walked in, one after the other. The first man, with white hair and beard, phoenix eyes and red lips, was a vigorous old man in a black robe. Behind him, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura followed. He was handsome, but his eyes were very narrow, giving him a hawkish look that didn't seem like a good person. The two men stopped at the stone platform, their eyes falling on the young man. "How long has this state lasted?" the white-haired old man suddenly said. "Over 5 days. Even with the infusion of the 10,000 years evergreen jasper, Zhanger's vitality continues to weaken. If he doesn't get treatment, after 7 days, even a god can't save him," Zhao Fengxian said grimly. "Zhanger is the most talented child among the descendants of our Zhao family. He entered Wuk Palace since he was young, and then successfully became the direct disciple of Patriarch Fuxian, which made him arrogant and looked down on others. Over the years, he has accidentally offended many disciples from powerful clans. He thought he would shine on this trip to the ruins of the Mian clan, but ended up with such a miserable ending. I hope that after this catastrophe, Zhanger will be able to gain enlightenment after waking up, and never underestimate anyone again." The black-robed old man Zhao Yudu sighed and said so. The middle-aged man, Zhao Fengxian, nodded at first. Then his brows suddenly arched, a fierce expression on his face. He said in a cold voice, "Although our Zhao family's patron has fallen, we are not to be trifled with. Zhanger's current misfortune must be the result of a clandestine attack by a powerful family, presumably targeting our Zhao family. Otherwise, how could Zhanger, at the late Foundation establishment stage, have accidentally ingested the Mianyang fire poison?" As he finished speaking, clusters of pitch-black flames suddenly erupted from the young man's chest, scorching the surrounding green smoke with a hissing sound, rapidly reducing its concentration. "Oh no! The fire poison is acting up again," the middle-aged man shouted, his face drastically changed. The black-robed elder, Zhao Yudu, witnessed this and immediately pointed his finger. A beam of clear moonlight shot out, piercing the light barrier and immersing itself in the young man's body. The pitch-black poisonous fire that enveloped his body instantly intensified, gushing out even more violently. Instantly, the secret room was filled with a scorching heat wave and a parched atmosphere. However, it was obvious that the two Zhaos did not care about this at all. The old man in black robe had a solemn expression on his face, and continuously injected his own magic power into the young man's body, forcing out a crown sun fire poison in his internal organs bit by bit. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 634, Desert Boating, Sand Bandits Attack. After an unknown amount of time, the young man's aura gradually rose, and his chest began to rise noticeably. Seeing this, Yuanying Patriarch Zhao Yudu's eyes lit up. He immediately waved his hand and flung out a snow-white ice pellet, brimming with chill energy. It flashed into the young man's mouth and forced deep into his stomach. Quickly, the chill permeated his entire body, rapidly dispelling the lingering fire poison within his internal organs. The young man's previously pale complexion quickly took on a rosy glow, and his heart began to pound, his vitality rapidly increasing. The soul lamp above the man's head suddenly shone brightly, its flame as large as a fist, burning silently. A moment later, the young man's eyelids fluttered twice before slowly opening. "Where is this? No, haven't I already?" A look of ecstasy crossed his face, and he quickly glanced around, spotting Zhao Yudu and Zhao Fengxian standing nearby. "Grandfather, Grandpa," Zhao Taizhong's expression changed, and he struggled to sit up. "Zhanger, the fire poison in your body has just been cleared, and your vitality is severely damaged. You must not move rashly. Lie still," Zhao Fengxian warned immediately upon seeing this. The young man moved his lips twice, but sensing his ravaged body, his expression grim. He gave up and lay back down. "Grandfather, this time, I was lured into that trap by Bei Mingsu. I had no choice but to take that Heavenly King life-saving pill, and only then did I escape the ruins alive. The Bei Ming family, the leader of the 4 great families of Wuk Palace, may attack our clan again in the future." Zhao Taizhong unleashed his conjectures, which he had pondered over countless times, fearing that the elders had fallen into the Bei Ming family's trap. "Alice, this is fate. As soon as Ancestor Fuxian died, the Bei Ming family was eager to plot against us. It seems we can't escape this disaster." The black-robed elder, Zhao Yudu, was the Zhao family's only nascent soul-stage ancestor and was well aware of the grudges between his family and the Bei Ming family. "Zhanger, let's forget your grudge against Bei Mingsu for now. With Bei Ming's power now so great, our Zhao family can only compromise," Zhao Fengxian was silent for a moment, then spoke to the young man. Zhao Taizhong's face was filled with hatred, yet his tone was remarkably calm. Grandfather, you prioritize the greater good, and your grandson is well aware of this. Let's end this matter here and pretend it never happened. Zhao Yudu lowered his eyes and remained silent. Zhao Fengxian, standing by, clenched his teeth, a look of humiliation on his face. The Beiming family is the foremost of the four great clans of Wu Palace, boasting numerous experts and millions of members. They even boast 6 nascent soul cultivators. Most importantly, Wu Palace's deputy palace master is Beiming, a peak-level cultivator with a 9th-level cultivation, renowned throughout the entire Xiangxin continent. 3 days passed in a flash. The brief night was drawing to a close, and a hint of dawn had unnoticed at the edge of the vast sea of sand. A chilly morning breeze blew steadily from the distant north, and from the depths of the darkness, shadows as vast as mountains gradually emerged. As the sun peeked over the horizon, the darkness quickly dissipated. Thunderous roars, emanating from the distant and approaching, shook the yellow sands and caused them to tremble. Several enormous, silvery, spindle-shaped ships, over 100 feet tall, bulging like balls in the middle and pointed at the ends, suddenly emerged from the darkness and sped along the desolate and silent sea of yellow sand towards the northern oasis. These desert ships bore countless scars, some as minor as scratches, others far more severe. Not only had the silver corona been torn, but even the main towers had collapsed, leaving them practically in ruins. From afar, these desert ships seemed to be gliding along the ground, stirring up the yellow sands in their wake, creating a long, yellow wave. But a closer look revealed that the ship's bottom was a full 3 feet above the ground. This was due to the densely packed vents that belched forth countless violent jets, sweeping the surface sand upwards, carrying it dozens of miles away. Zhao Sheng stood at the bow, his hands behind his back, gazing into the distance through the protective light curtain. At the edge of his vision, he could vaguely see clouds swirling, rapidly turning dark and oppressive, as if sensing the final calm before the sandstorm. Around the deck of Zhao Sheng's ship stood white-robed monks, each holding a wind-controlling banner. Their expressions were solemn, ready to unleash their magical instruments to accelerate the ship and escape the black sandstorm's reach. Crunch, crunch, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly heavy and oppressive, the sound of bones being crunched suddenly reached Zhao Sheng's side. Zhao Sheng frowned slightly and turned to look. He saw Shashin cradling a greasy thigh bone in his hands and stuffing it into his mouth. His large white teeth snapped a few times, shredding the bone into crumbs, which he swallowed down along with the marrow. He did so effortlessly, as if chewing sugar cane. Shashin was wearing a wide, sculpted robe that looked like a child in adult clothing, ill-fitting. However, Shashin paid no attention to the other's gazes, his mind completely focused on gnawing on a bone. Zhao Sheng observed Shashin devouring the delicious food, and a deep well of thought entered his mind. After 3 days of spending time with him, he had gained a deeper understanding of Shashin's unique physique. It was undoubtedly a highly adaptable constitution, and the harsher the environment, the more remarkable its ability to adapt and evolve. After careful examination, Zhao Sheng was astonished to discover that Shashin's body had accumulated countless toxins, forming a strange mixed poison that even Zhao Sheng found troubling. This mixed poison permeated Shashin's entire body, becoming a part of him. Judging solely by Shashin's strength, he'd be completely insignificant. But if you were forced to release the mixed poison within his body, Zhao Sheng believed that once it entered the human body, even a giant-level cultivator would find it difficult to neutralize it. Furthermore, as Shashin consumed more poisonous insects and other venomous creatures, the mixed poison within him would continue to evolve, becoming increasingly intractable. In a sense, Shashin's unique physique could almost be called a million poison body. One day, having consumed every possible poison in the world, his physique would evolve to unimaginable levels. By then, Zhao Sheng couldn't predict the full extent of the mixed poison within Shashin's body. Even a Chang Sheng's Hengxin could be fatally poisoned by it. Just as Zhao Sheng was lost in thought, Shashin suddenly swallowed some bone fragments, his face lit with anticipation, and he shouted, "Master, that good man is here again." Zhao Sheng looked up and saw an old man with yellow eyes and curly hair, dressed in a white robe, approaching. "A black sandstorm is coming. Fellow Taoist Xiangqiang, it's best to return to your room and not linger near the boat for long," the curly-haired old man said kindly with a smile. Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, then said calmly, "Okay, I understand. You may withdraw." The arrival was none other than the owner of this desert ship, Jinden's Henren Hujiatong. Ever since Zhao Sheng and Zhao Sheng soared down from the sky and landed on the ship the day before yesterday, they had caused quite a stir. Hujiatong, the owner, had quickly emerged and taken a keen interest in the two of them, not out of ulterior motives but out of deep fear. At the time, Zhao Sheng's subtle hints of his presence had stunned Hujiatong, prompting him to offer his flattery. Within 2 days, Zhao Sheng had been satiated by the delicacies delivered to his doorstep and had come to regard Hujiatong as a kindly person. Hujiatong, unfazed by Zhao Sheng's indifference, continued with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xiangqiong, you might not know this. This route is frequented by vicious bandits. Whenever a black sandstorm blows up, it's the perfect opportunity for the bandits to attack. These villains often use the beast tide to deplete the fleet's strength before swarming over. Once they capture a large ship, they will inflict their inner demon initiation on everyone aboard. Those who fail become slaves, while those who succeed in assimilating become new bandits." Zhao Sheng's expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity. The inner demon initiation this person was talking about sounded very strange, and it seemed to have some merit. Hujiatong's eyes dimmed at the sight, but he immediately changed the subject. He lowered his head to Zhao Sheng and smiled kindly, "Little friend, your uncle has specially prepared a feast for you. Do you want to join us?" Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up at that, and he nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes. Master, are you coming? Good boy. This kid loves to eat, but at least he still remembers that he has a newly professed master." Zhao Sheng couldn't help but smile bitterly, but he relented and allowed Zhao Sheng to go down and enjoy the feast on his own. With his permission, Zhao Sheng devoured the bones in his hand in a few bites and then happily followed Hujiatong. The kid was clearly extremely wary of everything, but at the mention of delicious food, he immediately forgot everything. Zhao Sheng watched his cheap apprentice slip into Class A and secretly thought to himself, "I'll have to make Zhao Sheng suffer a few more times in the future. Otherwise, even if he's sold out, he won't even know what happened." At that moment, his eyebrows suddenly raised, and he turned to gaze back at the dark, hazy sky. He had just sensed a strange movement. "It's happening again," Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed. The strange movement, originating from the dim sky, was even clearer than before. Zhao Sheng stared for a moment, then slowly withdrew his gaze and turned southward toward the desert. A slight sneer curled his lips. Not long after, a beam of light suddenly soared from the giant desert ship ahead, rapidly flying towards the ship beneath Zhao Sheng's feet. Just then, Hujiatong, dressed in a white robe and curly hair, hurried out and looked up at the incoming beam. His expression was stern, yet a hint of strangeness lingered. In a flash, the beam descended upon Class A, revealing a middle-aged man in white armor. He had red eyes, a cricket nose, and thick golden hair. His appearance and build were significantly different from those of ordinary humans. Zhao Sheng recognized the man. He was none other than Jin Xianhao, the owner of another sand boat and Hujiatong's senior apprentice. His cultivation was around the late Jinden stage. This fleet had originally belonged to the Xiangxing sect, but was now temporarily under the management of Jin Xianhao. Jin Xianhao paid no attention to Zhao Sheng. Upon his appearance, he immediately sought out his junior apprentice, Hujiatong, and handed him a storage bag. The two exchanged telepathic communication for a moment. After completing his instructions, he instantly shot up into the sky, hastily returning to the foremost desert boat. A moment later, a fierce wind blew, sending sand and rocks whirling across the ground. A blanket of yellow sand swept in from the southern sand sea, blurring the entire world and obscuring vision. "Look, what's that?" At that moment, someone among the white-robed guards scattered around the boat suddenly cried out. "Look over there, something's coming." Then, one scream after another echoed. Zhao Sheng looked up and saw a black hurricane tearing through the sky in the distance, carrying billions of tons of sand and gravel as it rolled in. The world was dark as night, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Ahead of the hurricane and sandstorm, a long black line, like a tide, rapidly spread toward them. Within this tide, countless desert creatures, such as sandworms, fire ants, flying camels, sand wolves, and stone pythons, could be clearly seen. Among them were tens of thousands of giant scorpions alone. The scorpion swarm covered an area of hundreds of miles, a dark mass like a black tide, rapidly approaching. At the forefront of the scorpion swarm were 9 giant scorpion kings, each as massive as an elephant. Their massive claws were over 10 feet wide, gleaming with an eerie black light. Their long, thick tails stood erect, their venomous hooks crescent-shaped like knives, flashing with a cold blue light. "That's the giant black death scorpions," someone exclaimed in shock at the overwhelming force of the scorpion swarm. In the endless desert, the giant black death scorpion with giant claws is not too powerful. What makes it terrifying is that there are so many of them and their toxicity is astonishing. Once a scorpion tide is formed and they come over like an overwhelming force, even a giant's henren will have to flee. "What are you panicking about?" At this moment, Hu Jiatong finally spoke, and his calm voice spread throughout the giant boat, instantly suppressing the panic on the entire boat. "It's just a beast tide. This scale is not enough to destroy the fleet. Pass the order." All passengers returned to their cabins. After speaking, Hu Jiatong's tone became particularly flamboyant, and he said with high spirits, "Men, immediately raise the wind-controlling flags. Let's fly the boat into the sky again." Zhao Sheng was completely unaware. His eyes swept across the beast tide and looked into the depths of the sandstorm hurricane, where there were pitch-black spheres undulating with the storm. These spheres are actually special warships, which are the usual flying magic weapons used by the sand bandits. "Humph, it's best not to provoke me to take action." Zhao Sheng retracted his gaze, muttered to himself, and then disappeared in a flash. The black death scorpion tide surged over, soon surrounding the giant ship fleet. Unfortunately, their efforts were doomed to be futile. One after another, the giant desert ships competed to rise into the sky, hundreds of feet above the ground. The giant desert ships, with their defenses fully deployed, were supported by layers of wind and waves. While resisting the increasingly strong wind around them, they rode the wind and waves and flew towards the north at the fastest speed. Chapter 635 Searching for Black King City. In less than 10 breaths, before the fleet had even escaped the storm's reach, pitch-black spheres burst through the swirling sandstorm, slamming fiercely into the ship's defensive barriers. Although the barriers initially blocked a few spheres, they soon reached their limit. As the spheres continued to fall, the barriers quickly crumbled, and each pitch-black sphere slammed into the deck and towers, instantly creating vast craters. The giant ship shook violently, its forward momentum abruptly slowing. The faces of the white-robed guards changed drastically. A series of muffled bangs echoed. The hatches of the sphere ships opened one after another, and from them sprang bizarre, yellow-armored bandits, roaring and laughing wildly, charging at the group. Then, after slowing its momentum, the giant ship suddenly plunged, as if losing power. On the deck, a continuous crackling sound echoed, the sound of wooden planks shattering. After the guards on the ship managed to steady themselves, their expressions suddenly changed. They quickly formed into Taoist battle formation, charging in groups of 3 or 5 towards the bandits. As the two sides clashed, a variety of magical weapons flew through the air. Golden spears, flying stones, earthen shields, the flash of swords, and other dazzling spells erupted one after another. The decks quickly descended into chaos, and blood and flesh flew through the crowd, with the casualties rapidly mounting. In a matter of moments, the battle for the ship reached a fever pitch. This horrific scene was also seen on the other desert warships. The bandits were inherently brutal, especially since the attacking group originated from the Black King City, the most brutal and inhumane city in the endless desert. Meanwhile, these warships had been tampered with by an insider, causing them to lose power and plummet to the ground. Once they hit the ground, the desert warships would inevitably be overtaken by the beast tide. Surrounded and attacked by the beasts, the fate of everyone aboard was imaginable. In a flash, the situation was swift. With a resounding bang, the desert ship crashed to the ground, its lower half sunk deep into the sand. Everything on board, including the combatants, was swept away by the recoil. With a crack, the towering tower snapped in half, and the planks of the deck exploded and bulged, forming irregular cracks. Some, caught off guard, were convulsed, their mouths and noses bleeding. Others, careless, fell through the cracks, instantly breaking bones. The most unfortunate were those who, momentarily distracted, perished instantly. However, most were prepared, spontaneously taking to the air the moment the ship impacted the ground, avoiding the worst of the shockwaves. Since the fleet dared to cross the endless desert, they naturally had their own security forces, relying primarily on the Jinden's Henren, led by the ship owners, and more than a dozen Foundation establishment masters. However, Hu Jiatong, Jin Shai and Hao, and other Jinden ship owners had long been targeted by the bandit leaders and were locked in fierce battles, unable to intervene in the onboard conflict. Moments later, a surging tide of beasts swamped the massive ships trapped in the desert. Swarms of desert monsters scrambled to climb onto the ships and launched a ferocious attack on the people. Some even swarmed through the hatches and cracks in the deck, swarming into the cabins below and unleashing a brutal slaughter. By this time, most of the passengers had taken refuge in the cabins, unable to escape before they were instantly doomed. For a moment, the howling of ghosts and wolves echoed from every corner of the ship. Corpses were scattered across the ground, quickly devoured by the countless monsters, and the air was filled with a thick stench of blood. Aside from a few hundred quick-witted and powerful cultivators who managed to escape, the rest of the passengers were instantly consumed by the beasts. Somehow, the sand bandits managed to elude these desert beasts, seemingly possessing some terrifying aura or power. Aided by the beast tide, the sand bandits quickly gained the upper hand. Soon, most of the white-robed guards were killed or wounded, and even the Foundation establishment supervisor fell one after another. The remaining Xianxing sect disciples were now confined to a corner of the deck, each struggling to hold on, hoping the ship's captain would slay their enemies and descend in time to turn the tide. However, no rescue arrived. A boundless black sandstorm swept in, filling the sky and earth with endless yellow sand. The surroundings quickly plunged into darkness, nearly pitch black. Just then, someone shouted, "Run!" and the remaining white-robed guards scattered, each unleashing their magical powers to flee in all directions. Meanwhile, the yellow-armored bandits, navigating this hostile environment like fish in water, exploited the ubiquitous turbulent eddies to instantly surge in speed, swiftly arriving and intercepting most of the fleeing white-robed guards. The incident had lasted less than a quarter of an hour. Yet, Zhao Sheng hadn't even appeared, let alone taken action. Meanwhile, dozens of miles west of the giant ship, a cyan wooden boat hovered quietly in midair, its surrounding area 1,000 feet of calm. No matter how raging the storm outside, it could not penetrate this 1,000-foot space. Zhao Sheng stood at the bow, his gaze serene, gazing above the giant ship. He seemed to be able to clearly see the desperate battles between the giant and cultivators dozens of miles away. Zhao Sheng stood behind his master, clutching a half-man-high wild camel hind leg in his hands, gnawing on it with great eagerness. The child, his mouth drooling with grease, kept shouting, "Those are bad guys. The captain is a good man. Master, please help save him." Zhao Sheng reached out and touched Zhao Sheng's head. It felt incredibly smooth, and he nodded casually, saying, "Okay." Hearing his master's agreement, Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up with excitement, and before his smile faded, he agreed. A faint divine light flashed between Zhao Sheng's brows, and he casually snapped his fingers. Snap! Instantly, dozens of miles away, the heads of the sand bandits exploded like watermelons, their brains splattering out, and in an instant, the raging wind swept them away. In a flash, headless bodies fell from the sky, quickly consumed by the surrounding storm, leaving nothing behind. Even the 9 giant and realm cultivators, with the exception of one who was mysteriously abducted, were spared, their heads blasted open by the power of their primordial spirits, their deaths unclear and unexplained. Hu Jiatong, Jin Xian Hao, and other giant and masters stood stunned as they watched their powerful opponents shattered by headshots one after another. They were bewildered, yet instinctively filled with a deep sense of awe and fear. Several giant and masters gathered together, anxiously looking around, as if awaiting a savior, yet also terrified of something else. "Let's go." Zhao Sheng had no desire to show off in public. After easily dispatching the wave of sand bandits, he called to his apprentice and prepared to depart. A wonderful sightseeing trip, interrupted by the bandits, left Zhao Sheng feeling a little frustrated, though he kept it to himself. He had simply used his apprentice's words to vent his frustration. At that moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the depths of the storm, screaming and swiftly flying in, slamming heavily onto the deck in front of Zhao Sheng and the others. It was a short, thin, bald old man, covered in blood-red tattoos. The old man's face was tattooed with a massive, black death scorpion with enormous claws, a vivid, lifelike image, as if ready to spring to life. Despite his unassuming appearance, he was the commander-in-chief of the Sand Bandits, possessing a cultivation level exceeding the 7th level of the Golden Core realm. Upon seeing Zhao Sheng and his disciple, the bald man immediately fell to his knees, begging for mercy with a grotesque display, completely unbecoming of a Golden Core realm master. Zhao Sheng offered no further exchange. His eyes suddenly blazed with 2 beams of divine light, piercing the man's gaze. The bald man froze in place, his eyes rolling back, veins bulging in his face, his expression aching with agony. A moment later, his spirit, bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsed and he died. Zhao Sheng also learned the information he sought from his mind. "Disciple, everything he possessed is yours," Zhao Sheng muttered, his thoughts etched. "Really? Master, you're the best." Zhao Sheng's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. He hurried to the corpse, carefully searching for any treasures on its body. At the same time, a cyan wooden boat suddenly soared into the sky, ignoring the raging sandstorm and hurricane-force winds, and sped off towards a destination in the northwest. In a blink of an eye, the boat had disappeared into the yellow sand. In the northernmost part of the endless desert, a towering mountain range stretched for countless miles, blocking the vast sea of sand and gobi. Like a majestic great wall towering into the clouds, it not only kept the swirling yellow sand out of the northern territory, but also carved out a human paradise spanning millions of miles from the Xiangxin continent. This mountain range, called the Hengdun Mountains, is one of the most famously untamed regions in the Black Sand realm, home to countless demonic beast races, including some transformed demon kings who reign supreme. In the center of the Hengdun Mountains, a steep, straight gorge, over 100 miles wide, dramatically divides the entire Hengdun Mountains into 2 halves, east and west. At the mouth of the gorge, a bustling city lies, its walls nearly 1,000 feet high, atop them densely packed with massive war artifacts. High-level formations are embedded within the walls, and a vast, white curtain of light perpetually shrouds the sky. Apparently, this city, known as Demon City, also known as the Demon Suppressing Pass, was built solely for warfare. It represents the highest level of cultivation in the Northern Territory's immortal realm, known as the Unbreakable City. As dusk approached, the setting sun, a dim yellow ray of light, filtered through the distant Gobi Desert, shone up on the Jingangayan walls, casting a soft hue on the cratered surface. Passing through walls that grew taller and taller, beyond the Sanchongweng city, a bustling city stretching for hundreds of miles, its streets and alleys crisscrossing like a network. Thousands of towering buildings and palaces, densely packed like a forest of gold and stone, formed a dense mass. Although it wasn't yet dark, the city was already ablaze with lights, as bright as day. On the blue stone-paved main street of Pinganfeng in the west of the city, 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly made their way along. The shorter man, clad in a loose robe, had a shaved head. His features were regular, though his face, covered in pustules, looked a bit formidable. He was devouring a pork leg, unfazed by the greasy stains on his face. The tall man, dressed in a purple robe, exuded a restrained air, his eyes deep as the ocean. It was Zhao Sheng. Next to him was, of course, Zhao Sheng. Having learned the general location of Black King City, Zhao Sheng planned to explore it. But before setting off, he had to settle his apprentice. "Master, is that good?" Zhao Sheng asked, grumbling as he gnawed on the pork leg. Zhao Sheng followed his gaze and spotted a street-side pastry shop filled with a variety of exquisite snacks. The air near the shop was thick with a rich aroma of dim sum. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, turned, and walked into the dim sum shop with his apprentice. Moments later, all the dim sum in the shop was gone. After leaving the shop, Zhao Sheng and his apprentice quickly blended into the crowd and quickly made their way deeper into Pinganfeng. Not long after, a noble suddenly appeared in the home of Mr. Han, the largest and most luxurious mansion in Pinganfeng. The Han family's eldest master treated him with utmost respect, quickly gathering a variety of delicacies and personally delivering them to the nobleman's room, fearing even the slightest neglect of the nobleman. After Zhao Sheng arranged for his apprentice, he didn't linger in the North Gate city for long. He immediately activated his time-space teleportation ability and instantly teleported away. Deep in the endless desert, above the vast and boundless death desert, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Zhao Sheng hovered high in the sky, quietly gazing down at the boundless desert below. His immensely powerful divine consciousness quietly expanded in all directions, instantly encompassing a 1,000-mile radius. A moment later, his brow furrowed slightly, as he observed a 1,000-mile-wide desolate silence, nothing but sand, no sign of life. Yet, based on his earlier soul search, he knew the infamous Black King City lay beneath this nameless desert. Somewhere within, an underground passage leading to it must exist. Seeing no results, Zhao Sheng's mind stirred, instantly teleporting thousands of miles away. His divine consciousness expanded once more. Searching this way and that, He soon found an underground passage beneath a sand dune. The rest, of course, is self-explanatory. Before long, Zhao Sheng had penetrated 100 miles underground, arriving at a vast, boundless subterranean world. Looking down at the endless, tranquil sea below, Zhao Sheng's expression was deeply moved. Outsiders could never imagine that beneath this deadly desert lay an ocean stretching over 1,000 miles. Rich in precious fresh water. The largest lair of the Sand Bandits, Black King City, sat atop a spiritual island in the center of the ocean. Hundreds of thousands of people lived there year-round, though the vast majority were slaves of the Sand Bandits. Zhao Sheng gathered his thoughts and released his divine consciousness, reaching deep into the ocean. Soon, he discovered a spiritual island. The next moment, he vanished into thin air, teleporting hundreds of miles above the island. Chapter 636 Evil Method. This island, nestled in a lake covering nearly 100 square kilometers, is blessed with an exceptionally abundant spiritual energy. The clear, transparent waters glow with a faint glow, lapping against the shore. At the edge of the spiritual island, a mountain of bones piled high on the beach. Most are decayed and broken, but the remains of various demonic beasts can still be discerned. Strange and bizarre skeletons abound, ranging from the small bones of infants to the spines of enormous beasts hundreds of feet across. Not only on the beach, but also across the entire island, the decaying bones can be seen everywhere. In the dim light, faint green will-o'-the-wisp flames drift across the wilderness outside the city, adding to the eerie atmosphere. Even more horrifying, a mountain of bones has formed in the very center of the island. The sheer number of bones there is incalculable, reaching over 700 feet high. At the summit of the bone mountain, a bone altar had been carved. At its center stood a 10-foot-tall skeletal statue. Between its brows, a seemingly ordinary white human skull was embedded, its mouth containing a multicolored orb. A staircase of countless skeletons led from the foot of the mountain to the altar at the summit. Hundreds of figures were climbing the staircase, each 1 inch taller. Even as their limbs bled from the bone spurs, their faces wailing in despair for mercy, they dared not stop. Anyone who stopped would be captured by the merciless Sand Bandits and thrown into the Bone Mountain, to be fed to billions of netherworld ghost ants. Black King City was built around this Bone Mountain. Surrounding it were vast, opulent buildings and palaces of varying styles. Outward in a vast circle lay neatly organized markets and streets, a stark contrast to the chaotic order of the legendary Sand Bandits. But Zhao Sheng saw at a glance that all the buildings and streets in the market town were actually part of a high-level formation, the core of which lay within the Mountain of Bones. The vast outer reaches of Black King City perfectly matched the conventional image of a Sand Bandit lair, countless stone and wooden buildings haphazardly constructed, with vast shacks scattered across corners, creating a chaotic and disorderly appearance. Within the outer city, violence and slaughter were rampant, undisguised and rampant in broad daylight. The tradition of the immortal cultivators prioritizing the strongest was exemplified in Black King City. Zhao Sheng hovered above the spirit island, subtly releasing his primordial spirit to sweep across the island. In an instant, he took in the entirety of Black King City. Excellent. Arriving early is better than arriving at the right time. This is the perfect opportunity for me to witness the wonders of the heart demon initiation technique, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, his lips curled upwards as his gaze fell upon the mountain of bones in the city's center. As soon as he finished speaking, he quietly transformed into a phantom, instantly appearing at the corner of the mountaintop's bone altar. The person presiding over this initiation ceremony was a kindly-faced elder with long, yellow hair. His name was Zhao Sheng, a figure of considerable importance. He was one of the deputy city lords of Black King City and a seasoned demon who had reached the nascent soul stage many years earlier. Zhao Sheng's expression was profoundly indifferent, as if he had long lost his humanity. He was oblivious to Zhao Sheng's arrival. Soon after, the first person to reach the summit finally appeared, a frail woman. But appearances are not to be judged. This woman, seemingly delicate and frail, possessed the highest level of cultivation among the group, having reached the golden core stage. The reason they had to climb the ladder so cautiously was because the Bone Mountain was so unnatural, its strange restrictions completely suppressing everyone's cultivation. Following the first person to reach the summit, the second, third, and even more succeeded, but they were all forced to walk to the center of the altar and stand beneath the skull statue. Hundreds of cultivators simultaneously climbed the bone ladder, but only a handful of 30 or so managed to stand alive beneath the statue. The others who failed became food for the netherworld ants. Zhao Sheng restrained his aura, remaining invisible at the edge of the altar, observing Xia Tongshen's every move with anticipation. Gazing at the wounded and lifeless crowd, Xia Tongshen suddenly smiled cruelly and spoke in a gentle voice, "Listen, everyone. The initiation ceremony will begin shortly. If you can hold out to the end, you'll live. Otherwise, there's only one word, death." The 30 or so survivors shuddered at these words, their eyes filled with a desire for life. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Xia Tongshen nodded with apparent satisfaction. Then, turning to face the skeleton statue, he inscribed an ancient incantation that no one could understand. As the incantation echoed throughout the bone altar, Zhao Sheng sensed invisible divine thoughts emanating from Xia Tongshen, instantly immersing themselves in the multicolored orb between the statue's brows. Instantly, the orb erupted in a dazzling, iridescent light, instantly enveloping the entire bone altar and all the survivors beneath the statue. Zhao Sheng remained unmoved, his body immersed in the dazzling light. Suddenly, he could hear the inexplicable roars and laughter of countless people. Then, an incredibly powerful and eerie mental wave appeared from nowhere, aggressively attempting to penetrate his purple mansion soul sea. However, it was blocked by the power of the primordial spirit, unable to reach a true lord of transformation. Zhao Sheng stepped aside slightly, feeling the strange divine thought find its way through and penetrate the purple mansion space. Instantly, countless memories erupted in his mind, as if the memories of thousands of people were being forced into his brain simultaneously. The images were filled with images of burning, murder, and looting, pure and unadulterated violence. In an instant, it was as if all the evil deeds in the world were simultaneously revealed, nakedly revealed in the depths of your memory. This was an immeasurable torrent of memories. A normal mind wouldn't be able to withstand it for a moment, it would be easily overwhelmed by the torrent, then contaminated, assimilated, and brainwashed by the vast sea of memory fragments, ultimately becoming part of the collective memory. In a trance, countless you appeared, burning, killing, and looting, enjoying the bliss of the world, and dying in utter madness. Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, two divine lights flashing in them. With a single thought, he destroyed the strange mental fluctuations that had invaded his soul. At that moment, he truly understood why the sand bandits in the endless desert were so relentless, yet so relentless. The true nature of the heart demon initiation method was a sorcery that twisted the will and assimilated the mind. This sorcery appeared incredibly evil, but its purpose was profound, seemingly derived from some great principle. The method was so subtle and unfathomable that even he struggled to decipher it. Zhao Sheng even glimpsed a glimpse of a higher-level sorcerer's truth in the workings of this technique. He vaguely felt that this evil technique might be the work of a great demonic master in the spirit world, and that even Black King City and this underground space were personally created by this person. None of the previous true lords of the Black Sand Realm have ever attempted to destroy a Black King City. It seems there's a shocking secret hidden within. No wonder Black King City has remained so resilient. At this thought, Zhao Sheng's gaze suddenly focused, and he began to retreat. At this moment, most of the 30 or so survivors had lost their minds, becoming mere living corpses driven solely by desire. When the last verse of the ancient incantation fell, only 7 people remained conscious at the center of the altar, including the female giant and cultivator. However, their condition wasn't much better now. Their eyes were cruel and evil, and their bodies were filled with violence. Kill them. At Xia Tongshen's command, the 7 new sand bandits all smiled with excitement and cruelty, and attacked the living corpses nearby without hesitation. Scenes of bloody violence quickly unfolded above the bone altar, instantly sending the surrounding bandits into wild laughter and cheers, shouting and screaming in ecstasy. As the thick, bloody odor permeated the air, the dazzling light in the air was unconsciously tinged with a bloody sheen. Within the skeleton's eyes, 2 balls of pure white flame quietly emerged, as if watching something. Zhao Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. The instant the bloody flames coalesced, he vanished from his position, unaware that he had inadvertently escaped death. Northgate City, Pinganfang. Deep within a magnificent mansion, Zhao Sheng suddenly appeared in the corner of the garden, then, in a flash, flew into hall. "Master, you're back." Xia Sheng heard footsteps outside the door and looked up, seeing Zhao Sheng flying in. He quickly dropped the chicken leg in his hand and shouted joyfully. Upon seeing the master appear, Master Han, who was serving nearby, beamed with joy and bowed deeply, offering a resounding greeting. Zhao Sheng nodded and said to Xia Sheng, "Master's business is complete. Xia Sheng, please follow me." "Oh." Zhao Sheng looked reluctantly at the table overflowing with delicious food, slowly stood up, and walked around the table to his master's side. Zhao Sheng waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind swept through. The hall was empty, and the master and disciple were gone, leaving only a white elixir bottle on the dining table. The moment Master Han saw the elixir bottle, he pounced on the table like a hungry tiger, grabbed it, and hurriedly opened the seal, pouring out a milky white elixir. It was the first-grade, top-grade solid elixir, the Yangying pill. It wasn't that Zhao Sheng was generous, but rather that this elixir was the most worthless and worthless in Zumi space. After leaving the palace, Zhao Sheng quickly purchased a cave dwelling in the inner city, imbued with spiritual energy, and temporarily settled Zhao Sheng there. A few days later, the cave house was filled with over a dozen stunningly beautiful maids. At the same time, Zhao Sheng officially assumed the responsibility of being a teacher. From then on, Zhao Sheng lived a life of darkness, his young soul soothed only by the delicious food he ate. To honor Zhao Sheng's unique constitution, Zhao Sheng painstakingly crafted a specialized cultivation method for his disciple, the Red Refining Myriad Transformations Body. This fire-based body refining technique, specifically designed to refine the world's most potent poisons, not only continuously unleashes the potential of the physical body but also cultivates a unique fire-poison spiritual power. Once mastered, it becomes unmatched among peers. Reaching the grand perfection stage allows for a chance to battle across levels. After several months, Zhao Sheng's chaotic spiritual energy successfully transformed into pure red refining spiritual energy, and his cultivation advanced to the 4th level of key refining. During this period, Zhao Sheng had infiltrated the Xinglong Mountains, home to the Zhao clan, several times, secretly gaining a thorough understanding of the Zhao clan's existence, gaining a complete understanding of its secrets and current situation. This included, of course, the entanglements between the Zhao clan and the Beaming clan. Thus, he understood the source of the greatest threat currently facing this branch of the clan. This time, he returned to the Black Sand realm for 3 reasons. First, to see how the Black Sand Zhao clan was faring. Second, to prepare for his future ascension. And finally, to secure the inter-realm teleportation array. Unfortunately, after searching the Zhao clan's sutra library and examining every scroll and handwritten manuscript left by their ancestors, he found no record of a successful teleportation back to Xingsu. Upon discovering this deeply regretful fact, Zhao Sheng felt a sense of loss, but he quickly suppressed it. In truth, he simply wanted to visit the Xianzhu realm, not necessarily return home. This desire in his heart was hardly an obsession. For some reason, Zhao Sheng didn't intend to reveal his true identity. Instead, he adopted a different identity to approach the Zhao family. Years flew by in a flash. That day, deep within the Xinglong Mountains, in a lush valley blanketed by verdant hills, a clear stream meandered through the valley floor. Along its banks, steam rose from the spiritual fields, and from the spiritual fruit forest, bursts of crisp, melodious bird calls filled the air. At the valley's lowest point, the stream curved, its banks covered in dense green grass. Around the bend, the current slowed, gradually forming a deep, emerald pool. Beside the pool stood a massive boulder, roughly 10 feet high. A young man in a green robe sat cross-legged, tending to several stalks of spiritual rice, their grains as shimmering as agate. With sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a nose like a dangling gallbladder, he exuded an otherworldly aura, a truly unforgettable presence. Not far away, an elderly man in a black robe sat opposite a white-haired woman. A 3-legged, 6-eared apricot yellow alchemy cauldron stood between the two men. As they exchanged blows, beams of alchemy magic flashed from it, clearly a contest of some kind taking place. The black-robed elder was immaculately dressed. His black hair combed into neat bun. He looked dapper and refined. It was none other than Zhao Yudu, the Zhao family's only nascent soul ancestor. The white-haired woman across from him appeared far more disheveled, draped in a loose robe that was clearly too large for her. Her hair draped unruly across her shoulders, and her hands, withered and yellow as if burned by fire, gave her a look of untidy appearance. This person, who could even challenge Zhao Yudu in alchemy, must be of extraordinary status. Her true identity was Grandmaster Chen Mingai, the Grand Elder of the Alchemy Peak at Wook Palace, known as Saint Hands and Heart of Alchemy, who had already reached the mid-nascent soul stage. Furthermore, she was not only a Grand Master of Alchemy but also one of only 5 Grand Masters in the spiritual farming profession. Notably, Zhao Yudu was one of the 5 grandmasters of spiritual farming. Chapter 637, Life Flame Divine Power and Zhuangzi's grandson. In the mountain valley, a gurgling stream echoed, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. A gentle breeze blew through the dense forest, brushing against the alchemy cauldron, dispersing the dense elixir energy and filling the surrounding area with a thick aroma for miles. Just then, with a thud, the cauldron's lid suddenly flew high, and several beams of elixir light shot out from it, shooting in all directions. Haha, 4 Yuhufenigan pills. This time, I win, Zhao Yudu laughed heartily at the sight. Suddenly, he waved his long sleeves, sending out beams of light that swept the 4 escaping 3rd grade, top grade elixirs back toward the 2 men. The white-haired old woman, Chen Ming, slowly lowered her right hand from supporting her head, yawned, and said nonchalantly, I didn't expect you, old thing, to have a trick up your sleeve. This time, I'll let you win by a fluke. This furnace of elixirs is yours. What do you mean by a fluke? I'm a master of alchemy, and I won fair and square. Zhao Yudu, upon hearing this, immediately erupted in disapproval, lashing out with a furious retort. Fellow Taoist Chen, please judge. This old woman clearly lost, yet she's so stubborn. As soon as she finished speaking, the young man in a green robe lowered the spiritual rice in his hand and said calmly, Fellow Taoist Zhao did win by a trick. However, if Grandmaster Chen had been more serious, the outcome of this competition would be still uncertain. Zhao Yudu's expression froze, and he was speechless. Despite his outward stubbornness, he secretly had to admit that the other party's alchemy skills were far superior to his own. At this moment, the white-haired old woman stood up and said calmly, All right, it's just a little game, why take it so seriously? Fellow Taoist Chen Zai, what's the matter with you convincing old man Zhao to invite me here? Why not tell me now? I have a lot of things I need to deal with at Alchemy Peak. I don't have much free time left. As soon as he heard the name Chen Zai, he knew the young man in the green robe was none other than Zhao Sheng himself. A few years ago, he was traveling through the Northern Territory as a casual nascent soul cultivator and, by chance, met Zhao Yudu at a high-end auction. Because of his status as a master alchemist, the two hit it off immediately. Zhao Yudu later invited him to stay at Xinglong Mountain, where he stayed for several years. Over the years, their friendship grew stronger. Recently, Zhao Sheng finally agreed to serve as the Zhao clan's guest elder, a move that delighted everyone in the clan. In the past 2 months, Zhao Sheng had produced a fragment of the alchemy manual, intending to study it with Zhao Yudu. Of course, this move was deliberate, intended to secure further assistance for the Zhao family. The chosen candidate was none other than Chen Mingai, the saintly hand and heart of alchemy. This individual held a unique position within Wook Palace, not only due to her dual status as both a nascent soul patriarch and a grandmaster of alchemy, but more importantly, as the 3rd grand elder of the Chen clan, one of the 4 great families of Wook Palace. The previous generation of true lords of transformation in the gods of the Wook Palace was surnamed Chen, demonstrating the Chen family's profound heritage and unique status. Hey, fellow Taoist Chen, what's your rush? I've summoned you here to share a great opportunity. If it weren't for our close friendship, how could this opportunity have fallen upon you? Zhao Yudu, upon seeing this, immediately rose from the ground and shouted. A smile crossed Zhao Sheng's face, and he floated upwards, landing in front of the 2 men in an instant, landing gently and coming to rest. Fellow Taoist Chen, I accidentally found a fragmentary alchemy book from the cave of the ancients. The language in the book is profound and obscure, and it is difficult to understand it for the time being. Therefore, I would like to use fellow Taoist Zhao to invite you to come and study this alchemy book together. With your joining, the 3 of us will verify and communicate more, and we will surely be able to understand the alchemy book, and both of us will be able to make great progress in Taoism. Zhao Sheng bowed and said with a smile. The white-haired old woman's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she couldn't wait to ask, Where's the alchemy book? Get it here quickly. Let me have a look first. Chen Mingai, why are you in such a hurry? Opportunities are rare, and the alchemy book can be read by you. But the conditions must be agreed in advance. I can't let you get this opportunity for nothing. As soon as Zhao Yudu finished speaking, Zhao Sheng immediately said with a smile, It doesn't matter. Fellow Taoist Chen is a great master of alchemy after all. Even if she gets to see it for nothing, it doesn't matter. Okay, I have heard it. You two are clearly in cahoots with each other. You actually want to use a tattered alchemy book to lure me into the trap. You are really scheming. A tattered alchemy book? Humph, the Danayang Patriarch is an alchemy classic left behind by the great man from the upper realm himself. Even if it is already in tatters, it is a priceless treasure. You are also a great expert in alchemy, but even such a priceless treasure was placed in front of you, but you rejected it. If I had known. Before he could finish his words, the white-haired old woman interrupted Zhao Yudu's complaint with a word, "Okay. Just tell me what your conditions are." I agree. Actually, the conditions are very simple. I need to collect some treasures that contain the power of time and space. Fellow Taoist Chen comes from a wealthy family, so you might as well find some for me. It can be more or less, it's all up to your heart. I won't force you, Zhao Sheng said with a smile. The white-haired old woman's expression relaxed when she heard this. I thought it was something difficult to handle. It turns out it's just a small request. I agree. In addition, I will remember this favor. A hint of joy flashed in Zhao Yudu's eyes, but at this moment he was so proud of himself that he shouted, "How can this opportunity be repaid with a favor?" After reading the fragments of the alchemy classics, you will know how precious this opportunity is. Zhao Sheng did not say much, but took out a beast-skin book from his sleeve and handed it to the white-haired old woman with a solemn expression. Chen Ming had also heard old man Zhao's boasts, and his curiosity had already been piqued. As soon as he took the book, he ignored everything else and began flipping through it. In an instant, his expression became utterly captivated, his mind oblivious to everything else, completely absorbed in the countless profound and subtle teachings of the alchemy classics. Zhao Yudu was not surprised by this. After all, he had been similarly captivated when he first read the alchemy classics. By the way, Brother Chen, you brewed 100 years of drunk. Could you spare me a few jars? I'll trade you for treasures. Zhao Yudu suddenly approached, grinning. Fellow Taoist Zhao, that's being rather formal. It's just a mere 100 years of drunk. I'll spare you 10 jars, Zhao Sheng said generously, waving his hand. Zhao Yudu beamed at this. But before his smile could even finish, Zhao Sheng's next words froze it, and his face twitched slightly. Then, you'll trade it for 100 shi of 9 yang spiritual rice. This 9 yang spiritual rice is a premium spiritual rice, specially cultivated by the Zhao family through the inherited secret technique of life fire. This spiritual rice matures only once every 30 years, and the yield per acre is extremely low. 1 shi of 9 yang spiritual rice can be exchanged for a foundation establishment pill, so you can imagine its immense value. Zhao Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at Zhao Yudu's distressed expression. This 100 years of drunk is too expensive. Fine. 100 shi, so be it. After all, it's a trade to Brother Chen. I don't feel the slightest bit of pain. Zhao Yudu, a seasoned veteran, naturally saw that Zhao Sheng was teasing, but he was content to feign ignorance, feigning a look of deep heartache. Zhao Sheng's smile widened upon seeing this, and with a flick of his hand, a storage bag flew from his sleeve into Zhao Yudu's hand. Zhao Yudu opened it and was immediately shocked. He asked hesitantly, "What's in here?" "Those 5 extra jars of Centennial Drunk are gifts to you. As for the treasures within, I'd like to use them to ask for something from fellow Taoist Zhao." Zhao Sheng nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Chen, what do you wish to exchange?" Zhao Yudu asked solemnly, clutching the storage bag tightly. After surveying the mountain of treasures within, he knew the other party's next request would be something extraordinary. "Fellow Taoist, you've probably noticed that my aura fluctuates, sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and is unusually unstable. To be honest, I've suffered severe damage to my body, damaging my foundation. My cultivation has been stagnant." Zhao Sheng glanced at the other person's face and spoke slowly. Zhao Yudu wasn't surprised at all, but rather had an expression of sudden enlightenment, as if he had finally received a reasonable explanation. He seemed to empathize with Zhao Sheng's unfortunate experience. "A while ago, I heard that your family possesses a unique inheritance, known as the Life Flame Divine Power Method. This method is miraculously effective in repairing damage to the foundation. I would like to request this inheritance, and I wonder if fellow Taoist Zhao would agree," Zhao Sheng continued. The Life Flame Divine Power Method he was referring to was actually a special magical technique that evolved from the Life Flame method he had created back then. This technique was initially perfected by Zhao Wunan, and then further refined and improved by successive generations of Zhao family ancestors until it was fully formed. This took over 3,000 years. Today, the Life Flame Divine Power Method has become one of the Zhao family's most valuable assets, passed down orally without any written records. With only one or two successors in each generation, it is a technique that has been kept strictly secret. Zhao Sheng, observing the other party's hesitation, secretly amused himself. He then added, "What? Is the treasure in my bag not enough? If so, I have 3 magical manuals, each capable of reaching the nascent soul great perfection stage. With a single nod from fellow Taoist, I'll present them to you." Zhao Yudu's heart was finally moved, and he immediately declared, "The life flame divine art is the very foundation of our clan. It must not be taught lightly. If fellow Taoist Chen can swear a Taoist oath, vowing to never teach it to another person after mastering it, I will make a decision today, a decision that goes against our ancestors, to teach you this magical art. Very well, very well. A gentleman's word is as good as gold. I swear this oath as proof." With that, Zhao Sheng, pledging his Taoist heart, swore a deeply sinister Taoist oath. Of course, this was merely a way of demonstrating sincerity. A true Taoist oath was infinitely more rigorous, requiring at least the construction of an altar and the deployment of formations, as well as the separation of a trace of one's soul and heart and blood to be deposited on the oath talisman. Just after this matter was initially finalized, the white-haired old woman, Chen Ming, spent 3 days and 3 nights finally reading the last page of the alchemy classic, awakening from her trance. Zhao Sheng and Zhao Yudu also stood by to protect her for 3 days and 3 nights, their sincerity evident. From then on, the friendship between the 3 of them blossomed. At the suggestion of their respective ancestors, the Chen and Zhao families grew closer, with frequent marriage proposals between them. 7 years later, within a secret chamber of a cave dwelling, the walls shone with a gentle, clear light, illuminating the room like daylight. A handsome young man, eyes as bright as stars, sat cross-legged, a sharp carving knife in his right hand, meticulously carving spiral patterns onto a square jade plate. As time passed, the blank areas on the jade plate gradually became filled with countless layers of spiral patterns, and a faint halo of light shone on the surface. When the last blank space was filled by the spiral of time and space, a brand new orbital jade plate was completed. The handsome young man brushed the jade dust off his hands, picked up the jade plate, and held it before his eyes, admiring it for a moment, a hint of joy on his face. Suddenly, an old voice rang out from behind him, "Well done, Zongs, you are indeed gifted and have lived up to my high expectations." Zhao Zongs quickly set the jade plate down and stood up. Turning to bow to the visitor, he respectfully said, "Disciple greets master." The visitor was none other than Zhao Sheng himself. Zhao Sheng smiled, extremely pleased with his new disciple. Zhao Zongs had become his disciple a year ago, and the reason for accepting him was clear. Among all the immortal cultivators of the Zhao family, he alone possessed a gift related to time and space. Zhao Zong's gift lay in his divine eyes, endowed with clairvoyance and an extremely powerful dynamic vision, somewhat similar to Zhao Sheng's previous life's bullet time, but even more profound. Zhao Sheng believed that this person had experienced a reversion to his ancestral bloodline, inheriting a portion of the immortal vision, residual, gift. In a sense, Zhao Zong's was indeed Zhao Sheng's grandson, countless generations removed. Zongs, since you've successfully mastered the orbital diagram, there's no need to waste time. Let's officially conduct the first summoning ceremony today. Hearing his master say this, Zhao Zongs was initially delighted, then a wave of nervousness washed over him. After taking a deep breath, he calmly nodded, "Disciple, obey." He placed the jade tablet on the ground, then withdrew a fist-sized sumeru stone and placed it in the center of the space-time abyss. Then, standing straight, he murmured solemnly, "I." As an ancient, mystical chant echoed through the secret chamber, wisps of pale mist gradually rose from the spiraling abyss, finally forming an endless, spiraling vortex. The center of the vortex was a profound darkness, seemingly leading to an unknown land. After reciting the last note, a thought suddenly occurred to Zhao Zong's Gray Mountain. As this thought occurred, he suddenly turned to look at his master, who smiled at him in admiration. Zhao Zong's heart warmed, and after a solemn nod, he took a step toward the pale vortex. He was instantly sucked into the vortex's passage and disappeared. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng waved his long sleeves, and several sumeru stones as big as heads fell into the center of the jade plate, instantly vanishing. After doing this, he revealed a look of heartache, but quickly soared into the air, plunging into the vortex of time and space. Chapter 638, The Part-Time Sand Bandit, The True Lord Huishan. After a moment of dizziness, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. He saw dilapidated shops on both sides, and a shabby street stretching over 300 meters long. Having not been here for decades, the long street had become even more dilapidated and deserted. Zhao Sheng looked up and saw only a dozen or so people on the street, and only 3 stalls selling treasures. However, in addition to the humans, there was an alien here, a nearly 3-meter-tall cyclops, naked from the waist up, his lower body wrapped in a leather skirt made of countless animal skins. On the ground next to him lay a stone club as thick as a bucket and over 4 meters long. The club's surface was covered with a dark blue crystal metal, emitting a brilliant star blue light, and it looked extraordinary. This cyclops was monstrous in appearance, with grayish-brown skin. His face, resembling a pancake, was bare except for a single, fist-sized, vertical red eye nestled between his brows. His maw, bulging with fangs, was a terrifying sight. Without a doubt, the cyclops had become the most dazzling sight on this long street, his gaze flickering over him. Perhaps it was his rugged nature and his carefree nature, but the cyclops paid no heed to the scrutiny. He sat carelessly on the ground, a sleek, gray-white leather spread out before him. On it lay a collection of treasures, mostly spiritual ores, aged elixirs, the elixirs of various demonic beasts, bones, scales, hides, and other spiritual materials. At this moment, Zhao Zong's approached, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the cyclops, a dozen feet away, and whispered, "Master, what kind of monster is that? Don't be alarmed. While the human race reigns supreme in the universe, there are countless strange and bizarre alien races. With more visits to the immortal burial ruins, you'll get used to it," Zhao Sheng said calmly. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly walked toward the cyclops. Seeing this, Zhao Zongzi hurriedly followed his master, his expression slightly nervous as he took in the surroundings and everyone. Zhao Sheng walked a few steps to the giant stall, squatted down, and surveyed the pile of raw spiritual materials. Then, pointing to the stone rod, he asked, "How do you exchange this?" "Nothing," the cyclops spoke in a stern tone, seemingly having never interacted with aliens before. However, Zhao Sheng could sense his nervousness, so he casually pointed to a piece of azure chalcedony and asked again, "What about this? 10 pieces?" "No, 20 or 20 pieces of the size of spiritual jade," the cyclops stammered, then pulled out a spiritual stone the size of an egg, its surface smooth and jade white, from his leather skirt. This stone was of the mid-grade range, but far inferior to the top grade. Zhao Sheng immediately understood what was happening. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled out a fist-sized, top-grade spiritual stone and gestured, "I'll trade this quality spiritual jade for your item. But it must include this blue stone rod. Name your price." From the moment he took out the top-grade spiritual stone, the cyclops' gaze hadn't left the stone for a single second, revealing not only extreme desire but also a hint of menace. But when Zhao Sheng briefly released his willpower field, the fierce gleam in the cyclops' eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a look of awe. Clearly, he knew how to seek advantage and avoid danger. The star gold rod is Ji's weapon. It's worth at least 100 high-grade spirit jades. A piece this big would cost at least 30. The cyclops finally relented, but offered what he considered an astronomical price. Zhao Sheng didn't bother bargaining and simply took out 30 high-grade spirit stones and placed them in front of the giant. Then, he lifted the gem gold pillar with both hands and stored it in the Sumeru space. Seeing the star gold rod suddenly vanish, not only the cyclops was stunned, but also the other peeping eyes were stunned. Therefore, most of the time travelers who roamed the streets of Hushan had never seen the world. Although most storage treasures cannot be used on the long street, there are always some rare items that are not restricted by the rules of the immortal world. At the Endless Tower, Zhao Sheng saw 2 kinds of natural space containers. For example, the eyes of the empty pupil beast are naturally able to directly store all things in the world. The longer it lives, the larger the space in its pupils. Another example is a large belly bag woven from Aleo grass, a natural storage bag. To use it, simply open the bag and stuff inside. It's rumored that the highest quality large belly bags can hold an entire Hengsha realm. Once the two had walked away, the Cyclops quickly rolled up his stall and returned to his own realm, offline. "Master, what is this? Why would you even bother to spend 30 high-grade spirit stones to buy it?" Zhao Zongzi was puzzled by his master's actions, feeling the deal was a bit of a waste. There aren't any Xianshan Zhengjin spirit mines in the Black Sand realm, so it's no wonder you don't recognize this item. You just need to know that Xiantian Zhengjin is a rare treasure of the same rank as Xiantian Gold Essence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhuang suddenly understood. The Black Sand Realm was rich in Xiantian Gold Essence, so he naturally knew how rare and precious it was. Back in the difficult years of the Zhao clan's initial rise, thanks to the discovery of a Zhengjin spiritual mine, the clan's overall strength rapidly increased over the decades, ultimately escaping annihilation at the hands of the great beast tide of southern Xinjiang. Zhao Sheng, having once wielded the Zhengjin sword elixir, slayed countless foes, and was particularly impressed by the innate Zhengjin. A moment later, Zhao Zhuang sat cross-legged. A cloth spread out on the open space before him, densely packed with treasures, primarily Tier 3 and above elixirs, millennium-old elixirs, and talismans. The most precious among them were a stack of ochre-colored high-level formation plates, a magical flying sword, and a fragment of returning void jade bone. Zhao Zhuang felt his mouth dry as he gazed at these treasures, his heart itching. After a furtive glance at his master, he forced his attention away and began setting up his stall. As soon as the stall opened, people quickly gathered and began to browse. Zhao Zhuang had begun his first stint selling goods. Time flew by, and half an hour passed in a flash. The inexplicable repulsive force permeating the heavens and earth gradually intensified, and Zhao Sheng felt his time here was running out. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft breath. Master, I'm incompetent. I've only sold 3 treasures now, Zhao Zhuang said cautiously upon seeing his master awake. No problem. All these items on the stall are yours. Collect them. With that, Zhao Sheng stood up and said calmly, it's almost time. You will follow me to the lower realms? Yes, master, Zhao Zhuang nodded quickly, then quickly rolled up his bedding and stood up. A moment later, master and disciple vanished into thin air, one after another, as the others watched. Returning to the secret room, Zhao Sheng felt a trickle of spiritual energy flowing from his limbs and bones, rapidly flowing into his Danshan Qi, and instantly refined into drops of purple magic power. But things were different now. Zhao Sheng had already broken through to the spiritual transformation realm. The amount of spiritual energy accumulating within him was pitifully small, insufficient to significantly elevate his cultivation, saving him only a month or 2 of training time. If the spiritual atmosphere of Endless Tower were considered a first-tier spiritual land, then the Grey Mountain Long Street was almost equivalent to the mundane world, where spiritual energy was scarce, while the ruins of the Nyanitun River was equivalent to a second-tier spiritual land, or even higher. Given this comparison, it's no wonder the Long Street was so unpopular. Suddenly, a muffled groan echoed from the side. Zhao Zhuang's face flushed red, veins bulged, and his body trembled slightly, as if he were forcibly suppressing something. It was simply that the spiritual energy generated from nowhere was too pure and excessive, and he couldn't refine it quickly enough. Zhao Sheng stood by and watched, making no move. Seeing his disciple gradually adapt, he smiled faintly, removed the Zhengjin pillar from the Sumeru space, and with his hands, layers of purple thunder fire rose. He began to use his mana to refine the impurities, extracting the pure innate Zhengjin. 7 days and nights flew by in a flash. By then, Zhao Sheng had already successfully refined a jar-sized, dazzling, innate Zhengjin sphere. Zhao Zhuang had also managed to refine most of the spiritual energy, his cultivation skyrocketing to the limit of the key refining realm, nearly liquefying his spiritual energy and establishing his foundation. Fortunately, he was extremely clear-headed, aware that breaking through the foundation-building barrier was fraught with danger, and he quickly suppressed his impulsive thoughts. Seeing that his disciple had reached the required level, Zhao Sheng gifted him a top-grade foundation-building pill and instructed him to focus on his foundation-building retreat. Thus, Zhao Zhuang remained in seclusion, without even leaving the secret room, and began to overcome the first hurdle of his cultivation, the 100-day foundation-building period. Within the Behemoth City Lord's mansion, in an elegant and ancient dojo, a soft white light shone all around the dojo, forming a barrier of restriction that separated those within and outside. In the center of the dojo, 2 figures sat facing each other. The northern figure was a white-haired, red-faced elder, his aura surging and violent, like a volcanic eruption. The other figure, shrouded in a hooded robe, appeared mysterious, yet the aura he exuded was no less powerful than the one opposite him. He was also a nascent soul cultivator. I repeat, this incident was not the work of Black King City. As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing flame erupted from the red-faced elder, and his expression became extremely gloomy, like the dark clouds before a storm. Brother Shaoquan was kidnapped in the endless desert. The man who attacked him was of extraordinary cultivation, and I admit that I am no match for him. This man claimed to be a sand bandit who wanted money but not life. Moreover, he has sent a death notice from the Black King. If the treasure he specifically requested is not delivered within the deadline, that man will kill you. Brother Shaoquan was invited by me personally to be my guest. If he died here, how can I explain to the Hongayang sect? So no matter whether that man is a sand bandit or not, I only ask you for the person from the Black King city. Otherwise, don't blame me for wiping out all the snakes, insects, rats and ants in the city. The red-faced old man was Feng Xin, the lord of Beiman City, a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. Naturally, he dared to say such words to Yin Lai, the deputy lord of the Black King city. Old Feng, which old fellow gave you the guts to be so presumptuous? Black King city fears no power in this realm, and you have no right to speak to me in this way. As for those snakes, insects, rats, and ants, do as you please, Yin Lai snorted and said calmly, then vanished into thin air with a flicker. The white barrier surrounding the dojo trembled slightly, suddenly shattering into countless points of light, dissipating into the air. Feng Xin witnessed this scene with a hint of a sneer, but a deep worry flashed in his eyes. Alice, Brother Shaoquan, take care of yourself. It's not that I won't do my best to save you, but I'm afraid to. In the northern region of the Shiangxin continent, a red light streaked from the horizon, crossing the vast sea of clouds at lightning speed, rapidly approaching the gate of Wook Palace. But at this moment, the sea of clouds ahead suddenly rippled, and a human figure in a black robe rose from the clouds, blocking the red light's path. The escaping light suddenly stopped in midair, its light converging to its surface, revealing an elderly man with a yellow beard. This man, beaming Yaoli, was none other than the chief elder of Wook Palace. His cultivation was astounding, making him one of the strongest below the divine transformation stage. However, facing the black-robed figure who suddenly appeared and blocked his path, beaming Yaoli's expression suddenly changed, a hint of nervousness emerging. The man's aura was as profound as the abyss, and at a glance, he could clearly sense the terrifying and dangerous aura emanating from him. Who are you, master? Why are you blocking my path? Beaming Yaoli's eyes flashed with horror, and he demanded, his natal magic weapon, the Nanming Lahuatuang, already poised to unleash its full power. Beaming Yaoli, do you remember the Feng clan, exterminated by your own hands 1,000 years ago? The black-robed figure began, recounting a long, bloody incident. Beaming Yaoli's heart trembled, and a vast crimson flame suddenly rose from his body. A crimson meteor shot out from his sleeve, transforming into a six-winged, two-headed southern Ming Suzaku, enveloping him in its flaming wings. However, before the Suzaku fire spirit could launch its attack, the black-robed figure suddenly raised his head and gazed towards Beiming Yaoli. Beiming Yaoli felt his vision suddenly go dark as an unimaginably powerful divine consciousness surged through his mind, instantly destroying all mental defenses. It then crashed into the purple mansion soul sea, transforming into countless piercing bolts of lightning that struck his nascent soul body. Beiming Yaoli felt dizzy and his soul ached, nearly passing out. True Lord Huishan, the man was utterly horrified, knowing his life and death were a matter of a thought. He immediately activated a sinister forbidden technique that consumed his lifespan potential, attempting to regain consciousness. Unfortunately, he could never have imagined the sheer power of Zhao Sheng's divine consciousness at that moment. As blinding thunder descended from the sky, the man's nascent soul body was instantly engulfed by the divine thunderbolt, nearly shattering it, and his vast spiritual essence was obliterated. Beiming Yaoli suddenly felt his vision go black, and consciousness instantly faded. He plummeted headfirst into the sea of clouds below, seemingly completely unconscious. Zhao Sheng flashed to his side, waved his hand, and released a ray of purple lightning, supporting his body. In the next second, both were enveloped by a vast expanse of purple lightning, which then transformed into a brilliant rainbow stream, plummeting into the sea of clouds below, disappearing into its depths in an instant. Chapter 639, The meeting was not over yet, the real master came to the door. Several months later, a golden essence spaceship flew over a wild, ancient, and miasma-filled forest in the southern border of the continent. Aboard the spaceship, Sheng Xia and Zhang Kong, two nascent soul cultivators, stood side by side, quietly gazing at the scenery below, their expressions grave. Brother Sheng, You've been operating the spaceship non-stop for a whole month. Now it's my turn. You should also recover your mana, Zhang Kong said with concern. No, this expenditure is nothing. Now, because of the appearance of that phantom thief True Lord, our fellow nascent soul cultivators in the northern region of the continent are in a state of panic. It would be best for us brothers to return to the sect as soon as possible, Sheng Xia said, shaking her head. Actually, senior brother, there's no need to be too nervous. 3 days ago, that strange thief kidnapped the great elder of the Fu family at Hanji Peak in the Northern Territory. We are tens of millions of miles away from Hanji Peak. We even changed direction several times in a day and deliberately suppressed our aura. Even if that strange thief has incredible magical powers, he can't find us. Besides, we still have half a day to go before we can reach the sect headquarters. By then, Zhang Kong stopped talking suddenly in the middle of his words. Junior brother Zhang, you are good in everything except that you have a bad mouth, Sheng Xia said with a wry smile and a dejected look on his face. At this moment, more than 10 miles in front of the flying boat, a tall figure in a black robe and a Kenya mask on his face suddenly appeared. The person blocking the way ahead was undoubtedly the strange thief who had caused a huge disturbance in the Xiangxin continent in the past year. In less than a year, this mysterious True Lord, with erratic behavior, for unknown reasons, has repeatedly targeted nascent soul cultivators from various factions. To date, as many as 13 nascent soul cultivators have been abducted and tragically held hostage. Senior, please don't attack us. We have bound our own magical powers and surrendered voluntarily, Sheng Xia shouted, seeing no escape. However, before he could finish his words, thousands of chains of divine consciousness materialized from thin air, interweaving into a vast net that descended upon the two. Elder Sheng Xia shuddered, his back buckling as if under immense pressure. Zhang Kong, standing nearby, paled, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and stumbled back several steps, nearly falling. With a resounding boom, the void ahead distorted violently, and countless shimmering purple lightning flashes materialized, encircling the two men. Then, they transformed into endless chains of lightning, piercing their bodies. In an instant, the two nascent soul cultivators were captives, tumbling to the bottom of the boat. A flash of light appeared within the boat, and Zhao Sheng, bearing the queenly treasured artifact, suddenly appeared before them. He stood with his hands behind his back, the demeanor of a sage from the otherworldly realm. The next second, the golden essence spaceship transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards the vast sea of clouds. 2 years later, the defensive formations of Xianwei City were fully activated, shrouding the entire floating city in layers of dazzling light. The atmosphere within the city was oppressive and tense, permeated by a thick, murderous aura. Deep within the city lord's mansion, within a magnificent hall, sat a series of imposing nascent soul ancestors, the true rulers of the Black Sand Realm's top factions, 80% of whom were late-stage great cultivators. It could be said that, with the exception of the reclusive true lords of transformation, most of the Black Sand Realm's top combatants had already appeared within this hall. A group of nascent soul cultivators took their seats, each with a different expression, some beaming, others sullen, and still others sweating with nervousness. The atmosphere in the hall was tense and tense, evidently due to a recent heated argument, leaving significant disagreements. This conference, primarily comprised of the 4 major territories of immortal cultivation, the Northern Territory, the Southern Frontier, Mazhao, and the Western Wasteland, was naturally intended to discuss how to deal with the seemingly unseen phantom thief. His brazen actions in kidnapping nascent soul cultivators had sparked public outrage across the immortal cultivation world, and he was now a universal enemy. This demon suppression conference had lasted 2 days and 2 nights, with the cultivators clashing fiercely with their respective opinions. One group advocated encircling and annihilating the phantom thief, eliminating future threats. The other advocated appeasement, suggesting a donation of sufficient spirit stones to activate the Ascension formation, thus quickly sending this plague away. Yinji, the palace master of Wook Palace, sat expressionlessly in the center of the Northern Territory. A nearby, white-haired elder glanced over and whispered to the Palace Master Yin, something's amiss. The situation is clearly unfavorable to us. More and more our fellow believers have been persuaded by the Western Wasteland War God Palace. If we truly attempt to eliminate that person, I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy casualties. The elder's name was Si Fangang, the Peak Master of Hanji Peak. He had always been friendly with Palace Master Wook and a staunch supporter of the palace. Don't worry, Peak Master C. Those ignorant individuals will regret this sooner or later. You and I both know that Phantom Thief's power is unfathomable, unmatched in this realm. Yinji smiled faintly, as if fully confident. Seeing Yinji's expression, Si Fangjiang hesitated to speak, then, as if a thought struck him, he swallowed his words back. Yinji sat up straight, his lips curled slightly, a hint of mockery in his voice. Give the order, everyone, wait and see. He watched his two old rivals busily communicating with each other, and suddenly, silently, sent a message to his own forces. At this moment, inside the southern border seat, a gray-robed old man cast a thoughtful glance at Yinji, the Wook Palace Master. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyebrows were long and narrow like swords, and he exuded a burning murderous aura, resembling a peak-level cultivator who had reached the 9th level of cultivation. Palace Master Yin's current situation is probably as you expected. Those idiots have indeed been blinded by greed and can no longer see the danger here. I truly admire them. A voice reached Yinji's ears, and it was the gray-robed old man who looked over. Same here, hasn't fellow Taoist Zhao been fanning the flames? Yinji said calmly. Haha, Palace Master Yin, that's wrong. I simply hope that all realms can unite and stop the intrigue and infighting. As for that true lord, he's only being violent for a while. He'll ascend to the spirit realm sooner or later, and that won't hinder the overall situation. The gray-robed elder emphasized the word overall situation, as if hinting at something. Fellow Taoist Zhao cares deeply about the people of this realm. This is truly a blessing for all of us. I deeply admire you. Yinji smiled calmly and transmitted his message. In the main hall, as the forces favoring suppression gradually gained the upper hand, the forces favoring peace gradually subsided, seemingly convinced. My fellow Taoists, this strange thief has acted despicably. Despite paying a sufficient ransom, he deliberately murdered several fellow Yuaning Taoists, including Bei Ming, Zheng Fang, and Ling Hu. To this day, the fate of 13 abducted Yuaning Taoists remains unknown. If this man's arrogance continues, this world will never be at peace. Therefore, I have reported this matter to True Lord Cheyenne Huang. Recently, he and Senior Earth Mother have also agreed to take action and will definitely destroy this great demon who has reached the level of a divine transformation. Zanzin, the current god of war of the Western Wasteland War Palace, spoke impassionedly in front of his fellow Taoists, doing his utmost to incite and provoke them. When he mentioned that True Lords Cheyenne Huang and Earth Mother had agreed to take action, an uproar immediately erupted. Cheyenne Huang and Dimmu are legendary figures of the Black Sand realm. A dual cultivation couple, they inherited a legacy from a powerful figure in the Outer Void. Within a few hundred years of returning to the Black Sand realm, they both transcended the Divine Transformation realm, becoming a rare Divine Transformation couple in this realm. Worried about their descendants, they have yet to ascend to the Spirit realm. In reality, Cheyenne Huang and Dimmu are the true greatest beings in the Black Sand realm. Together, they are unrivaled. Upon hearing this, Yinji's face darkened. Palace Master Yin, what's wrong? A nascent soul cultivator immediately asked. The other nascent soul cultivators also noticed the change in Palace Master Wook's expression and cast inquiring glances. Palace Master Yin, do you have any objections? Miao Guang, the Grand Elder of the One Fu sect, the dominant force in southern Xinjiang, suddenly stood up and addressed Yinji with a sarcastic tone. This person's words undoubtedly meant that the One Fu sect had chosen to side with the War God Palace, and that the southern territory was actively moving closer to the western wilds. Seeing this, Yinji's expression darkened, but he didn't stand up to question him. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on Zunzin. Fellow Taoist Miao, please sit down. Palace Master Yin's silence suggests he's acquiesced. Palace Master Yin, isn't that right? Zunzin said with a smile. Zunzin, you've already invited Senior Cheyenne Huang and Dimmu to Juk City. What else could I possibly object to? Yinji asked coldly, his eyebrows raised. With these words, the cultivators finally realized what was happening, and an uproar ensued. Everyone turned their gazes to the tall and burly Zunzin. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Zunzin remained composed, even revealing a hint of a confident smile. Now everything was in place. Even if others objected, it was too late. After so much planning, the outcome was finally settled. Everyone, Zunzin smiled faintly and was about to speak. A resounding roar suddenly erupted from afar, and the hall shook violently, as if struck by an earthquake. The next second, a terrifying, overwhelming pressure easily penetrated the hall's barrier, invisibly oppressing the cultivators' souls and making everyone's hearts tighten and feel a heavy sense of oppression. Dazzling lightning shot up from the depths of the North City, forming a vast sea of purple lightning that enveloped half the city. Countless bursts of purple lightning suddenly shattered the barrier, lifting the hall's roof. The blinding, dazzling lightning held an unimaginable aura of destruction. In an instant, golden and silver clouds of light burst through the purple sea of lightning, instantly escaping into the void beyond the city. The sea of lightning swiftly pursued them, and the three soul realms quickly vanished. Soon, the nearby extraterritorial void erupted with astonishing magical fluctuations, causing the very space to tremble. Against the vast darkness, the golden and silver clouds of light and the purple thunder clouds continuously collided, each emitting an unprecedentedly brilliant and profound light. It was clear that three transformation gods were engaged in a fierce battle, and the situation became intense from the outset. Everyone in the hall was horrified by this shocking change, gazing out at the distant celestial phenomena and the three primordial spirit realms colliding. The nascent soul cultivators watched with grim expressions, some even showing a hint of fear. Zanzin and the others leading the suppression also paled. Meanwhile, within the purple sky thunder sea, Zhao Sheng, wearing a Kinyu mask, his long purple hair flowing behind him, appeared remarkably relaxed. Dozens of miles away, clouds of golden and silver light intertwined, forming vast shields that blocked the countless purple sky thunderbolts. Deep within the clouds, a divine couple stood side by side. The man was handsome, the woman charming and alluring. They were none other than Xianhong and Imu, the Black Sand Realm's most powerful Taoist couple. My fellow Taoist, you, as a true lord of the divine transformation realm, are bullying the weak and deliberately abducting the younger generation for spirit stones. This is nothing short of robbery. If you release those nascent soul stage juniors, my husband and I will never make things difficult for you, and we will definitely order the younger generations below to gather the resources to activate the Ascension formation. How about you and I stop and make peace? Taoist Xianhong, seeing the situation was not good, spoke first. What, now you know how powerful I am? If you wanted to negotiate peace, why didn't you say so before you attacked? Zhao Sheng curled his lips and retorted lightly. Humph, it was you who attacked first. That's why my husband and I were forced to fight back, Mother Earth retorted immediately, not willing to be outdone. Zhenner, shut up. Don't blame me, fellow Taoist. Zhenner always says what she means. Taoist Xianhong saw this and said hurriedly. Whatever. I'm itching to do something, and I'm looking for someone to give me some relief. Now is the perfect time to test out the magical techniques I've recently deduced on you two. Fellow Taoist, you're so aggressive. Aren't you afraid of the worst? Don't forget, you're 1 against 2. Taoist Xianhong's face darkened, and he threatened coldly. Haha. If you were afraid, I wouldn't have come to you on my own initiative, Zhao Sheng said with a smile. The three of them communicated through telepathy, and in a flash, they had exchanged many words. This man seems determined to be our enemy. Well, since he's looking for death, we'll grant his wish. Zhenner, you take charge of defense, and I'll handle the offense. Taoist Xianhong glanced at Zhao Sheng, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he secretly sent a message to his Taoist companion. Brother Zheng, be careful. That man must have something to rely on to be so arrogant. Don't worry, I know what's going on. After the two of them exchanged words, Taoist Xianhong, dressed in a golden robe, raised his foot with a solemn expression and stomped into the void. As an invisible ripple swept in all directions, he suddenly merged into the golden light in the sky and disappeared without a trace. What a strange magical power! What a fast speed! Zhao Sheng cried out in his heart, and his figure suddenly retreated violently. The lightning around him instantly became nearly twice as dense, turning into countless lightning swords. Hundreds of feet away, where the golden light and the sea of thunder intertwined, a round golden elixir suddenly broke through the air and flew out. At an incredible speed, it pierced through the large area of thunder and passed by the place where Zhao Sheng had just stood. Wherever it passed, countless tiny space cracks as small as dust suddenly appeared, and then flashed away. At the same moment, Zhao Sheng felt a mountain-like pressure covering the surrounding void, and a stream of soul power followed. Chapter 640, All of them are hostages. Just as Zhao Sheng was about to move, a thick layer of dark mud suddenly appeared on his body. The moment the mud solidified, the pressure of the void surged over tenfold, causing him to freeze. At that moment, streaks of golden light suddenly emerged from the depths of darkness, tearing and pulling at the surrounding space like an avalanche. They crashed into Zhao Sheng's body with unimaginable cutting and penetrating force. It must be said that the Taoist couple, Xian Hongdimu, had perfect coordination, a pinnacle of perfection. "Do you think you can kill me with just one strike?" Zhao Sheng's gaze shone fiercely. His soul power transformed into a rolling wave, instantly sweeping away the alien soul's attack. Simultaneously, lightning flashed from his body, converging into a purple thunder helmet that perfectly blocked the golden light. In an instant, a dazzling golden and purple light erupted from the spot. The nearly distorted space around them was enveloped by a dark shadow, which instantly smoothed out. Deep within the shadows, a gigantic silkworm figure flashed by. Earth Mother frowned, about to summon the Earth Key Mother Cauldron. But before she could make a move, her vision was enveloped by thick darkness. Simultaneously, dense, pitch-black threads silently emerged around her. At that moment, Earth Mother felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of mortal danger. Her expression changed drastically, and with a flash of lightning, she transformed into a ball of yellow light, about to dive into the newly revealed ochre-colored stone cauldron. However, she never imagined that someone would retaliate in their own way. She would have been fine if she had stayed where she was, but moving would have slammed right into the net of spatial cracks surrounding her. The yellow light that Earth Mother had transformed into was silently fragmented into dozens of pieces, a small portion of which was swallowed by the spatial cracks, disappearing from view. The next moment, a small piece of yellow light escaped and flashed into the Earth Key Mother Cauldron, emitting a piercing scream. Elsewhere, Taoist Xian Huang re-emerged from the golden light emanating from all directions. His face gloomily gazed at the vast cloud of light spreading dozens of miles away, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Boom! In an instant, the vast cloud of light was ripped apart by countless blinding flashes of lightning, and a 3-meter-tall thunder giant flew out from within. Zhao Sheng, looking at his opponent dozens of miles away, a cold smile curled his lips. He spread out his right hand, and purple lightning surged from his palm. A thunder bead the size of an egg, emitting a hazy purple glow, emerged. The golden light had been incredibly sharp, its attack power comparable to that of the Black Abyss sword. It rained down on his lightning armor like raindrops. Although Zhao Sheng's thunder battle body had long since reached the state of great perfection, his internal organs were still shaken, and he suffered minor injuries. With a flash of thought, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed with lightning. With a gentle push of his right hand, the purple sky thunder bead shot out at incredible speed, disappearing in an instant. The next moment, Taoist Xian Huang felt a flash before his eyes. A crystalline bead emitting a hazy purple light suddenly flew 100 feet in front of him, invading his spiritual realm. Shocked, he had no time to think before his entire body erupted in an unprecedented, dazzling golden light. He instantly merged into the vast golden glow, completely vanishing from Zhao Sheng's perception. The purple sky thunder bead crashed into the golden realm, exploding only to create a purple black hole over 100 feet in diameter before being enveloped by the golden light once again. Zhao Sheng was slightly surprised, as he couldn't find Xian Huang in the rapidly expanding golden light. All he could see were golden pills continuously condensing, quickly becoming densely packed with thousands. Taoist Xian Huang was truly a master of both the principles of the golden light paths. Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and a pitch-black sword shot out from his sleeve. The Black Abyss sword spun, instantly forming a black hole hundreds of feet in diameter, swallowing the invisible golden light. At the same moment, a crystal-clear jade-yellow gourd, roughly a foot tall, erupted from Zhao Sheng's body. Countless purple lightning bolts emanated from this gourd, flashing across dozens of miles of space before landing above the ochre-colored stone tripod. The next second, a vortex of lightning emerged from the gourd's mouth, enveloping the mother tripod below like a vast net. Then, a powerful suction force suddenly emanated from the gourd's mouth. As the lightning grew brighter and more intense, the mother tripod struggled desperately but was still sucked into the thunder gourd, unable to escape its fate of suppression. Seeing his Taoist partner being sucked into the gourd, Taoist Xian Huang was horrified. He sensed something was amiss and quickly revealed himself, shouting, "Senior, please show mercy. My husband and I surrender." Didn't this person, only now admitting defeat, think it was too late? Zhao Sheng showed no sign of stopping, dashing suddenly into the Black Abyss sword domain. The surrounding void blurred slightly, and the sword domain, along with its owner, vanished into thin air. The next moment, Zhao Sheng, expressionless and holding the Black Abyss sword, appeared above Taoist Cheyenne Huang. Instantly, he swung the sword down fiercely towards his head. The flash of the sword's light alerted Taoist Cheyenne Huang to the danger from above. Thunderclaps echoed in the surrounding void, and countless purple lightning bolts appeared simultaneously, instantly enveloping an area 10 miles in radius. Panic flashed in Cheyenne Huang's eyes, and he suddenly shouted. Thousands of golden pills suspended around him suddenly rained down in all directions, half hurtling toward his head, while the rest collided with the thunderbolts, exploding into countless dazzling balls of light. Wherever the pills passed, a dense network of tiny cracks tore through the surrounding space. Your mere tricks. How dare you show off your prowess before an expert? Zhao Sheng's eyes suddenly shone. An immensely powerful divine consciousness suddenly erupted, instantly destroying Taoist Cheyenne Huang's layers of divine defenses and bombarding his primordial body. Instantly, his eyes went blank, and he lost consciousness for a moment. In that instant, Zhao Sheng's longsword shot out, instantly disintegrating into an endless stream of sword light. Layer upon layer, these shimmers formed a majestic sword peak, crushing down upon Cheyenne Huang Taoist. Bang, boom, boom. Faced with such a fierce blow, the Taoist's numerous defensive measures, top-grade inner armor, magical barriers, and his primordial spirit domain, were shattered and shattered. Countless jet-black sword beams pierced the man's body, and in an instant, his form was engulfed in darkness. His forged flesh was instantly reduced to dust. Even his primordial spirit and body had no time to escape, shattered by the fierce sword intent. The black hole formed by the sword domain rapidly expanded in all directions. Then, a flash of lightning burst forth from the void, instantly traveling dozens of miles. The lightning faded, revealing a giant of thunder. Zhao Sheng calmly twisted his wrist, sheathing the Black Abyss sword into his sleeve. Simultaneously, he released a wisp of divine consciousness, reeling the nearby jade-yellow thunder gourd back into his hand. With a casual slap of his hand, a vast amount of purple celestial energy surged into the gourd, igniting it with a dazzling radiance. The sea of thunder within instantly coalesced into countless massive bolts of lightning, which continuously bombarded the Earth Key Mother Cauldron. No matter how it tried to escape, it could not escape the gourd's space. Soon after, a heart-wrenching scream emanated from the gourd, followed by silence. Zhao Sheng lifted the gourd, gently shaking it a few times. Then, turning it upside down and tilting it outward, a pile of pitch-black magical weapon fragments, several treasures, and a charred head fell from the gourd's mouth, plunging into the void. Though the Earth Mother was a true lord of transformation, she had nowhere to escape within the purple sky thunder gourd, ultimately meeting the same fate as Taoist Cheyenne Huang. The couple both ascended to transformation at the same time and ultimately passed away together. In a way, Zhao Sheng had done them a favor, sparing them the loneliness of their journey. With a wave of his hand, another head, still etched with eyes wide open, flew from afar, quickly joining the Earth Mother's head. From the three men's clash, to the subsequent demise of the Heavenly Desolate and Earth Mother, the entire battle seemed protracted, but in reality, it lasted less than 100 breaths. This wasn't to say that the Heavenly Desolate and Earth Mother were merely honored, but rather that Zhao Sheng was incredibly abnormal. Even with only a mere 3-meter-long giant spirit combat body, his strength surpassed that of an average mid-stage divine transformation realm cultivator. Fast forward a fraction. As Zhao Sheng and the Heavenly Desolate and Earth Mother engaged in a fierce battle, the city of Zhu quickly descended into a state of panic. Its inhabitants, terrified as if the sky were falling, fled in search of safety. Inside the city lord's mansion's main hall, dozens of nascent soul cultivators gazed out at the distant battlefield. Some wore solemn expressions, others stood in shock, while still others were filled with a mixture of surprise and joy, secretly anticipating the might of the two true lords, Cheyenne Huang and Imu, to slay the detestable thief in one swoop. Amidst the vast void, a pitch-black backdrop, countless dazzling balls of light collided and exploded in the darkness, emitting bursts of dazzling light. The terrifying aura of laws and the terrifying fluctuations of divine consciousness that followed caused all the nascent soul cultivators' faces to change slightly. Don't worry. Everything was as Senior Cheyenne Huang anticipated. With his foresight, he had long anticipated the thief's arrival and had made arrangements in advance. If this creature appeared, he would be doomed, and now, that prediction has come true. It seems the thief's luck has run out, and today is the day he will be slain. Zanzin's words were encouraging, reassuring many cultivators who had been unaware of the truth. But there were still a few who refused to believe a word he said, like Yinji. Although Yinji had only met the Phantom Thief a few times, his unparalleled strength had already left an indelible impression on her. Senior Phantom Thief always plans before acting. Such a crude trap would never have slipped his eye. And with your strength, you should be no match for the combined might of heaven and earth, mother, Yinji muttered silently, recalling her numerous encounters with the Phantom Thief. Their first encounter had been 8 years prior. When the Phantom Thief approached him, he immediately displayed his unfathomable strength. The Phantom Thief acted fairly, demanding tens of millions of spirit stones and then agreeing to fulfill a small request. He was tempted. Then, a few days later, nascent soul ancestors from the 4 great families mysteriously disappeared, and 2 of them had their soul lamps suddenly extinguished. One of the deceased was the second grand elder of the Beaming family, and the other was a newly minted nascent soul from the Feng family. Later, senior Phantom Thieves continued to approach him, demanding more spirit stones. This quickly depleted Wook Palace's spirit stone reserves. In desperation, he somehow hit upon a brilliant idea, perhaps in a trance, and shared it with senior Phantom Thieves, who surprisingly agreed. Soon, the Phantom Thief Lord emerged, embracing the business of kidnapping and ransom. Leveraging Wook Palace's extensive intelligence network, Senior's actions were unstoppable, and his operations flourished. With Senior's help, he eliminated many enemies and old enemies, such as Beaming Yaoli, who, relying on his family's influence and deep roots, had his sights set on the palace master position. Ji Yin kept this secret, believing himself to be the Phantom Thief Lord's sole collaborator, but he had no idea his number was growing, including many redeemed nascent soul ancestors. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Zhao Sheng was unwilling to stop this hugely lucrative business. He had long since resolved to reap the riches of the Black Sand realm. After all, such an easy opportunity to plunder an entire realm's cultivation resources might only come once in a lifetime. Who could begrudge having too many treasures? 100 breaths passed in a flash. This sudden and fierce battle of divine transformations suddenly ceased before everyone's gaze. Gazing at the gradually dissipating cloud of mana, the expressions of the great cultivators suddenly turned gloomy. They all looked at each other in silence, their faces pale and their eyes filled with fear. Although the hall was hundreds of miles away from the battlefield, the ultimate victor of this battle was clear to all. As the hall's divine thoughts raced, a towering figure, shrouded in lightning, suddenly appeared above the palace. It was Zhao Sheng, returning victorious. Now, beneath his feet, 2 heads hovered, one a charred, hideous sight, its features indistinct. The other's eyes widened, a look of deep fear still lingering on his face. Who else could it be but the Taoist Cheyenne Huang? Ah! Seeing the 2 heads dangling in the air, one of the great monks cried out in shock, while the others were dumbfounded, their hearts filled with awe and terror. Zhao Sheng slowly descended to the center of the hall. The 2 heads fell from the sky, hitting the ground and rolling a long way. The surrounding great monks retreated, leaving a large open space. Zhao Sheng stood in the center of the clearing, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Every time his eyes met someone's, they immediately lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Zhao Sheng glanced around and said calmly, "Now, you are my hostages. Who agrees? Who disagrees?" With these words, the hall fell into utter silence. With the 2 previous examples in mind, none of these children dared to speak. Though everyone remained silent, they felt a deep sense of relief. Hostages are great. Becoming this person's hostage, at least your life is safe for the time being. In the future, as long as you can gather enough treasures to redeem yourself in time, you can escape from his clutches and continue to claim the title of the sect's founder and wield all your power. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 641 3 Heads and 6 Arms. Seeing the silence, Zhao Sheng snorted coldly, No one's saying anything. Is everyone against it? As soon as he finished speaking, someone, unable to bear the immense pressure, stepped forward and flattered him. I wholeheartedly agree. Senior, you are so magnanimous and unwilling to commit more bloodshed. I admire you deeply, and my respect for you is like a mighty river. No one had expected that the first to speak out would be Zunzin, who had previously held the most intransigent stance. This man's inconsistent and despicable behavior shocked all the great cultivators, who regarded him with shame. The war god palace's 10,000-a-year reputation plummeted after this incident, with far-reaching consequences. Zhao Sheng, however, admired this man's timely approach and nodded in encouragement. His gaze grew colder as he looked at the others one by one. With Zanzin's example, the other great cultivators no longer felt any pressure, and they nodded or spoke. An interesting phenomenon emerged during this process. The more those who initially advocated for a crackdown became more deferential and blunt in their words. To put it bluntly, these nascent soul cultivators were all cowards, none wanting to be the chicken killed to scare the monkeys. And so, in a single day, the majority of the nascent soul cultivators in the Black Sand realm fell prey to Zhao Sheng. From that day on, someone achieved the legendary feat of single-handedly blackmailing the entire world, setting a formidable example for future generations. For tens of thousands of years thereafter, countless unruly divine transformation masters in the Black Sand realm emulated their predecessors' feats, each using the moniker Phantom Thief to repeatedly succeed. This brought untold suffering and widespread resentment to the later generations of the immortal cultivator community. Of course, that's a story for another time. Almost simultaneously, the War God Palace, the Wook Palace, the Shenmin sect, the Wongao sect, and other leading sects in the Black Sand realm all received urgent summons from their respective patriarchs. Upon learning that both true lords Xianhuang and Dimu had been slain simultaneously, and that all the great cultivators present had become his captives, the nascent soul cultivators from various sects remaining at the mountain gate were stunned and dumbfounded, unable to believe the true lord could pull off such a heaven-defying feat. However, with the truth laid before everyone, the major sects were forced to lower their heads and open their treasure vaults, scrambling to gather the necessary treasures for their release. After all, Zhao Sheng's ransom price was very fair. It was calculated based on cultivation level. A nascent soul cultivator at the 7th level was required to pay 150 top-grade spirit stones or treasures of equivalent value, with treasures imbued with the power of time and space being prioritized. In addition, there were 100 strands of Zhuanying's source key. Those at the 8th level were required to pay an additional 50 strands. As for peak-level great monks at the 9th level, all were offered the same price. 300 strands of Zhuanying's source key and a piece of top-grade Zumi stone larger than a head. While this meant that the major sects were undoubtedly suffering heavy losses, it was hardly a complete bankruptcy. After the destruction of the heavenly desolate Earth Mother, the Black Sand realm was devoid of any transformation god true lords. Zhao Sheng could be considered the sole ruler of the realm, unrivaled. Therefore, when he offered the ransom, all the nascent soul cultivators didn't hesitate, instantly agreeing. Within 3 days, early nascent soul cultivators hurriedly flew from the various realms of the lower realm to the outer void, arriving one after another in Juk City. They met with the great cultivators of their respective sects without difficulty. Zhao Sheng had no intention of embarrassing anyone. He simply offered them a treasure equivalent to the ransom and, once the deal was done, he would let them come and go as they pleased. Half a month later, the last great cultivator had departed Juk City in disgrace. That day, Zhao Sheng also quietly departed, carrying an unimaginable amount of spirit stones. His departure instantly dissipated the tense and oppressive atmosphere in Juk City, and its residents breathed a sigh of relief. However, the legend of the Phantom Thief True Lord soon spread throughout the city, a story that has endured for thousands and even tens of thousands of years. It wasn't until Juk City fell to the continent and the Black Sand realm became a foreign colony that the legend of the Phantom Thief True Lord was buried in the ashes of history, awaiting the day when future generations would rediscover this bizarre legend. Secluded and cultivating, the years passed unnoticed, and over a decade passed in a flash. Atop the mountain of bones in the heart of Black King City, a new round of initiation rituals proceeded methodically. Accompanied by waves of ancient and mysterious incantations, a magnificent and eerie divine light permeated the altar. Over 30 survivors were enveloped by the divine light, their faces twisted in agony, struggling to maintain their last shreds of consciousness. From time to time, someone, swept away by the torrent of consciousness, completely shattered their sanity, ultimately becoming a flesh man. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked in the void west of the altar, observing the ritual below. Zhao Sheng, wearing the queenly treasure, hovered in midair, his gaze fixed on the skeletal statue, a hint of wonder in his eyes. Now, empowered by the Kenyu artifact, His surging spiritual consciousness finally allowed him to glimpse a glimpse of the skeleton statue's truth. The statue was enveloped in a faint, smoke-like white light. Dots of pure white light, neither real nor imaginary, covered the statue's body, forming a dense mass like a starry sky. Upon closer inspection, they bore a striking resemblance to the distribution of spiritual orifices throughout the human body. Zhao Sheng quickly counted the white dots on the statue's body, a full 2,876. This number far exceeded his expectations. Even more astonishing, the longer he gazed at the statue, the more he felt its aura rapidly increasing. Soon, it surpassed the divine transformation stage, emanating a terrifying, earth-shattering pressure. Zhao Sheng had visited the statue over 10 times and secretly observed sacrificial ceremonies 7 or 8 times, but he had never suspected the skeleton statue held such a terrifying secret. Even with his strength, he felt a faint sense of overwhelm. Almost subconsciously, he tried to condense the Queen Dharmakaya, a form of will, to resist this devastating pressure. This pressure is simply wrong at this moment. Zhao Sheng's mind trembled. He immediately shook off the allure of the noble phantasm and forcibly suppressed the urge to condense the Queen Dharmakaya. At this moment, he suddenly sensed a sudden surge of a different consciousness within the statue. This fluctuation seemed chaotic, yet it also seemed to possess an inexplicable order. The chaotic consciousness seemed to be awakening from its slumber, its presence rapidly becoming distinct. No, what exactly is this skeleton statue? Is it a puppet, a backup plan orchestrated by some powerful spirit, or the work of some other force within the spirit world? Zhao Sheng keenly sensed that the skeleton statue concealed a shocking secret, and the truth was about to be revealed. A moment later, the surge of willpower and pressure abruptly ceased. 2 balls of pure white light suddenly emanated from the skeleton statue's eyes, inspiring. At this moment, the statue came alive, but aside from Zhao Sheng, no one on the altar was aware of its presence, not even the Yuanying-level deputy city lord presiding over the ceremony. Who is spying in the dark? Get out! The statue's eyes suddenly blazed with 2 invisible rays of light, instantly landing on Zhao Sheng, who had been hiding, revealing him. A chill trembled in his heart. Zhao Sheng looked up at the skeleton statue, then vanished in a flash. The next moment, he had appeared out of thin air in front of the statue, hovering above the crowd. The Yuanying-level deputy city lord presiding over the ceremony, enraged at the stranger's presence in the most sacred of rituals, was about to capture him. But the moment he saw the Kinyu mask, he was utterly terrified. His anger instantly vanished, and fear intensified. The moment Zhao Sheng appeared, the dazzling divine light that permeated the altar dissipated, and the orb also lost its brilliance, transforming into a single, crystalline pupil. If you don't want to die, get out now. Zhao Sheng's startled cry, like the resounding sound of a bell, instantly awoke everyone from their confusion. They fled the altar and headed down the mountain. The nascent Soul Realm deputy city lord, though desperate to escape, remained where he was, his hands hanging at his sides, unable to move. His eyes held a mixture of despair and inexplicable anticipation. Zhao Sheng ignored him, his entire focus on the skull statue, engaging in an invisible battle of wills. This clash of wills was incredibly dangerous, often deciding the outcome in an instant. But with a Kinyu artifact protecting him, Zhao Sheng managed to hold on, despite the danger. A moment later, the gloomy sky over Spirit Island suddenly darkened even further, as if night had fallen. A faint, oppressive pressure loomed. This pressure was as heavy as a mountain, as vast as an ocean, overwhelming and unstoppable. This is the aura of the heavenly Dao? Zhao Sheng's mind flashed, and his expression changed slightly. This approaching, heavy, ancient aura bore a striking resemblance to the vision preceding the appearance of the blood face of the heavenly Dao in his previous life. Zhao Sheng had a deep memory of this heavenly Dao aura, confident that he hadn't misremembered it. The nascent soul-level deputy city lord, who had been standing beneath the statue, was only struck by the aftermath of the heavenly Dao's pressure, yet his legs trembled with fear, his face pale. The next moment, a pure white flame suddenly erupted from the statue, descending upon the man. In an instant, the flames engulfed him, silently fading from the world. Immediately afterwards, the pure white flames twisted and slowly condensed into a strange, pure white figure. This figure possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, remarkably resembling a deity. The left head held an infant, the right an elderly man, and the center a dignified middle-aged man. The infant and the elderly man were both unconscious, but the middle-aged man stared intently at Zhao Sheng, as if observing something bizarre and strange. Following the appearance of this strange figure, the pervasive aura of the heavenly Dao suddenly stagnated, as if it had lost its sense of a certain presence. Over Spirit Island, dark clouds gathered, the sky gloomy and gloomy, a scene of impending catastrophe. Chaos reigned within Black King City, as dozens of beams of light soared from all corners of the city. However, upon approaching the White Bone Mountain, all of them swerved and fled away from the island at an even faster speed. Strange, strange. You haven't even ascended yet you've already awakened your original spiritual consciousness, and your will is so strong. It's simply unbelievable. If you could join our Red Eyebrow sect, you'd surely soar to the heavens, and becoming an immortal would be just around the corner. The middle-aged had studied Zhao Sheng for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed in admiration with greed. Are you human, or a ghost? Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he demanded. As soon as he finished speaking, an eerie roar erupted from deep within the clouds. The dark clouds suddenly churned violently, converging madly in a single direction. In the blink of an eye, a massive vortex formed, covering most of the sky. It looked like the eye of the heavens, terrifying and terrifying. A blinding light burst from the center of the vortex, illuminating the gloomy night. Billions of thunder dragons roamed in all directions, making a terrifying sound. Rumble. A terrifying pressure, countless times more powerful than before, emanated from the depths of the vortex, and the void, like a piece of thin paper, rapidly and violently twisted and wrinkled. The eerie white figure, unable to evade, was struck directly by the terrifying pressure, nearly annihilating on the spot. It seemed like some forbidden entity, forbidden from this world. Damn heaven. When I return to life, I will sooner or later destroy the laws of this world and re-establish the Red Eyebrows. The middle-aged had raised his head and cursed the heavens, his face utterly ferocious. But its aura rapidly weakened, its size dwindling to the size of a fist, before vanishing in the blink of an eye. At this moment, over 100 white dots on the skeletal statue suddenly collapsed, emanating streams of grayish-white consciousness that instantly vanished into dust. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng suddenly remembered something, and a look of horror crossed his eyes. This strange entity wasn't the remnant of a banished immortal, but it was similar in nature. Previously, Zhao Sheng had gathered intelligence from the Wujing Tower regarding the upper realm, including two major forces within the evil sects, the Red Eyebrows and the Green Forest. He learned from Sulai that the demons of the Red Eyebrow Dao were all lunatics, delusional about joining the Great Dao and achieving universal enlightenment. In reality, he should have anticipated this. After all, the Red Eyebrow Daoists were fond of these mystical things, and they always liked to promote the Red Eyebrow Dao's ideals under the guise of missionary work. Black King City was undoubtedly a missionary site, simply disguised, which was why Zhao Sheng hadn't considered this. Thinking of this, Zhao Sheng looked up at the three-headed, six-armed white figure and felt a deep sense of disgust. This three-headed, six-armed being before him had actually perished countless times. However, all Red Eyebrow demons uploaded their personal memories to the Red Eyebrow Dao. Even if their physical bodies perished, they could awaken from the chaos by absorbing the vital energy and spirit of all living beings. They also constructed new personalities and wills based on the most powerful fragments of consciousness within the statues. In a sense, all Red Eyebrow Dao demons were immortal, a form of immortality unto themselves. However, they may not even be human beings, and in essence they are quite similar to the six desire demons. Chapter 642, 100 years later, finally leaving. Above Spirit Island, a massive vortex of dark clouds slowly descended toward the Bone Mountain. Countless crimson fire thunder surged and converged within its depths, poised to strike the skeletal statue at any moment. Every time the vortex descended several dozen feet, hundreds of white dots on the statue inexplicably crumbled, transforming into a torrent of chaotic consciousness, extinguishing it in a cloud of ashes. Zhao Sheng stepped back, gazing from afar at the constantly twisting and tumbling white figure with 3 heads and 6 arms. Waves of will emanated from its body, but it seemed it couldn't hold out for much longer. Damn it! If not, damn it! If not, damn it! If not, suddenly, 1,000 roars echoed from above the Bone Mountain. The sound was indistinct, like the voices of countless people superimposed, layered and resonating like countless echoes. At these sounds, Zhao Sheng's entire body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura of will, shielding every acupoint in his body. At that moment, the white shadow finally gave way and shattered with a bang. Countless streams of pure white light retreated into the statue's interior, while a smaller amount disintegrated into waves of a different kind of will, shooting out in all directions. A portion of this energy penetrated Zhao Sheng's force field and instantly merged with it. Instantly, Zhao Sheng felt a flood of memory fragments pouring into his mind through the force field. This was a form of mind invasion he couldn't yet comprehend, yet it was incredibly efficient and stealthy. Instantly, thousands of memories unfolded simultaneously within Zhao Sheng's mind, forcing an incalculable torrent of information out. Any other true lord of the transformation realm would have been unable to process such a massive influx of information, potentially contaminating their consciousness and causing some degree of distortion. However, Zhao Sheng had already mastered the Star God Thousand Heart art to the highest level, his consciousness instantly transforming from one into 1,000, quickly dividing the information torrent into 1,000 fragments for his separate spirits to process. In a matter of moments, he digested and absorbed this torrent of information. A vast amount of chaotic, useless junk was discarded and shattered, while useful information was selected and organized, entering one of his separate consciousnesses for later processing. Meanwhile, the skeletal statue seemed startled, its white spots retracting into its body. The radiance of its will completely withered, transforming once again into a dead object. The statue's material was extremely special, seemingly shielding it from the detection of the heavenly Dao. Consequently, the heavenly Dao vortex in the sky immediately lost its target, its descent drastically slowing, finally coming to a halt in midair. Suddenly, it rained down countless crimson lightning and fire, and the vortex quickly dissipated, the heavenly Dao's pressure vanished, and the dark clouds dispersed like nebulae. An eternal crimson fire blazed across Black King City. Deep, bottomless pits were blasted into the inner city and the Bone Mountain, where flames shot up into the sky, blazing year-round. Despite the heavy casualties suffered within Black King City, it had escaped a catastrophe, a blessing in disguise. In mid-air, Zhao Sheng covered his right eye with one hand, his left eye flashing a faint red light. A ferocious sneer etched across the exposed half of his face. But the next second, he suppressed the murderous intent surging within him and teleported away. Deep within a cave dwelling on Xinglong Mountain in the Northern Territory, Zhao Sheng's figure materialized from thin air within a quiet chamber deep within the abyss. Plop. Upon returning to the quiet chamber, he immediately sat cross-legged, quickly taking out a soul-fixing and spirit-restoring pill and swallowing it. Then, he closed his eyes and meditated, concentrating on refining the medicinal power. Over time, Zhao Sheng's depleted mind and will fully recovered, and he began to gather his harvest and eliminate potential dangers. After a month, the fragments of his spirit that had been developing independent wills were quickly suppressed, refined, and finally integrated into the main will. Without a doubt, Zhao Sheng had finally grasped the ultimate truth behind Black King City, and with it, he had also gained a wealth of secret information about the Red Eyebrow sect. According to the recollections of the Longfolioxin, the Chimney Dao claimed to offer its teachings to all without distinction. They not only preached extensively in the spirit world and countless lower realms without concealing their true purpose, but also deliberately promoted their own longevity creed, spreading such occult rituals as the Chimney Longevity Altar Ceremony, attracting countless immortal cultivators seeking immortality to establish altars and embrace the Chimney Dao. Zhao Sheng knew far more than anyone else, even knowing that the Chimney Dao's headquarters was located at the westernmost point of the spirit world, known as Chimney Heaven. The sect had been established for countless millennia and possessed unfathomable power. Among its members were veterans who had attained the realm of immortality. Of course, this so-called immortality was merely a public claim. Even immortals wouldn't dare claim it, so how could a bunch of ants who hadn't even survived the immortal tribulation dare claim it? However, it was a fact that the Chimney Dao's demons were extremely formidable and difficult to completely annihilate. As long as their will remains unquenched, no matter how many times their body and soul are destroyed, they will eventually resurrect from the Red Eyebrows. They can then select any Red Eyebrow follower, assimilate and brainwash them, and then seize their soul and body, allowing them to live a new life. This alone makes the Red Eyebrows' path indestructible, as countless cultivators unwilling to die will always join them, reborn into 1, 2, or even 3 lives. However, the Red Eyebrows' condemnation as a heretical sect naturally has its own profoundly sinister side. Every reborn Red Eyebrow demon's humanity and emotions gradually diminish until they completely lose their humanity, their consciousness completely dominated by negative desires, becoming a demon devoid of human cognition and driven by desire. This demonization is a manifestation of a curse from heaven, incurable, but only delayed, though the outcome cannot be changed. The white shadowy consciousness calling itself Long Pharaoh Immortal is actually one of the masterminds behind the founding of Black King City. Tens of thousands of years ago, this individual was a true lord of the Black Sand realm. After ascending to the Tesa spirit realm, unable to resist the allure of immortality, he voluntarily joined the Red Eyebrows. At this moment, the Long Pharaoh hides within the skull statue, attempting to relive a third life. The three heads symbolize the chaos his independent consciousness has accrued after absorbing too many memories from others. Only by devouring and absorbing the remaining two heads, becoming the sole Long Pharaoh, can he possess a human body and be reborn as a human. By this time, Zhao Sheng had mastered fragments of 7 or 8 high-level immortal arts unique to the Red Eyebrows, including the latest versions of the Red Eyebrow Longevity Altar Ceremony and the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Heavenly Demonic Art. The original version of the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires Heavenly Demonic Art originated from the original Heart Demon sect. Successive generations of Red Eyebrow's followers subsequently refined it, ultimately developing a technique that draws on the desires of all beings to maximize the cultivation of one's own 7 emotions and 6 desires. Red Eyebrows cultivate this magic technique to preserve their humanity while minimizing their own negative desires. Zhao Sheng would never cultivate these fragments of demonic arts, but that didn't prevent him from learning their principles and essence. After all, these techniques were lent by countless powerful masters, and their content was truly profound and profound. Cultivation knows no time, nor does the passing of seasons. 100 years have passed like flowing water. Ever since the sudden emergence of the Phantom Thief True Lord 100 years ago and his unprecedented and astonishing feats, the cultivation worlds of the Black Sand realm have quickly become peaceful. Major sects and families have retreated to smaller territories, while the more timid have publicly declared their closure. Most of the Yuaning and Jindan true immortals within their sects have retreated into seclusion, ignoring the turmoil of the outside world. Consequently, these past 100 years have been the most peaceful in the Black Sand realm's 30,000 years. However, the Northern realm's cultivation world has been even more lively than the others. The Wook Palace, the dominant power in the Northern realm, has undergone a series of events over the past century, which has drawn the attention of many northern cultivation forces. The most notable event of the past century was undoubtedly the resurgence of the Wook Palace Master's lineage. After Palace Master Yinji announced his abdication and retreat, the lineage unexpectedly elected a new nascent soul cultivator to succeed him. This cultivator was none other than the Palace Master's eldest disciple, Feng Kuanch. With 2 such masters, the lineage's prestige soared, and they reclaimed considerable power from the 4 Great Clan. The biggest loser in this power struggle was the Beaming Clan, known as the foremost of the 4 Great Clan. Over the past century, the Beaming Clan had lost 4 nascent soul ancestors, leaving only 2 in the early nascent soul stage. Its overall power plummeted, sinking to the bottom of the 4 Great Clan, even surpassing several of the great immortal cultivator clans. Another example of a rising power in the Northern Territory is the remarkable rise of the Zhao clan of Xinglong Mountain. Over the past century, their power has surged, producing 2 nascent soul cultivators in quick succession, making them a prominent clan boasting 3 nascent soul ancestors. Even more remarkable is the fact that the number of Jindan's Henren, Golden Core True Immortals, has skyrocketed by 50% compared to a century ago, reaching a staggering 93. While the number of Foundation Establishment cultivators has nearly doubled. Numerous factions have investigated the secrets of the Zhao clan's surge in power, ultimately discovering a connection to their guest elder, ancestor Zai, claiming to be from an alien realm. While his cultivation level remains unknown, he possesses astonishing alchemy skills. In recent decades, he has been quietly regarded as the world's foremost alchemist. Furthermore, Ancestor Zai's elixirs are unfailingly high quality and produced in vast quantities. According to rumors within the Zhao family, Ancestor Zai is a multitasker, capable of simultaneously refining multiple furnaces of elixirs, resulting in a vast and high-quality supply of elixirs. The Zhao clan, enjoying this privileged position, benefited immensely from this proximity. Over the past century, their foundation-building elixir cultivation has proliferated, their power soaring, the envy of countless clans in the Northern Territory. During this century, besides the 2 nascent soul ancestors, the most prominent figures within the Zhao clan were the 5 heroes of the Zhao clan. These 5 heroes are all Golden Core True Immortals, each possessing the potential to break through to the nascent soul realm. However, the most renowned of the 5 is undoubtedly 9 Imperial True Immortal, Zhao Zhuang's. With only 3 spiritual roots, he achieved 2 consecutive breakthroughs into the foundation-building elixir realm over the course of a century, achieving the incredible status of Golden Core True Immortal, now barely 200 years old. The Zhonglongshan Zhao clan holds 9 Imperial True Immortal in even greater regard than most outsiders imagine. They consider him the family's only true seed of the divine transformation realm, and thus, early on, dispatched a nascent soul ancestor to protect him. Yet, now, this promising young master of the Zhao clan gazes at his deserted cave dwelling, feeling dejected and alone. His master, ancestor Zhai, left behind only a handwritten letter and a few storage bags before quietly departing Xinglong Mountain, his whereabouts unknown. Despite his master's promise in the letter that they could reunite in the immortal burial ruins, Zhao Zhuang still felt a pang of sadness. A century of meticulous instruction had left him with a father figure, a complex of emotions difficult for outsiders to grasp. While Zhao Zhuang felt dejected, Zhao Sheng was overcome with excitement, feeling finally free from the old man's constraints. Now, Zhao Sheng's Hunren, Sheng, could finally free himself and conquer the endless desert. Sooner or later, he would become the lord who ruled this land. A conqueror's first step was to form his own band of sand bandits. That day, Zhao Sheng stepped out of the demon-suppressing pass and into the vast Gobi Desert, beginning a miraculous life that even he could never have imagined. Deep within the Black Sand Realm's White Hell Ocean, beneath a 1,000-foot abyss, lies the inter-realm teleportation formation. The sea beneath is pitch black. A vast light shield stands in the center of the seafloor plain, quietly emitting a faint white glow. Zhao Sheng materialized out of thin air outside the shield. Within, he saw a 1,000-foot tall, spiral-like structure, though with a polygonal, prismatic exterior. The tower's structure is crisscrossed with 3-dimensional patterns, interconnected to form an intricate web of runes that connects to the core of the underground spiritual vein. Embedded within it are rings of perfectly round, spherical crystals, emitting a dazzling, multicolored light that defies easy identification. Just then, a figure flew out from within and stopped not far from Zhao Sheng. Sensing the visitor's immense aura, his expression was instantly moved. The man quickly bowed and saluted, saying, "Junior Hai Longzi, greetings to the true lord." Zhao Sheng nodded slightly. "No need for formalities. I need to borrow the Stargate formation for a moment. I beg you to grant me the favor." Upon hearing this, Hai Longzi quickly bowed and said, "True lord, please enter. I will open the barrier right away." With that, he shot a beam of spiritual light at the light barrier, and a passage immediately split open behind him. The two of them flew into the light barrier one after another, quickly landing in front of the tower. At this moment, Hai Longzi glanced at Zhao Sheng's face and hesitated. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng understood his intention and said with a smile, "I know the rules here. I've already prepared the spirit stones needed to activate the formation, so I won't embarrass you." Hai Longzi gave an embarrassed smile. "That's not the case with me. Alice, the spirit veins here are nearly depleted. Without a vast supply of spirit stones to replenish the energy, the Stargate formation." Having realized his mistake, Hai Longzi quickly stopped talking and turned, firing a series of profound light spells at the tower gate. Soon, the tower gate slowly opened. Zhao Sheng nodded to him, then transformed into light and flew inside. As he entered, the gate immediately closed. Upon seeing this, Hai Longzi's respect vanished, his face expressionless, a strange light flickering in his eyes. True lords of transformation are virtually non-existent in this world, save for the one from 100 years ago. Therefore, from the moment he laid eyes on Zhao Sheng, he had already vaguely guessed his identity. Chapter 643 Where is Xuanzan? Entering the tower, Zhao Sheng saw countless intricate array patterns scattered across the white jade floor. 72 crystal pillars stood in 3 tiers in the center, but the massive, white jade disc was missing. Instead, hexagram-shaped transparent crystals were embedded in the center of the formation. The crystals were as smooth as mirrors, reflecting layers of mysterious shimmering light. The entire formation was not yet operational. The pillars and crystals were dim, as if they had not been activated for a long time. Yet, faint spatial fluctuations could still be heard above the formation. It was clear that the Stargate formation before him and the interdimensional teleportation formation in the Divine Ruins Meteorite Sea were distinctly different versions of the old and new interdimensional teleportation formations. The current formation was undoubtedly more advanced, simplifying the two formations into a single one. Zhao Sheng carefully scanned the formation dozens of times, memorizing every pattern and node. After comparing them, he discovered that most of the patterns on this formation were similar to the one at Shangsu, but the details differed significantly. Curious, Zhao Sheng couldn't bear to miss such a prime opportunity to observe. He soared into the air, gazed down at the formation below, and began to study it once more. Remember, in his previous life, he was a master of formations. Zhao Sheng's concentration was so intense that he instantly lost track of time. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, over 100 days flew by in a flash. Outside the tower, Hai Longzi paced back and forth in front of the gate, constantly looking up at the tower, his face filled with confusion and anxiety. He was deeply puzzled, wondering, how many days have passed? Why is there no movement in the tower? Could something have happened to that person? After a long moment, Hai Longzi's patience finally ran out. He couldn't help but open the gate and fly inside. Upon entering the tower, he immediately saw a figure sitting cross-legged in midair, facing the formation, and his heart tensed. He hurriedly tried to retreat, but heard, "Fellow Taoist, please stay. I have something to ask of you." Hai Longzi's heart ached, and he immediately bowed his head in greeting. "Senior, what are your instructions?" "I'm all ears, fellow Taoist. I believe you have some extra 7-star ruai. Please share a few with me. I won't let you suffer any loss." Zhao Sheng slowly descended, turned around, and looked at Hai Longzi with a smile. "Senior, only 3, no less," Zhao Sheng interrupted him with a domineering tone. Seeing this, Hai Longzi dared not bargain with the fierce man opposite him. With a look of mortification on his face, he pulled 3-star gate ruai from his storage bag and obediently handed them to him. Zhao Sheng took a look and was immediately surprised. It turned out that these 3 ruai were not inlaid with 7, but 12-star orbs. This also meant that the Stargate formation before them connected the 12 Hensha worlds. Zhao Sheng said nothing, simply pulling out a storage bag and tossing it into Hai Longzi's arms. Hai Longzi, visibly filled with resentment, opened the bag, only to be instantly overjoyed upon seeing the contents, instantly forsaking his resentment. Inside, 300 strands of Zuining origin energy crystals lay. "Thank you, true lord, for this gift. I'm truly unworthy of it," Zhao Sheng nodded. And without another word, he waved his sleeves. A flood of spirit stones poured out like a torrent, shattering in large numbers, releasing waves of spiritual energy storms. In a flash, millions of spirit stones were reduced to dust, and the entire tower was quickly filled with immeasurable amounts of pure celestial energy. Zhao Sheng showed no remorse, continuously throwing out millions of mid and low-grade spirit stones, crushing them one by one, releasing the spiritual energy stored within. As the concentration of the spiritual energy soared, the spiritual mist thickened from light to thick, eventually transforming into a vast spiritual cloud that filled the tower. At that moment, countless nodes within the tower's array lit up one by one, as if electrified, frantically devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The array patterns across the ground flickered rapidly, forming a complex, layered pattern. Soon, the 72 array pillars illuminated with brilliant light, and the cluster of crystals on the ground gradually emanated a dazzling silver glow. Dense array patterns illuminated layer upon layer along the tower's walls, rapidly climbing to the spire. Finally, a dazzling white light erupted, blinding even those squinting. At the center of the formation, spatial fluctuations rapidly intensified, until ripples filled the air. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng paused, having already crushed over 30 million low-grade spirit stones into dust. He casually tossed out the 7-star ruai, which landed with incredible precision on the top of one of the array pillars, embedding itself firmly within. Zhao Sheng released his divine consciousness, condensing a series of divine seals and infusing them into the ruai. In an instant, a chaotic, misty vortex materialized above the formation, rapidly expanding until it reached a depth of about 3 meters before stabilizing. "See you again, fellow Taoist Hai." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light and plunging into the vortex of space and time. Hai Longzi, startled, opened his mouth but couldn't utter a single word in response as he watched the true lord vanish. With a resounding boom, the Stargate Tower shook violently. A beam of white light shot out from its spire, fading into the void, extending to an unknown destination. The dark, abysmal seabed was instantly illuminated by the beam, illuminating it like daylight. Simultaneously, the round crystals dotting the tower's outer walls shone brightly, a five-colored aura rising into the sky and instantly sweeping in all directions. After a few breaths, the white light suddenly dissipated, and the seabed returned to pitch black. Inside the tower, Hai Longzi stood stunned for a moment, then suddenly, as if awakening from a dream, he pulled out several one-way sound transmission GUI and quickly relayed the news of someone's departure to several fellow practitioners. At this moment, the person's brows furrowed, as if troubled, but his eyes were much more relaxed than before. Like an island, behind the main peak. Looking out, a towering platform stood upon a row of crystalline pillars, crisscrossed with countless intricate array patterns, numbering 72. This was the location of the Stargate formation of the Dachan realm. At the outer edge of the Stargate formation, three white-haired elders sat cross-legged, all renowned nascent soul ancestors. Suddenly, all 72 pillars shone with dazzling brilliance, and waves of spatial fluctuations rapidly gathered within the formation, followed by a gray vortex slowly emerging in the air. Huh? The formation has been activated? It seems someone is approaching from the other side, the Kiksha Patriarch exclaimed in surprise upon seeing this. Before that person arrives, let's quickly notify the True Lord, another nascent soul ancestor shouted hurriedly. He then pulled out a jade talisman, injected a wisp of divine thought into it, and then crushed it with force. The last one reacted extremely quickly and summoned his own magical treasure, staring at the space-time vortex with a warlike attitude, as if a thunderbolt would erupt at any moment. A few breaths later, a streak of light suddenly shot out from the space-time vortex. After landing in midair, the light faded, revealing an old man in a white robe with a childlike face and white hair. As the three of them saw the newcomer's appearance, they were all horrified and terrified, not daring to harbor any hostility. True Lord Thunder God, the Kiksha ancestor had a bitter expression on his face, and couldn't help but groan inwardly. Zhao Sheng hovered in midair, his eyes sweeping over the three people below him. He no longer paid attention to them, but instead, with his arms folded, gazed at the main peak, as if expecting something. Barely a moment later, a cloud of water arrived from the northwest, instantly passing over the main peak and reaching the edge of the colorful barrier before abruptly stopping. The cloud dissipated, revealing a plain-looking old man in a blue robe. This man was none other than Master Jinghe, the True Lord who guarded like an island. Zhao Sheng, seeing it was him, was filled with disappointment and demanded, "Where's that Zhuangzhen? Tell him to get out." Master Jinghe's expression darkened slightly, and he sneered, "Thunder God, don't be so arrogant. You can't address the island master by name. If you dare disrespect me again, I'll have you confined to Lycan Island forever." Zhao Sheng gave him a strange look, then suddenly shook his head. "You can't, how shameless!" Master Jinghe erupted in rage, but out of some fear, he merely cursed and refrained from immediate attack. Zhao Sheng had seen many such timid individuals before, and he didn't bother to engage in idle conversation. He simply pointed a finger at him. With a resounding boom, a lifelike, gigantic finger, as thick as a giant tree, suddenly emerged from midair. Its hue was violet, its veins distinct, and each line imbued with a powerful aura of destruction. The massive lightning finger, seemingly slow but actually swift, soared into the sky like lightning. Suddenly, the seemingly empty sky erupted in a dazzling display of light, followed by a radiant, rainbow-colored realm. Countless iridescent spiritual symbols shimmered across the surface of the rainbow barrier. Long, dragon-like rivers of restrictions surged toward the giant lightning finger, suppressing and dissipating the destructive force of the thunder within. The lightning finger dimmed at a visible speed, and the rainbow barrier trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of collapse. However, even after the lightning finger vanished, the barrier remained intact. Seeing this, True Lord Jinghe breathed a sigh of relief, his confidence instantly surging. He was about to utter a harsh word when his expression suddenly changed. There was nothing below him, no sign of Zhao Sheng. Haha. At that moment, a soft laugh suddenly rang out from behind, sending a chill down the spines of Jinghe's Henjin spine. Before he could activate his natal magic weapon, he felt a sharp pain in his back. An overwhelming force, irresistible and immense, pierced through his inner armor and several layers of magical barriers, blasting directly into his body. Countless bolts of lightning raced through his body, severely damaging his meridians and internal organs wherever they passed, with destructive force monstrous. Jinghe's Henjin violently gushed out a vast burst of essence and blood, his body involuntarily slamming into the colorful barrier, nearly losing its human form. With a single blow, the veteran divine transformation cultivator was severely wounded. In just 100 years, the gap in power between the two had become a world of difference, and this was before Zhao Sheng had even activated his giant spirit battle buddy. Never mind. Your current level of cultivation is a formidable achievement. As fellow mortals in the lower realms, I wish not to commit further acts of killing. Zhao Sheng stopped after only one strike, not taking the opportunity to kill the opponent. Instead, he produced a grayish-white jade chakra and threw it down. Separate a strand of your soul and send it into the Jade Palace. Today, I will spare your life. Master Jinghe barely managed to fly into the air, gazing up at the figure above him with horror. A sense of defeat surged within him, a feeling he had never felt before. This figure was also a ruthless individual. Without even asking why, he simply tore off a strand of his soul and, despite the excruciating pain, hurled it into the pale Jade Palace. Soon, Master Jinghe, in a trance, became aware of countless blurry images inexplicably floating in his mind, though they remained indistinct. Simultaneously, he sensed a deeper connection within his soul, as if connected to some uncanny entity. Zhao Sheng smiled faintly, reaching out to seize the Jade Talisman. He said, "Your life is now tied to this object. If I were to crush it, you would die instantly." Contained within the Jade Talisman was a modified version of the Heart Demon Curse, derived from the principles of the Red Eyebrow Taoist techniques. This curse eliminated the drawbacks of the original Heart Demon Curse and no longer required Zhao Sheng to split his soul to refine it, instead requiring the soul of a nascent soul realm cultivator to do so. True Lord Jinghe's expression changed again. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded solemnly, his voice hoarse. "I believe it without a doubt. You're clever." Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow, adding, "When Xuanzang returns, tell him I'm back. As long as he doesn't provoke me in the future, I won't bother to care about him." True Lord Jinghe said gravely, "I'll definitely pass on this message. Well, take care of yourself." Before he finished speaking, Zhao Sheng vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, a nascent soul cultivator cried out in shock, "Is this teleportation?" Upon hearing this, True Lord Jinghe immediately denied it. "No, it's probably some kind of profound invisibility technique." Despite his words, having witnessed the island master teleport numerous times, he was certain he wouldn't be mistaken. That was the signature technique of a return to void semi-immortal, teleportation. His denial was merely a reassurance. True Lord Jinghe issued a silence order to the three and hurriedly departed. The three nascent soul cultivators exchanged bewilderment, each silent. They tactfully kept the matter to themselves, refusing to speak publicly. The Great Chun Sacred Tree, the Fihong Cave residence. The atmosphere within the cave was heavy and oppressive, a thick air of anxiety thickening the air. Looking at the tall figure swaying back and forth, the childlike white-browed boy suddenly raised his eyebrows and shouted impatiently, "Zhangju, stop walking around in front of me all the time. You're so annoying." Upon hearing this, the ancestor's Hangju stopped and froze, completely losing his immortal demeanor. He complained repeatedly, "I'm almost worried to death. That kid clearly said he would be back within 100 years. It's been nearly 2 decades, why is there no news? I'm afraid something unexpected has happened in the meantime." Zir has always been calm and would never speak without thinking. "I firmly believe that he will come back." Chen's Hengchen, whose cultivation had reached the second level of the nascent soul, suddenly spoke to comfort everyone. The fairy of Linghu said, "But it's only a few years before the great tribulation of withering and flourishing arrives. What if he still can't make it back by then? What should we do?" "I think it's easy. Just use my immortal skull to block it. At least it can block the first 3 waves of thunder tribulation," the ancestors Hengju shouted. Having said that, the purpose of the Chen family's 6 nascent soul ancestors gathering together is obvious. Chapter 644, A House Full of Descendants. No. The immortal puppet has limitless potential and is our clan's greatest asset. We can't give it away lightly. Furthermore, it's been refined for only 100 years, and its power is less than 30% of what we'd hoped. If it were destroyed by the apocalypse, it would be a complete waste. Upon hearing this, Patriarch Fihong immediately spoke up to stop Patriarch Zhangja from self-destructing. The immortal puppet was not only the Chen family's greatest asset, but also the very treasure upon which Zhangju's path to enlightenment rested. It couldn't be abandoned lightly. He even considered it preferable to preserve the immortal puppet, even if the Dachshund sacred tree was destroyed by the apocalypse. As long as both Zhangju and the immortal puppet were safe, even if they had to rob the tree, they could still obtain a tribulation tree from another clan. Patriarch Fihong had never shared these thoughts with anyone else, but they likely shared similar sentiments. If that doesn't work, we'll have to seek help from the Sea Li family. If we can borrow the 8 treasures tribulation copper, our chances of successfully surviving the tribulation can be increased by at least 20%. But the price to pay would be high, Chen Hengcheng suggested again. That's a very good idea. This should be done sooner rather than later. Patriarch Fihong nodded slightly, turned to look at the white-browed boy, and said in a deep voice, "Third brother, you've always had a wide network of contacts. I'll leave the treasure loan to you. Well, I'll do my best, but I'm afraid the Sea Li family will refuse outright, or the price will be too high." "No problem. Just try your best. If you can't succeed in the end, it's God's will. Don't force it." Patriarch Fihong remained calm, remaining remarkably relaxed even in the face of a life-or-death crisis. HMPH. I shouldn't have let that kid leave back then. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. He's truly an ungrateful person. In my opinion, Zhangzhou, shut up. Seeing Chen Zhangzhou's words spiraling out of control, Patriarch Fihong immediately interrupted him. Even so, Chen Hengcheng's face darkened immediately, and he couldn't help but snort, filled with indignation but holding back his retort. At the same time, Patriarch Zhangzhou glanced up at him, his gaze filled with meaning. Sensing the situation, Patriarch Zhangzhou quickly corrected himself, saying, "Hey, I was incredibly anxious, and just slipped up a bit. Alright, Zhangzhou didn't mean it. Zhangcheng, don't take it to heart." At this point, the white-eyebrow child suddenly spoke to smooth things over. "You're right, Patriarch. I'll forget those little complaints as soon as they're heard," Chen Hengcheng replied coldly. While respect might be denied to others, it was crucial to give the white-eyebrow child ample respect. After all, according to bloodline, Chen Hengcheng was the white-eyebrow child's 8th great-grandson. With these words, the tense atmosphere immediately eased. Patriarch Fihong nodded silently and was about to speak again, but before he could, his expression suddenly changed. Instantly, a vast, majestic, and overwhelming pressure swept in from outside the cave, filling the entire space like an unimaginably large mountain, bearing down on everyone's hearts and momentarily suffocating them. The next moment, the terrifying pressure receded like a flood. A streak of purple lightning shot into the cave, landing before everyone. The lightning faded, revealing a tall, imposing, and handsome young man with an unworldly demeanor. It was none other than the returning Zhao Sheng. Bang! Elder Fihong, almost losing his composure, abruptly stood up, accidentally knocking over the jade table in front of him. But he wouldn't care about such a trivial matter. Elder Fihong, no, it was everyone who was utterly stunned. They all looked at Zhao Sheng, almost speechless with shock. Only after Zhao Sheng bowed and greeted everyone did Fihong and the others regain their composure. Oh my god, how did he become a true lord? Could it be that I just sensed him wrongly? Chen Hengcheng couldn't help but groan, muttering to himself. A prodigy? A true prodigy? Great, great, now the Chen family is saved. Alice, I thought I'd be first, but fate plays such a trick on me. You truly are our family's ace. With you in the family from now on, I can rest in peace even if I die now. Elder Fihong sensed the vibrations of the laws emanating from Zhao Sheng and sighed heartfeltly. Seeing his goal achieved, Zhao Sheng immediately restrained his aura and returned to his original state. It's all my fault for worrying you elders just now, Zhao Sheng said modestly, glancing at Elder Zhangzhou, whose face flushed red as if struck by lightning. Elder Fihong noticed his little move but feigned ignorance, smiling gently. Your timely return is a great accomplishment. What's wrong with that? Come up and take a seat. Ancestor Hong is absolutely right, Chen Hengcheng echoed his words. After saying this, he looked at Zhao Sheng and, with feigned reserve, shouted, come and take a seat. Are you asking me to treat you? Zhao Sheng smiled, flew onto the stage, randomly selected a J table, and sat cross-legged at the back. At this moment, the fairy of Linghu, finally unable to contain her curiosity, preemptively asked about his experiences over the past few years. Zhao Sheng knew what everyone wanted to know, but unfortunately, he couldn't tell them honestly. So, he recounted some of his journeys through the heavens aboard the Shu Ongling, and several significant events upon his return to the Black Sand Realm. Of course, some of these stories were detailed, while others were truncated, half true and half false. As for his breakthrough to the spiritual transformation realm, Zhao Sheng simply attributed it to the Chimney Dao, stating that it was all chance and coincidence. Everyone listened, rapt, and marveled at the boy's immense fortune, always able to turn danger into fortune and turn adversity into blessing. Upon hearing that the Chimideo possessed a unique method for achieving immortality, Patriarch Fihong and the others were astonished, then intrigued. Only Patriarch Zhangzhen remained unmoved. He was 80% certain of breaking through to the spiritual transformation realm, and would eventually ascend to the spirit realm. He certainly wasn't in a rush for immortality. Zhao Sheng spent half a day recounting his experiences over the years. However, the crowd didn't let him go, instead begging him to share his cultivation experiences. Thus began his sermon. This lecture lasted for over 2 weeks, and Zhao Sheng's eloquence flowed like a flower, his words flourishing from heaven, golden lotuses emerging from the earth. That was impossible. Of course, Fihong and the others were mesmerized, as if they had received a revelation. This was indeed true. After all, Zhao Sheng had reached the nascent soul stage through many lifetimes. No one in the world understood the principles of nascent soul cultivation better than him. 2 months passed in a flash. Qianlong Pavilion gradually returned to its former tranquility. The servants and maids were all in high spirits, working even harder, feeling a bright future ahead of them, a sense of prosperity and wealth within their grasp. One day, deep within the living room of a magnificent mansion nearby, voices emanated. "Old master, why hasn't the master summoned you yet?" Could it be that matter? A well-maintained middle-aged man stood in the center of the living room, observing the old man with a green beard, who sat in the main seat, resting with his eyes closed. He cautiously asked, observing his expression. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly widened in anger, and he slammed the table and shouted, "Shut up!" The middle-aged man trembled with fear, and immediately stopped talking. Chen Shou slowly exhaled his depressed breath and said in a loud voice, "Master is so wise and brave, it's just that a few fairy-eating silkworms died. How could he take this matter to heart? The reason why he hasn't seen me is probably because of the death of the second young master, so he is angry with me. Master Yu's death is indeed due to reason. You are also loyal to the master, but you are not able to do so. If you still vent your anger on others like this, the master is really..." As the middle-aged man spoke, his voice became smaller unconsciously, and he did not dare to say the word stingy after all. Chen Shou didn't blame his grandson for his slightly presumptuous remarks. Instead, he sighed, "Alice, maybe it wasn't because of this. Perhaps it was simply because the master was reminded of someone else by the side of the items, and secretly felt sad, so he stayed away from them." The middle-aged man's eyes flickered, and he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, muttering to himself, "It would have been fine if he hadn't returned, but if he did, it would have been a disaster. There's so much accumulated deficit over the years. If they were to investigate thoroughly, I'm afraid, well, let's just take it one step at a time. I hope, for the sake of their relationship as master and servant, they'll let this whole family off. Besides, isn't it true that the law doesn't punish the masses? With the chief steward watching out front, it should, nothing will happen." Chen Shou understood his master's thoughts very well. Zhao Sheng truly didn't care about the whereabouts of the few immortal devouring silkworms, nor even the loss of nearly 10 million spirit stones. The only things he cared about in this world were his wives, concubines, and children. Yet, 100 years seemed so short to him, yet it was the lifetime of most people. Time flies, day and night. Over the past 100 years, Chen Shuang, Chen Qi, Chen Ling, and other wives and concubines have passed away. Only his wife, Chen Ying, achieved the golden core formation, finally waiting for her husband's return. Since ancient times, the world of immortal cultivation has been a cruel place. Without achieving the golden core formation, even the most brilliant and talented can only enjoy a carefree existence for 200 years before eventually returning to dust. Of Chen Zhi, Chen Ren, Chen Yi, and Chen Jin's 4 children, Chen Zhi and Chen Ren both achieved the golden core formation. Unfortunately, Chen Ren, using external materials to form his core formation, has no hope of achieving the nascent soul stage in this lifetime. Chen Zhi, though barely 200 years old, had already reached the second level of the golden core formation stage, demonstrating a boundless path and the prospect of achieving the nascent soul stage. The third son, Chen Yi, died unexpectedly 70 years ago, having already reached the foundation establishment stage. The fourth son, Chen Jin, was less gifted, expiring at the age of 127, having died over 30 years ago. Fortunately, Chen Ren and his family have heeded their father's teachings and dedicated themselves to expanding their family. When Zhao Sheng left the Dachan realm, he had only 2 or 3 grandchildren. Over 100 years later, his lineage has flourished, forming a family of thousands. The 7th generation alone boasts over 200 descendants, including 40 with exceptionally strong spiritual roots. But cultivating immortality is incredibly difficult. From the 3rd to the 7th generation, his family has produced over 150 cultivators. However, only 17 have ever achieved the foundation establishment stage, and only 13 are still alive. The most accomplished of these, a 4th generation descendant named Chen Xiang, has reached the 6th level of foundation establishment, surpassing even his grandmother, Chen Zhi, in her progress. Over the past 2 weeks, Zhao Sheng has met with several of the most accomplished descendants, personally guiding them in their cultivation and gifting each with a Kyankan bag filled with treasures that would make a Jindan's Henren drool. However, he admits to being indifferent to family affection, caring deeply for his 2 children, Chen Zhi and Chen Ren. Unfortunately, the 2 of them are now at loggerheads, seemingly refusing to see each other for the rest of their lives. This is causing Zhao Sheng immense distress, and he's been staying at Huxin Courtyard several times, complaining bitterly to his wife, Chen Ying. His wife's words are merely playful, for Chen Ying, after achieving her Dan Chang, has become even more voluptuous and charming. The reunion of an old couple is like a raging fire between dry wood, ready to ignite at the first whim. Spring passes, autumn returns, the season cycle. Unbeknownst to the world, the Chen family's stabilizing force has secretly returned to the family for over a year. As the catastrophe of withering and flourishing approaches, surreptitious agents are increasingly appearing outside the Chen family's sacred tree domain. Even prominent families bordering the Chen family's sphere of influence, such as the Gui and Fang families, are making moves, some mobilizing corps of Taoist troops on the border, all eyeing the situation with a fierce eye. The numerous vassal immortal cultivation families are also in a state of panic, sending envoys to meet with Chen while secretly preparing retreat plans to avoid disaster, but they are unable to do so. Faced with this internal and external crisis, the Chen family remained unwavering, never taking any countermeasures, like an inert old man, or deliberately turning a blind eye. This further deteriorated the situation, and even within the family, panic ensued. Many branches and offshoots began to revolt, preparing to flee in the face of impending disaster. In the past 2 months, conflicts and encroachments between the Chen family and other families have rapidly increased. However, the top leadership of the Chen family has remained silent, choosing to forbear. This has allowed the neighbors to become increasingly brazen and aggressive. HMPH, Ancestor Hong, just let me take action this once. I simply can't stand it any longer. Inside Fihong Cave, the white-browed boy shouted angrily at Ancestor Fihong. Even if you can't bear it, you have to endure it. Don't let a momentary anger ruin my plans. Zhao Sheng saw this and agreed. Ancestor Hong has far-reaching considerations. Old Ancestor, please don't let a small provocation disrupt the family's plans. Seeing Zhao Sheng speak, the white-browed boy's anger subsided slightly, and he immediately changed the subject, saying, HMPH, that bitch Si Li Lanlan is coming soon. This time, she's definitely coming with bad intentions. How should we deal with her? Old Ancestor Fihong said nothing, but turned his gaze to Zhao Sheng beside him. It had been over a year since he returned to the family, and his return could not be hidden from those with ulterior motives. Seeing this, Zhao Sheng smiled calmly. Since they are coming for me, I will deal with it. It's just that the silly family is stretching their hands too far, the white-browed boy also said. That's absolutely right. The old ladies in the silly family are extremely annoying. They must have regarded the Dachan realm as their back garden. Of course, they will not allow any family to rise unexpectedly and challenge the status of this clan. At this time, the Ancestor Fihong saw that something was wrong and hurriedly reminded, Brother Zai, just let her give up. Don't meddle in other people's business. Don't worry, Ancestor Hong. I also know that the women in the silly family are smaller than the eye of a needle. They will be sensible when they take action, Zhao Sheng assured calmly. Chapter 645, The Invasion of the Foreign Fleet. 2 days later. Near Hanging City, dozens of 1,000-foot-long fiery crimson spiritual boats silently hovered above the sea of clouds. Their hulls shimmered with spiritual light, their decks pierced with cannon muzzles, emitting a murderous aura. Looking out, The decks were ablaze with flags, and thousands of golden-armored Taoist soldiers stood with spears drawn, their aura of murderous intent permeating the air. Hanging City was deserted, its streets empty. Its inhabitants huddled in their homes, shivering in fear, silently praying for divine protection. At that moment, within the breathtakingly beautiful octagonal pavilion in the center of the city, several women in ornate dresses stood respectfully at its side. At a jade table in the pavilion's center, presided over by a stunningly beautiful woman in a vibrant, feathered robe. Her eyebrows raised slightly, she gazed absent-mindedly at the lotus blossoms on the lake outside, lost in thought. Opposite her stood a dignified old man in a tall crown and a wide belt. It was none other than Chen Daqian, patriarch of the Chen family. "What time is it?" Si Li Lanlan's eyes flickered as she suddenly asked calmly. "Master, it's only 1:15. A young woman in a green gauze dress stepped forward and whispered. Si Li Lanlan pursed her lips, a hint of displeasure crossing her face. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Daqian immediately smiled heartily and said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. The old ancestor has been in seclusion for many years and may not have woken up from his deep sleep yet. I hope your Majesty will wait for a moment." Si Li Lanlan turned slightly, her eyes fell on Chen Daqian, and she said coldly, "I have always respected the character of Ancestor Fihong, so I have been waiting here for a full hour. 300 years, no one has made me wait for so long. Where is the white-browed boy? Let him come out and see me." Chen Daqian felt his heart tremble when he heard this, but there was no abnormality on his face. He replied calmly, "My white-browed ancestor has something to do and cannot be separated." "Huh?" A cold snort interrupted his words, and the atmosphere here was also solemn and murderous. Chen Daqian did not change his expression when he saw this, and simply kept silent. "HMPH. I came to your Chen family today with good intentions, intending to inform Fihong of an important matter. But now it seems I was being too sentimental." Si Li Lanlan sneered, her tone extremely cold. Chen Daqian's heart tightened upon hearing this. At that moment, a flash of lightning flashed from the sky, sweeping across most of the city in an instant, and landing in the pavilion. As the lightning faded, a tall, straight, and handsome young man appeared in his place. Who else could it be but Zhao Sheng? Zhao Sheng stood there with a smile on his face, his eyes, gleaming with divine light, scanning the people in the pavilion before finally resting on Si Li Lanlan's face. Upon seeing the newcomer, Si Li Lanlan's heart sank, and she instinctively felt an indescribable fear. "Who are you? Where are you from?" Her lips trembled slightly, and with each word she uttered, the invisible pressure grew heavier, so much so that a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul stage couldn't even form a complete sentence. Even more astonishing was the complete oblivion of the others in the pavilion, seemingly unaware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from that person. From a single encounter, Si Li Lanlan was horrified to realize the unfathomable depths of the person's cultivation, at least a nascent soul cultivator. As for a true lord of transformation, she couldn't even imagine it. At that moment, the overwhelming pressure suddenly dissipated, and Si Li Lanlan felt as if she had escaped a disaster, her mind slightly at ease. After a brief warning, Zhao Sheng restrained his aura, turned, and bowed to Chen Daqian, saying, "Master, Hongzhou has reached a critical juncture in his retreat and is unable to come out to meet guests. Therefore, he has instructed me to meet the distinguished guest of the Si Li family." Chen Daqian's expression was captivating. He had already discerned some clues from the previous scene, and he felt a mixture of surprise and joy. He felt a surge of energy welling up in his chest, which he then forced back. He recalled the day Chen Zai first joined the family, and recalled the events of previous years. He couldn't help but admire his ancestors' discernment, having welcomed such a peerless figure into the family. Chen Daqian suppressed his turbulent emotions and calmly stood up. He bowed to Si Li Lanlan and said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have something to attend to. How about letting the seventh elder receive you, Master Chen?" "It's all right. Please feel free to do what you want," Si Li Lanlan asked calmly, calming herself. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your understanding," Chen Daqian said, nodded to Zhao Sheng, and strode out of the place with his head held high. Zhao Sheng took 2 steps forward and slowly sat down on the jade stool opposite. He looked at Si Li Lanlan calmly and asked, "Fellow Taoist Si Li, what brings you here? Are you ready to tell me now?" Though spoken lightly, these words resonated with Si Li Lanlan like a resounding bell, sending a shudder through her soul, a chill running down her spine. and an indescribable sense of oppression washed over her, piercing her very core. In reality, it was merely a rudimentary application of the willpower field. Seely Lanlin had never encountered such an attack before, which was why she fell so easily. At this point, Seely Lanlin's arrogance vanished, and she became obedient and quickly explained her purpose. My ancestors sent me here to warn the nobles in advance. Reliable intelligence indicates that several unidentified foreign fleets have recently appeared in the airspace near this realm. If nothing unexpected happens, these foreign fleets are all heading for the Dachan sacred tree, especially those above the Third Tribulation. The trunks of Dachan sacred trees above the Third Tribulation are excellent materials for refining Void Realm-class spacecraft, such as the Shuangling, a vessel belonging to the Zhao Sheng Palace. Therefore, every 1 or 2,000 years, the Dachan realm faces a crisis of forced felling of the sacred tree. Each time, 1 or 2 unfortunate ancient clans or noble families are annihilated, and the sacred tree is also cut down and taken away. Stories like this have occurred countless times throughout history, and the Dachan immortal cultivation community is already extremely familiar with them and has developed extremely comprehensive defenses. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he said expressionlessly, "So they're a bunch of locusts from outside the realm. This world has a fair number of Three Tribulations great trees, so my Chen family shouldn't be their target. However, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to fellow Taoist Seely for this reminder. My Chen family will remember this favor and will repay it in the future. It's just a small reminder, don't take it to heart. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet, Senior," Seely Lanlin cautiously probed. "My name is Chen Zai, the Zai is in Dangsishen. Fellow Taoist Seely must have heard of you, but just didn't believe it." Zhao Sheng openly revealed his identity. Senior, you're truly a prodigy." Seely Lanlin was deeply moved by this, but immediately, no longer had any doubts, and she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Fellow Taoist, you're too kind," Zhao Sheng replied calmly. A moment later, Zhao Sheng escorted Seely Lanlin out of the mansion and watched the group soar into the warship above. Then, the mighty fleet slowly set sail, soaring into the sky in an instant, disappearing from the side of the city's residents. Zhao Sheng watched them depart, a thoughtful expression on his face. Qianlong Pavilion, in front of the Wangxin Tower. Under the blazing sun, an old, gaunt figure knelt on the scorching stone floor, head bowed, motionless. The man kneeling before the tower was none other than Chen Shou, the manor's second steward, who had enjoyed great renown for much of his life. He had knelt there for 3 days and 3 nights, simply begging his master to see him. However, half a day passed in a flash, the sun set in the west, and dusk fell. At that moment, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared before Chen Shou and sighed, "Get up. The master left a message for you." Chen Shou's body trembled at the words, and he shouted excitedly, "Head steward, is the master finally going to see me?" "What did the master say?" Head steward Chen Fu, resentful of his lack of resistance, became much more distant and blunt, saying, "The master doesn't want to see you. He only left one message, return the things you shouldn't have taken, and forget about the rest." Upon hearing this, Chen Shou burst into tears. He rushed into the building and kowtowed. His face was covered in blood as he kowtowed repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. "From now on, I can't keep you here. You'll have to take care of yourself." With that, head steward Chen Fu drifted away. Chen Shou, who had been kowtowed endlessly, suddenly collapsed, as if all his energy and spirit had been drained by these words. A few days later, second steward Chen Shou and his entire family quietly moved out of their fiefdom and settled into the Hanging City. 2 months later, 3 mysteriously deceased immortal eating silkworms were returned intact to Qianlong Pavilion, along with a thumb-thick, dark silk rope. Zhao Sheng took the rope in his hand and examined it carefully, puzzled by its appearance. It was a stark contrast to the legendary legend. After spending a dozen breaths, he refined the rope to its initial state. Then, he shouted, "Go!" Before he could finish his words, the rope in his hand instantly transformed into rainbow, soaring thousands of feet into the sky. It wrapped around a speeding great blue peng 7 or 8 times, binding it tightly from head to claws. Boom! Without a chance to scream, the great blue peng plummeted from the sky like a boulder, crashing into the garden below and destroying a large patch of flowers. "Come again." With a thought, Zhao Sheng suddenly emitted a black rainbow from the great blue peng, like a flash of lightning, instantly binding its owner. No matter how hard the man struggled, He couldn't break free from the silken cords. Zhao Sheng watched all this unfold, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The legendary immortal binding rope possessed the power to capture dragons and bind immortals, but the rope in his hand couldn't even completely contain a minor cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. It was completely useless to him. Perhaps because the immortal devouring silkworms were still in their larval stages, the spiritual silk they spun wasn't powerful enough. If they could be raised for a few thousand years, they might be of great use. Zhao Sheng felt bored at this thought and secretly decided to leave all the immortal devouring silkworms to his 2 children. After all, in a few thousand years, he might even transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, so why would he care about a few insects? After retracting the binding rope, he suddenly vanished from the spot. Autumn gave way to winter, and the year drew to a close. The Chen family's vassal clans were increasingly divided, and a few radicalized ones had already openly defected to other powerful clans. Even those immortal cultivators who hadn't shown any signs of rebellion were secretly seeking a way out, most flirting with the Gui family, but then drifting away. Within the Chen family, those branches led by nascent soul ancestors remained relatively stable, but those without such leaders felt their doom was approaching and had been showing signs of independence for months. This move was absurd and ridiculous, revealing the true nature of the Chen clan's intentions and uncovering numerous hidden dangers within the family. Once the catastrophe was over, Patriarch Fehuang and his followers would decisively address all the problems and hidden dangers exposed, laying the foundation for the Chen family's future expansion. That day, a heavy snowfall arrived, blanketing the Chen family's sacred tree in white. Only a white barrier appeared above Hanging City, shielding it from the heavy snow. Amidst the heavy snow, no one expected 3 figures to appear in a secluded courtyard within the city. Standing in the middle was a handsome young man with a scaly forehead and radiant blue eyes. To his left stood a burly man with a furry, thunder-faced face, his hands reaching down to his knees. The final figure was a wolf-headed old man, over 10 feet tall, wearing a fur skirt. These 3 were not pure human, but carried alien blood. Their auras were reserved, their depth of cultivation unclear, but they had clearly reached the state of returning to nature. In reality, these 3 uninvited guests were from outside the realm, and their cultivation levels were above the nascent soul stage. The handsome young man in the lead had already reached the spiritual transformation stage 1,000 years ago, and even his 2 trusted aides were unsure of his current strength. The captain hadn't taken action in centuries. "Captain, I've already investigated. There's no divine transformation master in charge of this place. Once the withering and flourishing calamity is over, that indigenous tree lord will undoubtedly be severely weakened. Then, we can simply launch a surprise attack and easily capture him. Well, Suyuan, go and explore further. For some reason, I'm feeling uneasy. As you command, I'll take my leave." With that, the figure of the man with the thunder god's face suddenly faded and vanished without a trace, evidently having quietly left the courtyard. The handsome young man's foreboding was correct. At that moment, the 3 of them were watching every move. To avoid their detection, Zhao Sheng avoided using his divine sense and instead activated his willpower field, using his original spiritual awareness to remotely monitor the 3. At that moment, he was quietly observing the courtyard from the 3rd floor of the restaurant, hundreds of feet away. The man with the thunder god's face possessed extraordinary magical powers, successfully evading divine sense detection and becoming invisible. Unfortunately, he was nowhere to be seen by the perception of the spiritual awareness. Mr. Bei, the officials here in Xianzhou are away from home. It's easy to take action, but difficult to retreat. What do you think? How about we run to Zimengzhou and take action? Reporting to the captain, Zimengzhou has been secretly included in the sphere of influence of several gangs of Ziyaya. If we rush into Grabmeat, we will inevitably have a fight. If we win, it's fine, but if we lose, I'm afraid. The wolf-headed old man said the last sentence, but stopped, as if he didn't agree with the captain's suggestion. Hearing this, the handsome young man sighed. "Alice, it would be a pity to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." Chapter 646, 2 Kills. An incense stick later, the burly man with the thunder god face quietly returned to the courtyard and reported quietly to the handsome young man. "Captain, I've searched the area thoroughly. Aside from the slightly troublesome tree lord, the others are just a bunch of small fry. I can easily kill them all. Suyuan, you truly never disappoint me," the handsome young man praised, then ordered the 2 men, "Let's go." Follow me to our next target." The two alien gods bowed in agreement. A moment later, three shadowy figures silently passed through the white light barrier, soaring into the drifting snow, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, the three men were completely unaware that a spiritual mark had been secretly placed on the man with the thunder god face, and Zhao Sheng had been secretly following him, less than 100 miles away. 2 days later, on the shores of a large lake in northwest Shenzhou, a massive lacquer boat, over 100 feet long, drifted through the water, shimmering with a shimmering spiritual light. At this moment, several men stood on the bow of the ship. Leading the way was a burly man with a wiry, pubic-haired face, his hands reaching down to his knees. Behind him knelt a plump old man. The patriarch of a local immortal cultivation family, he had reached the golden core stage and was now their slave. Recently, the old man and his family had fallen completely under the control of the thieves. Not only was their life and death at the mercy of the thieves, but their very home had become a temporary refuge for this band of foreign pirates. The plump old man, with a fawning expression, gazed at the imposing man with the thief's face, fearing he might accidentally offend him and be slapped to death. "You useless piece of shit. You can't even gather any useful information. What use do I have for you?" The thief's face sternly berated the old man, looking down at him. "Master, spare me. Give me another half-month, and I'll definitely find out if the Zhu family's old tree master is dead or alive. I beg you, master, to grant me a little more time." Upon hearing this, the wealthy old man pleaded bitterly. I failed in my duties, and I must accept the punishment." As soon as he finished speaking, before he could react, he found his entire body stiff, unable to move at all. Looking down, he was horrified to discover that a layer of yellow hair had sprouted from his body, his skin swollen and cracking, heaving and undulating, as if something was trying to break out. No, with a painful roar, the wealthy old man's belly suddenly ripped open, and out emerged a 3-foot-tall, dripping, one-horned ape. Its tail remained inside, expanding and contracting as it sucked something. The wealthy old man visibly lost weight, and in just a few breaths, he was reduced to a shrunken, black, and ugly corpse. "Ha ha!" Suddenly, a soft laugh echoed from above. Thundergod-faced man, startled, looked up at the sky. Just then, a cold voice echoed in his ear, "Since you've killed my men, let's exchange one life for another." Before the words had finished, Thundergod-faced man felt his shoulders sink, and a massive hand, gleaming with lightning, suddenly appeared. Just as the newborn demon monkey exploded into pulp, a torrent of overwhelming force, like a mountain collapsing, pounded through his shoulder into his body, accompanied by countless energies of intensely masculine and powerful thunder. The Thundergod-faced man, horrified, instinctively unleashed his inner mana, but as soon as a faint yellow light emanated from his body, it was immediately suppressed by the thunderbolt. At the same time, an unimaginable, alien divine consciousness burst forth with overwhelming force into his purple mansion soul sea, transforming into a vast expanse of purple divine thunder that instantly engulfed his primordial spirit and dharma body. Thunder God Face barely held out for a breath or two before his primordial spirit and dharma body were shattered and destroyed by the divine consciousness thunder. His dharma body was immediately severely damaged. Facing Zhao Sheng, a 4th-level divine transformation cultivator, this alien divine transformation cultivator was completely vulnerable. It wasn't that he wasn't powerful, but rather that Zhao Sheng was too. His divine consciousness alone far surpassed the imaginations of his peers, having already reached the late divine transformation stage. Furthermore, he possessed the added strength of his willpower field. Immediately, Thunder God Face's body underwent a startling transformation. He swelled uncontrollably, his hair growing ever more profusely. The flesh in the center of his forehead burst, revealing a palm-length horn. His arms grew immensely, like two massive stone pillars. In an instant, he transformed into a one-horned demonic ape over 30 feet tall, his aura surging into the sky, and a billowing demonic cloud filled the air. Zilla-la-la, dense purple lightning flashed and danced across the demon ape, accompanied by the clashing sound of electricity. The demonic aura was instantly shattered, dissipating into wisps of smoke. The next moment, Zhao Sheng's brow furrowed, and his right hand suddenly erupted with a vast burst of purple lightning. Countless arcs of electricity arced and struck the demon ape, sending a series of resounding explosions. The ape, having been struck by lightning, convulsed in pain, writhing on the ground, uttering a series of agonizing cries. A moment later, the demon ape had been electrocuted to death, its massive body shrinking from 30 feet to a mere 2 feet. Its fur had long since fallen away, its skin covered in charred black, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Zhao Sheng then coldly demanded, "I ask you questions, and you answer them. If you don't wish to have your soul extracted and refined, then tell me everything you know, senior, spare my life. I will tell you everything I know. Please do not torture me any further." The one-horned demon ape collapsed on the boat, begging for mercy with a look of despair on his face. "Very good, the first question is, where are you from? Which force is secretly supporting us behind the scenes? We were all recruited by the ship owner. I used to be the ape king of Philia realm. The ship owner promised to teach me a magic saint's mind method, so, with a series of questions and answers, Zhao Sheng quickly figured out the origins and internal situation of this group of foreign pirates. Afterwards, he learned some information about other pirate groups from this monster. These foreign pirate groups are all hired by others. In essence, they are all a group of alien races doing dirty work. Each pirate group has at least one god-level fighter, and the most powerful one has as many as 5. As for which major force hired them, it is not known for the time being, but Zhao Sheng has already made a vague guess. Since human state has just experienced a war that lasted for nearly 200 years, the overall strength of the state's immortal cultivation world has declined to the lowest point in tens of thousands of years. Therefore, this time, most of the foreign pirate groups have secretly set their sights on the fat piece of human state, and are ready to make a fortune. Zhao Sheng was shocked upon hearing this news and quickly asked, "Tell me, when will they start, senior? You don't know, our bandits are not united, and everyone has their own little plans." "I really don't know when the ZI gang will start," the one-horned demon ape replied pitifully. Zhao Sheng was naturally not fooled by such an act. After thinking for a moment, he did not take the other party's life. After all, this was an 11th level demon king. Killing it would be a waste. It was just the right time to subdue it and use it as the guardian beast of the Chen family. Zhao Sheng took out a mutated heart demon Jake and threw it at the demon ape, signaling it to do this and that. Although the one-horned demon ape was extremely reluctant, the situation was beyond its control. It had no choice but to follow Zhao Sheng's instructions and honestly split its soul and heart blood and sent them into the jade. Zhao Sheng reached out and snatched the jade palace, dropping a bottle of the 4th grade Shang Finnigan pill. He instructed the demon ape to recover quickly and remain with the pirate group, reporting to the captain immediately upon their return. He then gave it some secret instructions before vanishing from the demon side in a flash. Hiss, teleport, the one-horned demon ape gasped at the sight, instantly extinguishing any remaining thoughts, then filled with despair. The night was deep, the moon set and the stars sparse. Thousands of miles west of the Xinglong Mountains, above the thick clouds, a resounding rumble erupted, magical light crisscrossed, and brilliant clouds of light exploded repeatedly. It was clear that a battle was underway. With a resounding boom, Zhao Sheng swung his fist, the thunderous force of his fist erupting, creating a dazzling sea of violet lightning. Across the sea of lightning, towering trees, engulfed in the storm, crashed into it with overwhelming force. Accompanied by a series of resounding explosions, blinding lightning ripped through the clouds, reducing all the giant trees to ashes. The raging storm of magical energy tore most of the clouds apart, shattering them into countless streams before dissolving into nothingness. An immense hole suddenly appeared in the sky, rapidly expanding as the clash intensified. "Is this all you're capable of? Truly disappointing," Zhao Sheng said with a chuckle, shattering the sweeping emerald torrent with a single punch. Hearing this, Elder Beimu suddenly raised his arms, and countless saplings erupted in the void, rapidly growing into towering trees that blocked the rapidly expanding sea of purple lightning. "I have no grudge against you, fellow Taoist, so why are you fighting the moment we meet? Haha. You claim you have no grudge against me, Zhao, but why are you targeting my family's sacred tree? Since you dare to spy on my clan, don't leave," Zhao Sheng said indifferently, his laughter fading. As soon as he finished speaking, a jet-black sword flashed from Zhao Sheng's sleeve. Fast as lightning, it instantly pierced through the void for hundreds of miles, piercing into the towering trees. Miraculously, it found the culprit hidden within and slashed him down. Elder Beimu, caught on the middle of it, felt the sword energy rush to his forehead, his scalp tingling. However, his expression remained unchanged, as if unmoved. Most cultivators of the wood element were known for their tenacious vitality. At his current level, this sword, though swift, could not harm him at all. However, at this moment, His vision suddenly went dark, and he caught a glimpse of an incomparably dark black hole flashing towards him. His vision and spiritual perception were mysteriously cut off in an instant. Old man Beimu was startled. He immediately raised his hands, and a surge of green light erupted from his body. Instantly, a massive, verdant cypress tree emerged, its crown towering like a canopy, as vast as a mountain. With a slight sway, it seemed as if the earth was shaking, and a waterfall of innate demonic energy poured out, narrowly blocking the Black Abyss sword domain from its true form. Despite the Black Abyss sword domain erupting with wave after wave of sword seas, the verdant canopy constantly regenerated, often swiftly recovering its original appearance after the first slash, its recovery speed exceeding the damage done. Even if the Black Abyss sword itself struck the trunk of the giant tree, it would still be unable to sever it in half, due to its sheer size, reaching 1/10 the size of the Great Shun sacred tree. Little Zhao, is this all you have? If so, I'm truly disappointed. As soon as the words left his mouth, a flash of lightning flashed before the giant, verdant tree. Before the tree could react, the lightning had transformed into an 18-zang tall giant, suddenly crashing through the cypress trunk and burrowing deep inside. Elder Cypress felt a tearing pain radiate from his body, and the vast crown of the tree shook violently. Countless thick and long cracks suddenly appeared on the trunk's surface, and from the depths of the cracks, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted. At that moment, the Black Abyss sword transformed into a 1,000-foot-long sword rainbow, fiercely slashing down from the treetop. A shower of sword energy and a waterfall of purple lightning followed, instantly engulfing most of the tree. Boom! A series of roaring sounds echoed. The cypress demon, which had lived for tens of thousands of years, finally reached its end. The massive trunk, as huge as a mountain, snapped at the waist, and the crown erupted in flames. At that moment, a towering figure shrouded in lightning slowly flew out from the broken site, clutching in its hands an emerald green crystal half a man's height and the size of a water tank. It was the demon crystal of the 10,000-year-old cypress wood demon. Within the crystal, a little old man, covered in roots and with distinct features, faintly emerged. This was the demon soul of the old cypress wood demon. Senior, please spare my life. I surrender. From now on, I will be at your disposal. I hope you will have pity on the difficult cultivation of wood demons like us, and spare this little demon's soul. It's rare for a cypress wood demon to become a demon. The laws of wood are truly fascinating. It's a shame it's just an incarnation, not the true master. Zhao Sheng's eyes flickered, and he weighed the demon crystal for a moment before smiling faintly. As he finished speaking, he gently rubbed his palms together, and a flash of lightning erupted. Countless purple lightning bolts poured into the demon crystal, instantly blasting the wood demon's soul to pieces, leaving it no chance to escape. Just you wait, old man Beimu cried out his last desperate words, and the demonic spirit instantly vanished. I hope you know your place and don't provoke me. Otherwise, HMPH, Zhao Sheng snorted twice, casually storing the wood crystal in the zoomy space. Then, he plummeted downward, flying towards the wreckage of giant trees scattered across the ground. At the same time, far beyond the Dachan realm, on Yuhu Star, a crater suddenly shook. Then, a cloud of dust surged high into the sky like a volcanic eruption, quickly spreading and enveloping the entire crater. The next second, a streak of green light suddenly burst forth from the dust cloud, hurtling towards the Dachan realm millions of miles away. Shortly after it vanished, a pitch-black shuttle boat, 70 or 80 feet long, rose from the crater, suddenly transforming into a streak of black light, also heading for the Dachan realm. Zhao Sheng, meanwhile, was cleaning up the mess, unaware of the impending crisis from beyond the heavens. Chapter 647, Four Demons Come Together, Thunder Magic Punishes the Evil. 2 days passed in a flash. That morning, as the mist began to clear, a streak of green light suddenly broke through the clouds, plummeting at incredible speed before coming to a halt above a barren wasteland. As the light faded, a tall, thin, elderly man in a green robe, green hair, and ashen skin emerged. Thousands of emerald rays of light shone around him, each transforming into a vision of plants, vines, and flowers. This man, also known as Wang Tang, was an ancient spiritual vine, countless millennia old, possessing unfathomable cultivation. While publicly the leader of a band of foreign pirates, he was actually a minor elder of the Wangxing Palace. He, along with other bandit leaders, were also members of the Wangxing Palace, secretly following instructions from their superiors, deliberately posing as foreign pirates to enter the Dachan realm and steal the sacred tree. 2 cyan lightning flashes shot from the old demon Wang Teng's eyes. He scanned the devastated ground below, spotting the shards of scattered cypress wood. His face suddenly darkened, murderous intent radiating from his eyes. The terrifying aura emanating from his body shook the surrounding atmosphere violently. Seeing the murderer vanish into thin air, the old demon Wang Teng fiercely gazed toward the Xinglong Mountains, gritting his teeth and roaring, "No matter who you are, I will annihilate your soul and spirit, and you will never be reborn." With a cold snort, the man suddenly transformed into a streak of cyan light, streaking towards the southern horizon and disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the southernmost tip of Zeman continent, over 3,000 miles deep into the ocean, lies a desolate island spanning over 100 miles. Unbeknownst to the world, beneath this desolate island lies a vast, secret underground cavern. Deep within this cavern lies a complex of palaces, each one a distinct style, each a pristine white and translucent. After a while, a streak of cyan light appeared at the edge of the sky. Fast as lightning, it descended over the deserted island in an instant, then plunged into the depths, disappearing into the depths. Shortly after, the light landed in front of the palace, its brilliance fading to reveal the figure of the old demon Wang Teng. The demon's face was ashen, and a terrifying murderous intent emanated from his body. Upon encountering it, the servants within the palace knelt and kowtowed, their heads trembling like sieves. The old demon Wang Teng quickly entered a chamber within the palace. A slender, delicate figure emerged from behind a pink curtain. "Wang Teng, what is the matter? You have come to see me in person. I imagine it's another troublesome matter." A soft, melodious female voice echoed within the palace, and the curtain slowly opened, revealing a small, sickly-looking, white-haired girl lying on her side. Though she appeared frail and feeble, her eyes held an unwavering determination, a look of superior pride. "Greetings, Fairy Linglong. One of my avatars has been destroyed, so I've come to ask for your assistance. After I've slain this formidable foe, I'll grant you a 3 tribulations sacred tree in return for your help," Wang Teng said respectfully. I didn't expect such a master existed in the Dachan realm. Could the person who attacked be the Immortal sect disciple from Yuhu Star?" Fairy Linglong's expression froze, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped her chambers. "No. That person hasn't left Danayan Cave Heaven yet. The one who attacked must be a native of this realm who has attained the state of divine transformation," old demon Wang Teng said solemnly, shaking his head. "Okay, in that case, I'll let the 3 Ziyaya brothers accompany you. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Fairy Linglong's expression softened considerably. Before Wang Teng could relax, Fairy Linglong's pretty face hardened as she spoke coldly. "However, 3 tribulations divine tree is not enough. 500 years from now, the Xianayu Cave Heaven will open. I need you to enter and pick 1,000 autumn flower for me. With your innate magical powers, this will be a piece of cake. It's just 1,000 autumn flower." "I agree." Old demon Wang Teng felt relieved after hearing this, nodding confidently and smiling. After a few more instructions, Fairy Linglong concluded the conversation and tossed old demon Wang Teng a golden token. Wang Teng took the token, examined the white tiger divine pattern on it, and his expression relaxed immediately. He hurriedly bowed and took his leave, hastily leaving his chambers. At the same time, on the eastern coast of western continent, the suspended city of the ancient 3 tribulations Fu family was a sea of blood and corpses, with screams and wails reverberating. The once bustling city was now in ruins and devastation, with nearly 40% of the city reduced to rubble. In mid-air, over 100 alien cultivators, each at the golden core stage or higher, led by 9 nascent soul realm demon kings, were wreaking havoc across the city. Meanwhile, all of the Fu family's nascent soul ancestors had been slaughtered, and Old Tree Venerable had suddenly perished half an hour earlier. "Big brother, this isn't satisfying at all. That old bastard just now was so weak, he couldn't even withstand 3 strikes from the 3 of us. It was truly disappointing." "Second brother, you're right. That old bastard's meat was atrocious. It tasted like wood, and every 2 bites, I'd spit out a pile of wood chips. There's tons of tender, delicious spiritual meat down there, more than enough for the 3 of us to feast on." This trip was truly well deserved. The 3 men who spoke were identical in height and appearance, all with shifty eyes and sharp black teeth jutting from their lips, clearly siblings. All 3 wore black robes, their auras eerily cold, their strength surpassing that of ordinary divine transformation true lords. Together, They could rival a late-stage divine transformation true lord. Just then, a streak of azure light descended from the sky, landing before the three Zhao brothers, revealing the figure of old demon Wang Teng. Tisk tisk, old demon Teng, how did you find the time to come to us? Are you craving spiritual flesh too? There's plenty down there, so eat as much as you can today, the three Zhao brothers exclaimed in unison upon seeing the newcomer. Old demon Wang Teng took out the white tiger token, waved it silently at the three brothers, and said seriously, I, on the orders of Fairy Ling Long, need the three fellow Daoists to follow me to kill a powerful enemy. You will be rewarded handsomely after the task is accomplished. Hey, since the princess has given the order, the three of us brothers will naturally obey it. Old demon Teng, where's the powerful enemy? Take us there quickly, no hurry. Felling trees and getting wood is more important. It won't be too late for us to set off after we finish dealing with the aftermath here. Tisk tisk, who said that wood monsters are not smart? Old demon Teng is very smart. Of course, he is a little worse than the three of us brothers. Boss, stop talking nonsense. Let's get started quickly. If the princess thinks we are slow and doesn't pass on the Xianquang Immortal Sutra to us in the future, it will be terrible. Stop nagging. Hurry up. Old demon Teng, how about you help too? Old demon Wang Teng looked at the three identical brothers, forced a smile on his face, and readily agreed. 2 days and 2 nights later, the towering ancient sacred tree collapsed with a thunderous crash, carving a deep chasm through the earth and causing a man-made moderate earthquake that reverberated for thousands of miles. Shortly thereafter, 10,000-foot-long disc-shaped boats descended from the sky, quickly dropping countless thick chains from their vessels. Numerous alien cultivators began swarming around the sacred tree, frantically gathering. Meanwhile, the old demon Wang Teng, accompanied by the three evil beasts of the evil Fang, had already headed for eastern Zeman continent, their murderous intent blazing. In the center of the boundless truffle plains of eastern Zeman continent stood a gigantic, towering Dutch and sacred tree. This was the Zhao family's new territory, less than a century old. At that moment, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged atop the third canopy. Below, dark clouds gathered, lightning and thunder roared, and a torrential rain fell. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the horizon. He seemed to perceive several powerful auras 1,000 miles away, entering his divine consciousness and rapidly approaching. 1, 2, 3, 4 divine transformation level beings. This is going to be trouble, Zhao Sheng muttered to himself, his figure suddenly vanishing from the spot he had been standing on. Huh? It just disappeared, oh no. Quick, almost instantly, the old demon Wang Teng's face changed drastically, while the leader of the three evils was filled with confusion. He had spoken the first sentence. Before he could even shout hide, a figure suddenly appeared behind the Zhao leader. In a flash, a pitch-black longsword slashed out, instantly decapitating the demon. Blood immediately gushed from his neck. Boom! Zhao Sheng unleashed a punch, and countless blinding bolts of lightning transformed into a pillar of lightning as thick as a water tank, striking the flying head and instantly destroying it. The next moment, Zhao Sheng flashed and retreated 1,000 feet, dodging the onslaught of rat hair needles and countless vine shadows. Damn it, boss! The two evil demons, Zi Yang, witnessed their boss's fall. Their faces twisted, rage and murderous intent soaring into the sky, instantly changing the color of the sky and the surrounding mists into sand and gravel, scattering. Thousands of feet away, Zhao Sheng, dressed in a white robe, looked calm. A vast sea of purple lightning appeared around him, rapidly expanding outward. In a blink of an eye, the sea of lightning was 10 feet away from Wang Teng old demon and his companions. At the same time, Zhao Sheng waved his long sleeves, and from the sea of lightning, a series of 5-clawed thunder dragons, hundreds of feet long, instantly formed. Each thunder dragon held a purple lightning bead in its mouth. With astonishing momentum, they dispersed in all directions, forming a massive lightning formation that surrounded them like lightning. Before the thunder dragons could close, a dense stream of thunder and lightning suddenly rose from the depths of the dark clouds below, instantly merging into the sea of thunder. Simultaneously, a thunderous rumble erupted, shaking the very air wherever it passed, turning the atmosphere into vacuum. Empowered by the heavenly thunder, the 5-clawed thunder dragon's size surged several times, its aura becoming even more terrifying. It could rival the 3 divine transformation demon kings, holding its own. All trees and plants fear heavenly thunder, and vines are no exception. The old demon Wang Teng's expression changed drastically, and he immediately hid behind the two evil beasts. His entire body radiated 1,000 shades of azure light, transforming into rows of towering, ancient trees, concealing his true form. Elsewhere, the two evil beasts, overcome with brute force, advanced instead of retreating. With a combined outward thrust of their four hands, a vast, pitch-black, poisonous cloud erupted, sweeping towards the five-clawed thunder dragon. Wherever it passed, the air distorted and blurred, and a foul odor filled the air. Demonic essence? Divine power? Zhao Sheng raised an eyebrow, his divine thoughts surging forth. The five-clawed thunder dragons immediately unleashed fist-sized bursts of purple divine thunder, which instantly descended into the dark cloud. The poisonous black cloud tumbled violently, then quickly dissipated in large swathes, like snow meeting sunlight. Vast holes appeared in their place. The next moment, five-clawed thunder dragons tore through the remaining black cloud and pounced upon the evil Fang twins. Before the two demons could dodge, most of the five-clawed thunder dragons exploded, emitting a radiance 1 billion times brighter than the sun and immeasurable destructive power. The twins' expressions changed drastically, and black energy surged from their bodies, transforming into layers of pitch-black stone shells. Simultaneously, their slender bodies shrank dramatically, instantly relegated to the size of a thumb. With lightning speed, they darted towards the crotch of the old demon Wang Teng. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Rows of towering ancient trees instantly vanished, and the rapidly expanding pitch-black stone shells vanished. The combined spiritual realm of the three Wang Teng demons barely held out for a moment before it was shattered by countless purple thunderbolts. Countless lightning pythons rampaged across the 10-mile radius, utterly annihilating any living creature within. The old Wang Teng demon's face sank, his long, green hair dancing wildly, transforming into dense, green vines that instantly ballooned 1,000 feet tall, resembling giant green dragons as thick as a man's arms, furiously whipping the thunderbolts through the sky. Once a green vine dragon was destroyed by the surrounding thunderbolts, more sprouted. Destroy 1, 10 more will grow. Destroy 10, 100 more will grow. In less than 100 breaths, the old Wang Teng demon's eyes dimmed, and his body grew even thinner. Now, countless green vine dragons entwined themselves, forming a massive vine ball that barely withstood the ferocious bombardment. Hurry, you two. This king can't hold on any longer. Upon hearing this, the two evil beasts screamed in unison, their voices piercingly sharp. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng frowned as a sharp, piercing noise suddenly surged into his mind, causing his spirit to tremble, but it was quickly destroyed by the overwhelming power of his divine consciousness. Instantly, layers of divine consciousness barriers coalesced, completely enveloping his purple palace, easily blocking the opponent's mental attacks. Wang Teng, this person is a divine transformation thunder cultivator. We cannot defeat him. Let's flee quickly, or the consequences will be disastrous. The two evil beasts, Ziyang, shouted anxiously, gritting their teeth. The old demon Wang Teng felt bitter. He also wanted to escape. But who could escape the pursuit of the thunder cultivator? After all, besides sword cultivators, thunder cultivators were the most skilled in the world of escape. Dao, stop. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The old demon Wang Teng's face turned pale, and he repeatedly sent a message to the other side. Zhao Sheng ignored him, his mind suddenly changing. The black abyss sword and the fire dragon spear shot out simultaneously, a chill permeating the void. Sword light and fire dragons emerged, instantly occupying half the sky. Wherever they passed, the green vine dragons were severed, quickly reduced to dust and scattered by the wind. Explode, old demon Wang Teng, his face pale, summoned his remaining courage and shouted. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining green vine dragon pythons first expanded, then exploded, transforming into a green storm that swept across 100 miles of the void. The void shook violently, and the sword light, fire dragons, and even the thunder in the sky were caught in the storm, offsetting each other and finally extinguishing them. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 648, Capturing the Three Demons, the Princess Arrives. Taking advantage of this opening, the old demon Wang Teng suddenly turned. Dense green leaves and vines danced wildly, obscuring its form. It transformed into a wisp of green light, blending into the azure storm, attempting to pass itself off as the real thing and escape. Zhao Sheng, observing this scene, was slightly surprised. Then, his eyes narrowed, and a dazzling divine light shone from his brows. His divine consciousness surged, permeating an area of hundreds of miles, and countless ripples suddenly appeared in the void. Roar! The next second, a giant crimson dragon roared wildly and appeared out of thin air. A vast expanse of crimson flames expanded, tearing through the storm and enveloping most of the sky. At the same time, in the air, less than 1,000 feet above the ground, a massive black hole suddenly opened, instantly swallowing several miles of the void. Ah! The next moment, two shrill screams erupted from the black hole. Then, two giant black-haired rats, their bodies covered in wounds and bones gleaming white, suddenly burst forth from the depths of the black hole, leaving behind two long streaks of blood. In panic, they fled to the surface, disappearing instantly. In their place, only two dark, deep holes appeared, their entrances splattered with dark red demonic blood. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng took a single step and instantly appeared above the fire dragon. Countless bursts of violet lightning emanated from him, enveloping the void for 100 miles with lightning speed, leaving the dragon no chance of escape. This series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. When the sea of lightning had enveloped 100 miles, a ball of green light suddenly erupted from the void, more than 80 miles to the southwest. Within its depths, the old demon, Wang Tang, emerged. The demon felt a sharp shock wave as an unimaginable force of the primordial spirit assaulted its demonic soul. Its entire being, along with the azure light surrounding it, was instantly frozen in mid-air by the purple sky thunder domain, like a bug trapped in amber. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone with murderous intent. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The crimson fire dragon overhead suddenly transformed into a flaming rainbow, instantly soaring over 80 miles through the void and piercing through the chest and abdomen of the old demon Wang Tang, creating a fist-sized hole. The next moment, the old demon Wang Tang's body erupted in flames, engulfed in flames in an instant, transforming into a giant, human-shaped torch. Zhao Sheng's expression suddenly turned cold. He instantly moved to the torch's side and, with a wave of his hand, extinguished the blazing flames. In its place, a withered vine, as thick as a bucket and more than a man's height, appeared. Its surface was burned pitch black, but some areas still shone with a lustrous azure light, like the finest jadeite. HMPH, a fake body puppet? That's a little tricky. Zhao Sheng smiled playfully, and his figure suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, shooting towards the ground. With a humming sound, a streak of purple lightning suddenly appeared above the two underground caves, instantly revealing Zhao Sheng's figure. At this moment, a green light quietly appeared 100 feet above it, slowly condensing into a thin old man with green hair and blue eyes, and a vine leaf skirt wrapped around his waist. It was none other than the old demon Wang Tang who had failed to escape. At this moment, his entire right leg was missing, and he was supported by only one leg, but it looked very natural, without any sense of disobedience. "Run, why don't you run?" Zhao Sheng said with a smile, folding his hands over his chest and slowly rising to the opposite side. As he spoke, two streams of light, one black and one red, flew from the distance like lightning, and then circled above their master's head. Old Wang Tang looked at the two magical treasures, the black abyss sword and the fire dragon spear, then looked at Zhao Sheng with awe and said bitterly, "This little demon has no grudge against the true Lord. Why do you have to kill us all? The true Lord may not know that you have just caused a huge disaster. If you don't stop in time, I'm afraid not only will the true Lord be in danger of death, but even the whole family will be implicated and wiped out." Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed when he heard this, and he sneered, "How shameless. I want to hear where this huge disaster comes from. Just relying on a few pieces of trash like you? I can destroy you with one hand." Seeing this, old demon Wang Tang's heart was filled with anger, and he hurriedly threatened, "Of course, we demons are nothing, but what about the Wangxing Palace? You must know that the Wangxing Palace spans the heavens." "Okay, stop talking nonsense. I have naturally heard of the name of the Wangxing Palace and I know it well. From what you said, are you guys from the Wangxing Palace?" "Indeed. I am the chief servant of the 10,000 Stars Palace, while the three evil fangs are the attendants of Princess 17. You killed Dia, and the princess will surely be furious. If I hadn't intervened, the fate of the true Lord might have been." The old demon Wang Tang spoke with growing confidence, even punctuating his words with a threat. Zhao Sheng, on a whim, followed the other's lead and inquired, "I wonder who this Princess 17 is." Princess 17's background is remarkable. She is a direct descendant of the Great White Tiger Sage. The Great White Tiger Sage is the sacred beast that guards the 10,000 Stars Palace. The sage possesses boundless magical powers, rivaling those of a true immortal. Zhao Sheng chuckled and said sarcastically, "Haha. I don't believe that a descendant of a sacred beast could secretly become a bandit. Unless you can produce evidence. Today is your death. Evidence? The evidence is right there. Do you dare to follow me to meet Princess 17? The old demon Wang Ten pointed eastward and challenged. Zhao Sheng shook his head. "Don't even think you'll trick me into falling for your trick. Surrender, or die. You choose." He had already believed the other party's words, but he couldn't let them manipulate him. He had to seize the initiative. Upon hearing this, the old demon Wang Teng's expression darkened, and he said sinisterly, Okay, I surrender." "Bullshit. Attack." Before his roar had faded, thick, jet-black vines sprouted from thin air, taking root and wrapping around Zhao Sheng. Simultaneously, a vast black light shot up from the ground below. A massive, craggy rock peak suddenly broke through the ground, crashing into the sky with a violent, boiling vibration of gravity. Atop the peak lay two enormous, blood-drenched black rats, each 100 feet long. They were the two evil demons of Ziya who had just escaped. The two demonic rats, now at the level of the divine transformation, emanated a dazzling black light, and combined their strength to drive the rock peak. Before the stone peak struck Zhao Sheng, an indescribable weight had already enveloped him, pinning him to the spot. With a resounding, earth-shattering roar, the peak slammed into the tiny figure, instantly sinking into the peak's core. Then, trapped by the boundless stone mass, he could no longer escape, forever suppressed. Seeing this, old demon Wang Ten finally smiled. The two evil Ziya beasts chirped excitedly, unleashing waves of magical blacklight that cascaded into the stone peak, causing it to shrink in size and dramatically increase in density, already exceeding 100 times the density of a similar volume of black iron. Haha, fellow Taoist Ziyan, well done. We've finally eliminated this formidable enemy today. Wait until we get back. Before he could finish his words, old demon Wang Teng's smile froze, his breath catching. A look of disbelief crossed his face, as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Suddenly, the seemingly indestructible rock peak began to rumble and shake. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on its surface, and a crackling sound suddenly emanated from within. "Squeak, Elder Teng, come help. We brothers can't hold on any longer," the two black rats cried in panic. Their wounds suddenly burst open again, gushing out a torrent of demonic blood, instantly dyeing the rock peak a crimson red. After being showered with the demonic blood, the rock peak's shaking slowed, and the cracks throughout the mountain gradually closed. The situation seemed to be improving. However, the old demon Wang Teng's expression darkened, his eyes flickering violently. He paused, as if weighing the pros and cons, but soon, he didn't have to make a choice. With a resounding, earth-shattering boom, the rock peak suddenly exploded, sending a dense mass of rocks of various sizes hurling in all directions at lightning speed. As a cloud of stone dust filled the air, two black-haired rats, hundreds of feet tall, screamed and flew backward. Their bodies were riddled with bloody holes, their chests and abdomens missing large portions. Their blood-red hearts, as big as water jars, were exposed, their surface riddled with holes, and from them gushed streams of crystalline blood, like a watering can. At the same moment, from the rapidly expanding cloud of dust and smoke, a giant suddenly soared, riding a fire dragon and shrouded in lightning. The giant stood a full 10 feet tall, emanating a terrifying pressure that fatally shook the very air. Wherever it passed, lightning solidified, emanating into purple chains that danced across the sky, their ends reaching an unknown destination in the void. "No, impossible," old demon Wang Ten cried out in horror, but the next moment his voice died again. Hundreds of thick lightning chains materialized around him, instantly weaving into a net that stretched from heaven to earth, blocking his escape. At the same time, dozens of purple lightning chains suddenly emerged from the bodies of the two evil demons, binding them tightly in an instant. Having already been severely injured, the two evil demons were now unable to break free from the chains and were forced to remain captive. Impossible. How could a late-stage spiritual transformation cultivator appear in the Dachan realm? Terrified, the old demon Wang Ten began to struggle desperately, but the thunder giant had already struck first. In a flash, the thunder giant arrived before the demon, striking him squarely on the head. The old demon Wang Teng suddenly turned around, opened his mouth, and countless strange green vines and flowers emerged from thin air, forming a thick azure barrier in an attempt to block the blow. However, the old demon had greatly underestimated the force of the blow. With a roar, a dazzling flash of lightning erupted from his fist, carrying a surge of willpower like the ocean, smashing through the azure barrier and striking the old demon squarely on the forehead. The old demon Wang Teng roared in terror, barely able to beg for mercy before a single blow nearly shattered his demon soul. He lost consciousness instantly, his body quickly reverting to its original form. It was actually an ancient vine over 70 feet long, shaped like a dragon, and emerald green. Zhao Sheng retracted his giant spirit body, regaining his normal human form. Then, with a single wave of his hand, the two giant rats, carried by lightning chains, flew swiftly in front of him, alongside the old vine. "You two, each tell me your name," Zhao Sheng said coldly, gazing at the two demons with indifference. "My name is Araya, my name is Sanaya," the two evil demons shouted, their arrogance long gone. Zhao Sheng asked again, "What's your purpose for coming here, Masters Henjin?" "It's all that vine monster's fault. If it hadn't instigated this, why would the princess have ordered the three of us brothers to follow it to your precious land? And, even offended you, sir, second brother, you're right. We were only following orders. It's the vine monster, not us, who has a grudge against you, sir. For the princess' sake, I beg you to spare our lives. When we return, we will become demons anew and never harm anyone again." Just as the two evil monsters, Zia, were racking their brains to save their lives, a startled cry suddenly rang out from deep within the deserted island's underground palace. On the oversized bed in their bedroom, the white-haired girl slowly straightened, her emerald eyes fixed on the bracelet on her right hand. At that moment, a rat-head jade bead in the bracelet shattered, and the two adjacent rat-head jade beads dimmed and flickered. "Hey, Ozda is dead, and the remaining two are in danger. Such a powerful figure exists in the Dachan realm? Could it be that they've provoked someone from the silly family?" the white-haired girl muttered to herself, a growing curiosity growing within her. As she spoke, a palm-sized jade talisman, covered in strange patterns, appeared in her hand. Under the continuous infusion of mana, a crackling sound was heard shortly afterwards, and the jade talisman shattered on the spot. A vast, brilliant white light erupted from it, enveloping the white-haired girl. Instantly, countless ripples of space and time appeared around them. As the white light vanished, the white-haired girl disappeared from the chamber. "My lord, if you kill us, there will be 100 disadvantages and no advantages. After all, we are the demon slaves of the 17th princess. Killing us is equivalent to offending the 17th princess. If the princess gets furious, not to mention you, even the entire Dachan world will be destroyed. You must know that our master is one of the most beloved offspring of the White Tiger Saint. If the master moves, the two evil villains, Zia, are comrades in arms and have a telepathic connection with each other. Therefore, they speak in a sets of words, and use both soft and hard tactics. They know the tricks to save their lives. If your master is really favored, why would he be so lowly and bring you to this world to do these dirty things of destroying families and stealing wood?" Zhao Sheng's words were like knives, and he hit the other party's sore spot with just one sentence. The two evil rats, Zia, were deeply dissatisfied and retorted in unison, "My lord, that's wrong. Princess, help." Midway through their words, the two demon rats suddenly stuttered, their four eyes blazing with brilliance as they stared intently behind Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng, sensing this, abruptly turned to look. A frail, sickly-looking, white-haired girl emerged from the void, hovering several miles away. Zhao Sheng stared at this ordinary, white-haired girl, feeling a sudden, intense sense of threat, a faint sense that she held something capable of killing him. In an instant, Zhao Sheng's expression grew grave, and with a flicker of his right hand, a silver-white Queen Niu mask appeared in his hand. The white-haired girl examined him, her gaze flickering between the Black Abyss sword, the Fire Dragon spear, and the Queen Niu mask, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Chapter 649, The Cave Heaven is about to collapse. The white-haired girl's smile suddenly faded. Behind her, a massive, shrouded, chaotic figure suddenly appeared. It resembled a tiger, but it wasn't a tiger, its wings piercing the heavens, its might stretching 3,000 miles. With a deafening roar, the chaotic figure erupted in boundless golden light, instantly blazing across the heavens, emanating an incomparably powerful vibration of the metal element. As the metal element grew stronger, a dense mass of golden sand suddenly formed from thin air, like a heavy snowfall, filling every corner of the world. Zhao Sheng was horrified, feeling his primordial realm being suppressed by this metal element, its area shrinking to within 100 feet of him. Even his spiritual consciousness and willpower were profoundly affected. Seeing their savior arrive, the two evil demons, Ziyang, immediately became arrogant, laughing wildly. Haha, the princess has arrived in person. How can a mere lower-level deity quickly bind your hands and pay homage? Shut up, Zhao Sheng frowned and growled. Hiss. The countless lightning chains binding the two demons instantly flashed with lightning, then cut deeply into their flesh, causing them to convulse and smoke billow from their 7 orifices. Enough, the white-haired girl spoke, her voice unusually melodious and clear. As she spoke, she raised her hand and clenched it. The golden sands in the sky suddenly solidified into a 1,000-foot-long golden tiger claw, which struck Zhao Sheng on the head. Suddenly, a roar of wind and thunder erupted, and the surrounding void suddenly solidified, as if cast in gold and iron. Zhao Sheng saw this, and with a casual move, the two rat demons transformed into 2 streaks of bloody light, charging straight towards the tiger claw, as if shielding themselves. The white-haired girl's eyes flickered, and she transformed her grasp into a grip. The 1,000-foot-long tiger claw in mid-air transformed into countless shadows, and in a flash, she snatched up the 2 rats between her claws. At the same time, layers of golden light swept across her body, easily disintegrating the lightning chains binding the 2 demons. Zhao Sheng flashed, arriving close to the vine demon's true form. Grasping a vine with his right hand, he slowly retreated 10 miles, confronting the white-haired girl from a distance. This woman had just teleported in, her cultivation level unfathomable. While she likely wasn't at the return to Void Realm, she was absolutely not to be provoked. His voluntary return of the 2 demons was naturally a gesture of peace. The white-haired girl, evidently understanding his hint, softened her tone slightly, and spoke with interest. You're quite interesting. Your cultivation is only at the early stages of the spiritual transformation realm, yet you're able to take on 4, and win so easily. I've only seen a dozen or so human prodigies as invincible as you, at your level. But once you mature, each of you will be a Dao ancestor, a formidable enemy to our demon race. With these last words, the white-haired girl's eyes darkened, and the vast, chaotic shadow that enveloped the sky suddenly erupted with unimaginable, terrifying pressure. A cloud of golden sand, mingled with the golden light, swept madly towards them, poised for an attack. However, Zhao Sheng didn't dodge or evade, casually tossing the giant green vine aside with a look of complete confidence. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? I never show mercy to my enemies, the white-haired girl grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. No. I know the princess has no killing intentions, Zhao Sheng said, shaking his head. Interesting, the white-haired girl frowned slightly at this. The golden sands in the sky suddenly gathering beneath her, forming a golden sea of sand, emitting even more powerful waves of law. At the same time, the huge chaotic shadow that filled the sky slowly dissipated. Zhao Sheng's heart settled at this sight, temporarily giving up the idea of escaping. You killed Ada and seriously injured 2 of my servants. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me for my losses? The white-haired girl raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. Zhao Sheng sensed a hidden meaning in the other woman's words and, taking advantage of the situation, asked, how can I compensate the princess to her satisfaction? Easy. First, take my blow, and then we can discuss compensation. As she spoke, the white-haired girl took a half-step back. Her bracelet-covered right hand emerged from her sleeve, gently clenched into a fist, and charged forward. In an instant, a golden light shone brightly like the sun, and a golden fist mark as large as a mountain suddenly rose from the golden sand sea beneath her. The fist mark was as thick as a mountain, yet it carried an indescribable sharpness, as if it could split through anything tangible. Zhao Sheng, observing this, knew the next blow was a test. If he could withstand it, everything would be fine. If not, the consequences would be unpredictable. He wouldn't die, but he feared the entire Zhao family would be annihilated. With a fleeting thought, Zhao Sheng's body erupted in lightning, transforming into a purple thunder helmet. Simultaneously, the black abyss sword and fire dragon spear unleashed their full might, one unfolding a black hole to block its owner, while the other transformed into a crimson flame dragon, hovering overhead, poised for action. At this moment, the white-haired girl raised her fist again and smashed it down on Zhao Sheng's head. Boom boom, a resounding rumble echoed through the void. The golden fist shot up into the sky, seemingly oblivious to the distances of time and space, appearing instantly above Zhao Sheng's head. Like a Sumeru mountain, its radiant light shone brightly as it struck Zhao Sheng's forehead. The instant the fist landed, the surrounding void was instantly filled with the laws of gold, solidifying it, rendering it impossible for him to move, let alone escape. Following this blow, the white-haired girl's face paled, clearly draining a significant amount of her mana. At the critical moment, Zhao Sheng suddenly looked up at the sky. A Kinyu mask suddenly appeared on his face, and through its eyes, two long beams of purple light shot out. With a roar, the crimson flame dragon broke free from its invisible restraints and crashed into the massive fist. At the same moment, a jet-black sword rainbow shot up from in front of him, following the fire dragon's lead and slashing through the golden fist. A cloud of golden light, crimson, and pitch-black light merged and exploded simultaneously, a raging hurricane sweeping across the void. Chaotic forces intertwined and collided, creating countless tiny spatial cracks in its path, which then vanished in a flash. Boom! The fire dragon's spear and the black abyss sword were both enveloped in the power of the metal element. Groaning and flying backwards, the golden fist, shrunken by nearly half its size, broke through the vortex of chaotic laws and continued to fall, but at a much slower speed. Zhao Sheng, intent on demonstrating his strength, didn't take the opportunity to dodge. Instead, he unleashed his profound magical powers. His entire right arm erupted in dazzling magical light, instantly expanding like a balloon, transforming into a massive, muscular arm over 3 meters long. The next moment, he raised his casserole-sized fist. A purple lightning fist, over 1 meter in diameter, condensed from the tip of his fist and fiercely blasted it into the heavens, colliding instantly with a golden fist. The impact was like a comet striking the earth, unleashing an unimaginable wave of destruction. The radiating magical power's aftermath swept in all directions, roiling the atmosphere and the void into chaos. Above, hundreds of chaotic air currents swept up atmospheric dust, forming hurricane-like tornadoes that stretched from the heavens to the earth, roaring and threatening to shake the very fabric of the universe. Zhao Sheng plummeted to the ground, sinking over 10 feet underground. His bones crackled, his flesh ripped and ripped as if ripped by countless blades, blood swirling everywhere. Yet, he remained brimming with fighting spirit. With a push of his hands against the earth and rocks, he shot up from the ground like an arrow, hovering across from the white-haired girl. In less than 2 breaths, his injuries healed with astonishing speed, leaving the white-haired girl in order. A moment later, the raging hurricane gradually subsided, the ripples of the laws dissipating, but the invisible clash continued throughout the void, the two sides seemingly evenly matched. I already took the princess's punch. How is that? Zhao Sheng asked, swallowing the blood. How is that possible? What you just did? The white-haired girl was astonished, but she snapped out of her thoughts mid-sentence and stopped talking. To have reached this point, I've naturally gained numerous opportunities. Some of these opportunities came from the immortal burial ruins, but I'm not in a position to explain them to you, princess, Zhao Sheng said calmly. His words were so calm and effortless, but to the white-haired girl, they sounded like thunderclaps. Impossible. You can actually enter the immortal burial ruins. As expected, the white-haired girl's attention was immediately drawn to the words immortal burial ruins, subconsciously ignoring the strange magical power Zhao Sheng had just displayed. It's just the immortal burial ruins. Princess, there's no need to make a fuss, Zhao Sheng said again, his voice calm. At this moment, the white-haired girl suddenly came to her senses, her face flushing slightly, realizing her recent loss of composure. The girl took a deep breath and immediately straightened her demeanor, already considering Zhao Sheng as her equal. She said sternly, since you successfully took my punch, I will keep my word. Our previous grudges are now wiped clean, haha, then, I will take this old vine monster with me, Zhao Sheng said slowly, smiling slightly. The white-haired girl frowned. The old vine is not my servant. Its life or death is yours. However, please don't leave so hastily. I have a great opportunity that I would like to share with you. I cannot afford the opportunity the princess is talking about. Farewell, Zhao Sheng shook his head, flatly refusing. With that, he slowly descended to the ground. The old green vine had been blown dozens of miles away by the hurricane and now landed in a depression. Wait, the white-haired girl shouted hurriedly. Princess, is there anything else? Zhao Sheng paused and asked patiently. This opportunity involves the Danyan cave heaven. Do you know about the Lingshu? It is a cave heaven seed. The white-haired girl saw this and immediately sent a telepathic message, instantly transmitting a large amount of information to Zhao Sheng. In a moment, Zhao Sheng knew the exact opportunity the woman was talking about. He also knew that this matter was extremely dangerous, a life-or-death struggle. Of course, this applies to ordinary divine transformation realm cultivators. Zhao Sheng possesses the divine skill of great space-time shift, so he could still escape unscathed. Is that all? Zhao Sheng hesitated. This is all I've gathered so far. Fortunately, the Danyan cave heaven won't completely collapse for at least 20 years. We still have plenty of time to investigate the situation within. The white-haired girl nodded and said. Danyan cave heaven belongs to the 9 Questions Immortal sect. If we rashly intervene, we'll probably get into serious trouble later, Zhao Sheng said bluntly. Upon hearing this, the white-haired girl immediately realized that she was indeed tempted, but had many concerns. So, she hurriedly advised, don't worry, sir. Even if the 9 Questions Immortal sect investigates, they will bring action against a culprit, like an island master. All responsibility rests with the Lycan Island Master. We were simply caught in the act. As long as we don't reveal our identities, the 9 Questions Immortal sect won't go to such great lengths to search the heavens. Oh, really? Zhao Sheng's expression shifted slightly, and he began to ponder. Seeing this, the white-haired girl smiled once again, knowing that the other party had indeed been unable to resist the temptation, and that she had gained a significant advantage. With the help of this powerful transformation spiritual cultivator, her chances of obtaining the spiritual pivot would greatly increase, and she would also have found a scapegoat. The origin of this opportunity can be traced back to Zhao Sheng's initial entry into the Danyan cave heaven. At that time, among the giant and true immortals who entered the cave heaven with Zhao Sheng, there was actually an outlier. The Lycan Island Master parasitized a strand of his soul into the giant and true immortal's body, successfully infiltrating the Danyan cave heaven, his primary goal being to obtain the cave heaven's spiritual pivot. Lycan Island Master Xuanzan's foundation was severely damaged, almost beyond recovery, so he set his sights on the Danyan cave heaven. If he could refine the cave heaven's spiritual pivot, Lycan Island Master Xuanzan would have a very small chance of inheriting the Danyan cave heaven and breaking through to the fusion realm. Although a successful breakthrough would limit his cultivation to the early fusion realm, this was his only chance, and he would never give up. Back then, the Red Light Star Lord stumbled upon a clue from his disciple and kept it to himself. Years later, he accidentally leaked the secret to the White Tiger clan, the sacred beast guarding the palace. Eventually, the white-haired girl learned of this and, with great difficulty, undertook a logging mission. She then led her servants, the 3 Evil Fangs, and others, secretly to the Dachan realm. The old demon Wang Tang, the young spirits, and other alien races were all tasked with this mission, completely unaware of the secrets of the Danyan cave heaven. Back then, the Lycan Island Lord sent a parasite into the cave heaven, accurately calculating the time of its destruction. He then boldly sacrificed the blood essence of millions of human beings to quickly heal his injuries. Then, decades ago, he secretly infiltrated the core of the cave heaven and refined the cave heaven's spiritual core. This is the key reason why the Lycan Island Lord has remained in seclusion for so many years, absent from public view. Therefore, when Zhao Sheng teleported back to our world, Xuanzan was away from Lycan Island, a testament to his immense luck. Although the white-haired girl had intentionally concealed part of the truth, she had never imagined that the person across from her was one of the witnesses of that time. Zhao Sheng pondered for a long time, carefully reviewing the major and minor events of this world over the past few hundred years, and slowly began to guess the truth of this opportunity. Chapter 650, The Great Disaster has passed, the formation is broken. The sun set, and dusk descended. A golden auspicious cloud, riding the sunset glow, sped away toward the eastern coast, soon disappearing into the dark horizon. Zhao Sheng watched the other party disappear, then slowly withdrew his gaze, casually placing the token jade talisman in his arms. The pursuit of the cave heaven's spiritual pivot required extreme caution. Not only did they have to consider everything carefully, but crucially, they had to find the perfect moment to strike. Only then could they take the grain from the fire, or risk burning themselves to irreparable destruction. After all, the master of Lycan Island, Xuanzan, was a returning void semi-immortal. To seize the spiritual pivot from him, Zhao Sheng and his companions could not be too cautious. Zhao Sheng pondered for a moment, then suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a vast flash of lightning that swept up the giant green vines below. He then transformed into a streak of light and sped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Late that night, Zhao Sheng placed the old demon Wang Teng in a makeshift cave dwelling and placed multiple restrictions on his body to prevent its escape. Afterward, he activated the great space-time teleportation and quickly returned to the Chen family's hanging city. In the following days, the foreign bandits who had secretly infiltrated the city, as if on command, hurriedly evacuated that very day. Zhao Sheng, observing this from the shadows, nodded in agreement, thinking, that tiger girl truly lived up to her promise and took action to neutralize the other foreign bandit groups. To prevent any unforeseen consequences, Zhao Sheng secretly practiced a heart demon mantra jade plate while running back and forth between the Chen and Jia residences, ready to strike at any moment. However, no such incident occurred. Instead, the four other newly ascended Three Tribulations ancient clans in Zeman state were completely wiped out within a month, their sacred trees cut down and dragged away. Such shocking tragedies, one after another, occurred within Zeman state itself. The devastating news spread rapidly throughout the Dachan realm, instantly terrifying countless immortal cultivation families and sects, especially the almighty Three Tribulations ancient clans. Any cultivator familiar with the history of this world immediately realized that the great tribulation of the sacred tree, which had occurred countless times in the past, had finally occurred again. However, this time, as many as 4 ancient clans of the Three Tribulations were wiped out. Such a devastating tribulation had occurred as recently as 10,000 years ago. In less than 2 months, all the ancient clans of the Three Tribulations issued the highest level of alert, declared the closure of their trees and cities, and launched a brutal purge within their own suspended cities. However, after the 4 tragic genocides, the foreign bandits seemed to have vanished without a trace, as if they had vanished from the face of the earth. 3 years passed in a flash, and the cultivation world of the 3 continents of Dachan was in a state of panic. However, the odious foreign bandits never appeared, seemingly completely withdrawing. However, all the ancient clans of the Three Tribulations remained vigilant, and the tree and city closure order remained in place for another 30 years. It was not until 30 years later that the ancient clans finally lifted the order. An order quickly returned to normal in the cultivation world of the 3 continents. Of course, these are all later stories, so let's not discuss them now. 3 years later, heavy snow fell, and the winter solstice arrived as expected. That day, above the Chen family's sacred tree, deep in the vast white clouds, thunder rumbled from time to time. Occasionally, streaks of crimson lightning could be seen streaking across the sky, illuminating the surrounding white clouds with a dark crimson. Heavy snow and rumbling thunder were a rare phenomenon in the heavens and on earth, rarely seen in 1,000 years. At that moment, atop the 9-story tower in the center of the city, Patriarch Fihong stood with one hand behind his back, gazing at the ever-lowering clouds. With a solemn expression, he asked, "Kainer, have all the clansmen evacuated?" Chen Daqian stepped forward and replied, "Reporting to our ancestor, 3 days ago, our clansmen successfully relocated to Hangshan City, 3,000 miles away. Aside from a few of our ancestors, there's no one left alive in Hanging City," Patriarch Fihong instructed. "I've always trusted you to handle this. You should also evacuate this place as soon as possible. The great catastrophe of withering and flourishing is approaching, and I must focus on overcoming it. I can't afford to worry about anything else." Upon hearing this, Chen Daqian couldn't help but glance up at the sky. A vast bronze hall hovered thousands of feet in the sky, beneath the first layer of treetops, radiating an increasingly dazzling glow. With this hall as its center, 64 immense, pitch-black crystal pillars stretched across 100 miles of the surrounding void, forming the faintest image of the massive Bagua formation. Chen Daqian withdrew his gaze and bowed deeply, saying, "Grandfather, with Zajir here today, you will surely turn misfortune into fortune and achieve your wish. Your grandson wishes you a smooth ascension to the divine transformation stage and the rank of true lord." "Fool, go." Ancestor Fihong sighed and slowly turned away. Seeing this, Chen Daqian bowed again in greeting before soaring into the air, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly flying out of the city. Soon after, the heavy snow abruptly ceased. The boundless, thick clouds instantly turned crimson, and countless thunderbolts filled the sky. Above the utmost heavens, a terrifying aura of destruction emanated from the deepest reaches of the thunder clouds. An unprecedented catastrophe, 10 or even 100 times greater than that of a divine transformation stage, was rapidly brewing. Countless lightning dragons and thunder dragons roamed the clouds, emitting an indescribable aura of heat and destructive force. Soon, a crimson cloud descended upon the treetops, engulfing them. Its lowest point loomed close to the ancient bronze hall, barely 20 miles from the second canopy. With a resounding explosion, a dense swarm of crimson fire thunder erupted from the depths of the cloud, like massive fireballs, bombarding the treetops. In a flash, thick smoke rose from the mountain-like crown of the great stream tree, and branches burst into flames everywhere. Meanwhile, countless lush green leaves shattered under the waves of thunder, and a torrential rain of fire soon fell from the sky. Countless burning leaves and broken branches fell, most of them landing within the suspended city. Countless buildings were set ablaze, and thick smoke soon filled the air. However, Patriarch Fehuang paid no attention to this. He stared fixedly at the ancient bronze hall above, muttering to himself. If anyone were to approach him at this moment, they would undoubtedly hear the Fehuang Patriarch repeatedly muttering, "Why don't you take action? Why don't you take action? Take action now." It seemed that even the Fehuang Patriarch, who had lived for over 2,000 years, could not comprehend the mortal catastrophe. At this moment, Zhao Sheng sat cross-legged in the center of the Thunder Hall, eyes closed and motionless. A purple crystal pillar hovered majestically above his head. The crystal pillar was about a foot long, as thick as a wrist, its surface shimmering with what seemed to be countless diamond-shaped facets, each radiating a dense cascade of purple lightning. It was none other than the long-absent primordial thunder tribulation crystal. From the beginning of the catastrophe until now, he had quietly waited, not taking action. This was because the great tribulation of withering and flourishing was both a calamity and a once-in-8,000-year opportunity for the Dachan sacred tree. Beneath the destructive bombardment of the tribulation thunder, unimaginable vitality often lurked. Only by withstanding the test of heaven and earth could the Dachan sacred tree successfully grow its third canopy after the catastrophe. During the catastrophe, the more Zhao Sheng exerted himself, the more he would affect the Dachan sacred tree's rebirth. Therefore, as long as the sacred tree showed no signs of failure in its tribulation, Zhao Sheng would refrain from action. According to ancient records, the third great withering catastrophe typically lasted 3 days and 3 nights, with a total of 6,636 rounds of crimson sky fire thunders descending. On the first day, Zhao Sheng remained silent for 6 rounds of fire thunder. On the second day, 12 rounds of fire thunder followed one after another, yet Zhao Sheng remained silent. By then, the first layer of the tree's canopy had been completely consumed, and the second layer began to endure the fire thunder bombardment. Late that night, a blazing flame illuminated much of the night. Even from a distance of thousands of miles, a massive torch blazing red could be seen standing tall on the horizon, its radiant red hue permeating the sky. The rumble of thunder echoed across 30,000 miles. On the third day, halfway through the final 18 rounds of fire thunder, the upper half of the sacred tree was completely engulfed in flames, its trunk riddled with countless hideous cracks and pits. The entire hanging city was destroyed, leaving only a myriad of broken walls and ruins. After the final 9 rounds of fiery thunder descended, the ancient bronze hall, silent for 3 days, suddenly erupted with an unprecedentedly dazzling light. The next moment, a purple meteor shot out from the hall, instantly reaching the sky above the 64 10,000-year-old lightning pillars. After a whirlwind spin, it unleashed 60 or 40 streams of purple lightning, raining down upon all the crystal pillars. Instantly, these 10,000-year-old lightning pillars blazed with lightning, emitting streams of lightning that intersected and crisscrossed, weaving into a gigantic Bagua lightning net. As the Bagua lightning net formed, the sky's teeming fire thunder was immediately drawn into action, shifting their targets and cascading into the net. Soon, vast seas of thunder and fire flowed through the net, eventually pouring into each of the 64 pitch-black crystal pillars. Simultaneously, Zhao Sheng's mind moved, and 2 gourds, gleaming with lightning, plunged deep into the calamity clouds. Their mouths erupted with immense suction, drawing the vast calamity clouds into them, forming 2 enormous whirlpools spanning dozens of miles. As night fell, the last sliver of calamity clouds quietly dissipated from the azure sky, marking the end of the great catastrophe of withering and flourishing. Immediately after the catastrophe, the largely destroyed Great Shun sacred tree suddenly came to life, its towering trunk emanating a rich green light, instantly illuminating the night sky in a cerulean azure. From the densely scorched branches, clumps of tender leaves visibly sprouted, rapidly growing and turning green. Countless new branches emerged from the ashes, rapidly growing thicker and longer, and sprouting even more branches and leaves. Overnight, the great Chun sacred tree was teeming with life, overflowing with greenery. However, it would take 100 years for the tree to fully develop its third canopy, by which time it would undoubtedly reach over 300 miles in height, a true miracle of life. By that time, Zhao Sheng would likely have ascended to the spirit realm, out of sight. Following the catastrophe of withering and flourishing, Patriarch Fihong immediately entered a profound retreat, officially beginning his journey to break through the ultimate barrier of the spiritual transformation realm. This retreat would last a century. Time never stands still for anything. After the Chen family successfully survived the tribulation, the entire clan suddenly became unusually low-key, quickly following the example of other ancient clans in announcing a century of seclusion. After completing his mission, Zhao Sheng did not remain with the Chen family for long. Instead, he settled family affairs, left behind various inheritances and treasures, and quietly departed on a winter day several years later. The Chen family's nascent soul ancestors, aware of Zhao Sheng's intention to ascend to the spirit world, dared not retain him. After repeated attempts to persuade him to leave, they finally allowed him to depart. However, no one in the Chen family could have imagined that Zhao Sheng had not ascended to the spirit world at all, but had secretly traveled to a deserted island beyond the East China Sea. Beneath the desolate island, before a vast, jade-white palace, a flash of lightning suddenly descended. The lightning faded, revealing Zhao Sheng. As he emerged, two figures quickly flew out of the palace, one a burly, yellow-haired man with a thunder godlike face, the other the fawning old demon Wang Teng. Old slaves, we greet our master. Wang Teng and Su Yuan knelt on one knee, shouting respectfully. Rise, Zhao Sheng's eyes flashed, and he commanded the two demons to rise. Then, Zhao Sheng, accompanied by the two great demons, strode into the palace. The hall was remarkably bare, its dome supported by only 9 stone pillars. In its center, a massive golden formation stood, its ground inscribed with a dense network of profound patterns. Around the formation's perimeter, 16 golden pillars, facing each other, dug deep into the earth. Their surfaces were carved with lifelike reliefs of white tigers. 4 imposing figures were busily engaged around the golden formation, rapidly drawing the dense array patterns. Meanwhile, a white-haired girl stood beside one of the golden pillars, inlaying a silver-white formation disc onto it. Master, the sky-breaking formation is 80% complete. It will take approximately another month, the old demon Wang Teng, quick to see the opportunity, explained to Zhao Sheng. At this moment, everyone noticed Zhao Sheng's arrival and stopped what they were doing, casting awe-inspiring glances at him. Over the past few years, all the alien gods had witnessed Zhao Sheng's power and were practically utterly humbled. Fellow Taoist Zhao, you've finally come as promised. It's worth waiting a year for you, the white-haired girl said with a kind smile. Princess, I'm very grateful for your generosity, Zhao Sheng said with a bow. After a few pleasantries, the two of them both entered the harem and began to secretly discuss their future plans. 2 months later, with a loud bang, the ground on the deserted island shook violently, and the nearby sea erupted in torrents of water, sending countless creatures fleeing frantically for the distance. The ground on the deserted island quickly cracked and collapsed, sending smoke and dust billowing into the air. Then, a massive silver-white spaceship, several thousand feet in diameter, burst forth from the ground and soared into the sky. Deep within the Bao Palace, 8 divine transformation-level warriors, led by the white-haired girl and Zhao Sheng, sat cross-legged around the outer edge of a golden formation. Their expressions were solemn, tinged with anxiety and trepidation. The silver-white spaceship was incredibly fast, soaring across 300,000 miles of space in a mere cup of tea. It arrived at Yuho Star and slowly came to rest above a massive meteorite crater, 100 miles in diameter. This crater was the gateway to the Danyan Cave Heaven. At that moment, an unexpectedly long-bearded elder suddenly appeared, as if anticipating Zhao Sheng and the others' arrival. This figure, clad in a tall white robe and crown, was none other than Mo Yanhei, the Immortal sect's true disciple stationed at the Cave Heaven. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.